Hold up and I watch this else. That will conveniently vibrate on my hand. We on this side, Hills. Yeah. Who gonna have the coin? Hills. Right.
He's gonna toss, right?
Yeah.
Over the other side. Here, yeah. So it's here.
Ready?
Yes.
Yeah. Caught me in the middle. Welcome everyone to the first toss of this CG United Women's Series 2026 between West Indies women and Sri Lanka women. Captains alongside of me in Hayley Matthews and Shamari Athapattu, and the match referee is Mr. Donovan Hills. I believe Hayley, you go ahead and toss. Heads is the call. It's rolled a mile away from Mr. Hills, and it is tails. Hayley, you won the toss, so you can go ahead and say that first. Again, you won the toss, what will you do and why?
Yeah, we gonna have a bowl first today. Hoping that there's a little bit in the wicket this morning for the paces to get something out of. But yeah, great opportunity to get the year off to a good start now.
All right, so you talk team, let's talk personal. 100 women's ODIs for you today, Hayley. How special a moment is this for you today?
Yeah, definitely is an honor. Yeah, I've been 11 years on the park now, and a milestone that many people, I guess, aren't able to reach. So yeah, for sure it's an honor to wear the West Indies badge so often, and for 100 games now, so hopefully I can make it memorable.
At the start of a new championship series for the women, what are your objectives coming into this one?
Yeah, I think for this series in particular, we know it's going to be a challenging one coming up against Sri Lanka, a team that we tend to compete quite closely against. But yeah, hopefully we can get some good points out of it and get the year off to a good start that we can head to the top of that table.
Yeah, a couple experienced names back around the squad. What's the makeup for your team for today, Hayley?
Yeah, so we have the, I guess, the usual senior players, about 3 pacers in the lineup or 4 pacers in the lineup, and then 3 or 4 spinners as well within the team. So I think a good little bowling mix with pace and spin, and then batting right on the order.
And thanks a lot, Hayley. Have a good one out there in the middle.
Thank you.
Shamari, you join us in the conversation. Now, having a bat first, how do you feel about that one?
Actually, I'm pretty confident about my batting unit. Yeah, the condition is a little bit good for the bowlers, but end of the day, we have to execute our right plan, right time. That's the most important thing.
You guys have not been in the Caribbean for some time. How does it feel being back here? How are the ladies enjoying the sun of Grenada right now?
Actually, Caribbean is very familiar for me because I played CPL in here a couple of years. So, but the other girls, the rest of the girls doesn't play much cricket in Caribbean. But yeah, then few seniors playing in here. So all the girls are enjoying the Caribbean conditions.
Yeah, final one for you. Objectives at the start of this new championship. What are those objectives for your team in this series?
I think every game is very crucial for both teams. So yeah, every point is very crucial. So we take one game one time, and we want to execute our right plan right time. We don't want to take too much pressure on our shoulders.
Thanks a lot, Shamari. Have a good one out there.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. News from the toss. West Indies women, they've won this first one in this first ODI, and they'll be having a bowl first.
It's been some time since international cricket has played here at the Grenada National Stadium. 3 years since any international cricket and over a decade since we've had women's international cricket here at this stadium. However, last December, West Indies under 19 boys did play a series against England under 19 boys. And in that series, we saw some early wickets for the seamers in particular. The reason for that, if you take a closer look at this pitch, there are a few dark spots. It suggests then that there is some moisture in the surface for the bowlers to work with the brand new ball. In the middle, the spinners come into play as you see a couple cracks, but we do expect these cracks to hold together at least in this first game. Generally, it should be a keenly contested match. You expect with 58-meter boundaries, it will be evenly contested. Batters can clear the boundaries easy, but it should be a really good match. First match of this women's championship for this cycle. We look forward to it.
Welcome everyone to the first toss of this CG United Women's Series 2026 between West Indies women and Sri Lanka women. Captains alongside of me in Hayley Matthews and Shamari Athapattu, and the match referee is Mr. Donovan Hales. I believe Hayley, you go ahead and toss. Heads is the call. It's rolled a mile away from Mr. Hales, and it is tails. Hayley, you won the toss, so you can go ahead and say that first. Again, you won the toss. What will you do and why?
Yeah, we gonna have a bowl first today. Hoping that there's a little bit in the wicket this morning for the paces to get something out of. But yeah, great opportunity to get the year off to a good start now.
All right, so you talk team, let's talk personal. 100 women's ODIs for you today, Hayley. How special a moment is this for you today?
Yeah, definitely is an honor. Yeah, I've been 11 years on the park now, and a milestone that many people, I guess, aren't able to reach. So yeah, for sure it's an honor to wear the West Indies badge so often and for 100 games now, so hopefully I can make it memorable.
At start of a new championship series for the women, what are your objectives coming into this one?
Yeah, I think for this series in particular, we know it's going to be a challenging one coming up against Sri Lanka, a team that we tend to compete quite closely against. But yeah, hopefully we can get some good points out of it and get the year off to a good start that we can head to the top of that table.
Yeah, a couple experienced names back around the squad. What's the makeup for your team for today, Hayley?
Yeah, so we have the, I guess, the usual senior players, about 3 pacers in the lineup or 4 pacers in the lineup, and then 3 or 4 spinners as well within the team. So I think a good little bowling mix with pace and spin, and then batting right on the order.
Thanks a lot, Hayley. Have a good one out there in the middle.
Thank you.
Shamari, you join us in the conversation. Now, having a bat first, how do you feel about that one?
Actually, I'm pretty confident about my batting unit. Yeah, the condition is a little bit good for the bowlers, but end of the day, we have to execute our right plan, right time. That's the most important thing.
You guys have not been in the Caribbean for some time. How does it feel being back here? How are the ladies enjoying the sun of Grenada right now?
Actually, Caribbean is very familiar for me because I played CPL in here a couple of years. So, but the other girls, the rest of the girls doesn't play much cricket in Caribbean. But yeah, then few.
One, two, check. One, check. 1, 2. Check 2.
It's been some time since international cricket has played here at the Grenada National Stadium. 3 years since any international cricket and over a decade since we've had women's international cricket here at this stadium. However, last December, West Indies under 19 boys did play a series against England under 19 boys. And in that series, we saw some early wickets for the seamers in particular. The reason for that, if you take a closer look at this pitch, there are a few dark spots. It suggests then that there is some moisture in this surface for the bowlers to work with the brand new ball. In the middle, the spinners come into play as you see a couple cracks, but we do expect these cracks to hold together at least in this first game. Generally, it should be a keenly contested match. You expect with 58-meter boundaries, it will be evenly contested. Batters can clear the boundaries easy, but it should be a really good match. First match of this women's championship for this cycle. We look forward to it.
Welcome everyone to the first toss of this CG United Women's Series 2026 between West Indies women and Sri Lanka women. Captains alongside of me in Hayley Matthews and Shamari Athapattu, and the match referee is Mr. Donovan Hales. I believe Hayley, you go ahead and toss. Heads is the call. It's rolled a mile away from Mr. Hales, and it is tails. Hayley, you won the toss, so you can go ahead and say that first again. You won the toss, what will you do and why?
Yeah, we gonna have a bowl first today. Hoping that there's a little bit in the wicket this morning for the paces to get something out of. But yeah, great opportunity to get the year off to a good start now.
All right, so you talk team, let's talk personal. 100 women's ODIs for you today, Hayley. How special a moment is this for you today?
Yeah, definitely is an honor. Yeah, I've been 11 years on the park now, and a milestone that many people, I guess, aren't able to reach. So yeah, for sure it's an honor to wear the West Indies badge so often and for 100 games now, so hopefully I can make it memorable.
At the start of a new championship series for the women, what are the objectives coming into this one?
Yeah, I think for this series in particular, we know it's going to be a challenging one coming up against Sri Lanka, a team that we tend to compete quite closely against. But yeah, hopefully we can get some good points out of it and get the year off to a good start that we can head to the top of that table.
Yeah, a couple experienced names back around the squad. What's the makeup for your team for today, Hayley?
Yeah, so we have the, I guess, the usual senior players, about 3 pacers in the lineup or 4 pacers in the lineup, and then 3 or 4 spinners as well within the team. So I think a good little bowling mix with pace and spin, and then batting right on the order.
And thanks a lot, Hayley. Have a good one out there in the middle.
Thank you.
Shamari, you join us in the conversation. Now, having a bat first, how do you feel about that one?
Actually, I'm pretty confident about my batting unit. Yeah, the condition is a little bit good for the bowlers, but end of the day, we have to execute our right plan, right time. That's the most important thing.
You guys have not been in the Caribbean for some time. How does it feel being back here? How are the ladies enjoying the sun of Grenada right now?
Actually, Caribbean is very familiar for me because I played CPL in here a couple of years. So, but the other girls, the rest of the girls doesn't play much cricket in Caribbean. But yeah, then few seniors playing in here. So all the girls are enjoying the Caribbean conditions.
Yeah, final one for you. Objectives at the start of this new championship. What are those objectives for your team in this series?
I think every game is very crucial for both teams. So yeah, every point is very crucial. So we take one game one time, and we want to execute our right plan right time. We don't want to take too much pressure on our shoulders.
Thanks a lot, Shamari. Have a good one out there.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it. News from the toss. West Indies women, they've won this first one in this first ODI, and they'll be having a bowl first. between West Indies women and Sri Lanka women. Today is the first ODI of this series. Teams walking out into the middle now. Sri Lanka women on the left, West Indies women on the right of screen as they make their way out for the formalities proceedings before we get into the action of today. But we're in the Spice Isle. We're in Grenada. We've not been here for some time in terms of women's cricket. In fact, this is the first time that these two sides will meet right here at the National Cricket Stadium in St. George's, Grenada. The first of 3 women's ODIs in this series. We expect it to be a very evenly contested matchup between the two sides. Not much between them when you think about the experience that both sides carry. This also is the start of the new cycle of the ICC Women's Championship. It's time though to head down to the anthems.
Followed by Sri Lanka and West Indies. ambition is rising fast. A sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, you know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally, rally from the West Indies, now and forever. Rally, rally round the West Indies, now and
The anthems of Grenada, Sri Lanka, and the West Indies. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for women's cricket to take center stage once again in the Caribbean. A little earlier, this was the toss. Coin fell in the favour of West Indies women and Hayley Matthews, who today walks out for her 100th ODI. West Indies, they won the toss, opted to have a ball first, which means that Sri Lanka will be having a bat first. Take a look at those top four in the experience of Athapattu Hassini, the younger Vishmi, and then Harshita there as well. Look for them to look to set a platform here for the likes of Sri Lanka in this one. Then we look at the bowling, very strong for them as well. A mix of experience and youth for them. You have the likes of Malki there, Kavaya, and the left arm spin of Ranawera there as well. So they'll be looking a little later to restrict the West Indies batters in this one. But all around, a good-looking Sri Lanka women's side to start this one. Shakira Selman alongside of me to take us through the West Indies.
Yeah, full strength West Indies side. You heard Hayley Matthews say at the toss, she's back to full strength. She is fit. Stephanie Taylor is fit. Deandra Doughton is back, and so too is Chanel Henry, who is supposed to be fully fit. It means then that Liliana Grimman, Claxton, Sow, and Munisar are the ones to be left out. Everyone in this lineup can bowl 5 seam options and 5 spinners, and Hayley Matthews and the West Indies think tank will be hoping for a brilliant start with the ball to restrict this Sri Lankan side.
The start of a new cycle of the ICC Women's Championship. This is the road to the 2029 World Cup. Points are important in this one. Both captains at the toss made mention of that. The objective is to get off to a good start in this championship. Find themselves West Indies, importantly, looking to qualify for the upcoming 2029 World Cup. Don't forget, the last World Cup was one that they failed to qualify for, so a chance to reset and refresh for them. Sri Lanka, they went to that World Cup, didn't have the best of performances. This is a look at what this series will look like, the CG United Women's Series. It's going to be 3 women's ODIs and 3 women's T20 international in this one. The first being today, all of the games being played right here in beautiful Grenada. We then come back on Sunday and next week Wednesday, and then into the shorter format, the T20 series. That kicks off on Saturday, 28th of February. We head down to Tuesday, the 3rd of March. So action all around here in this, the first outing for the West Indies women in 2026. Once again, that coin fell in favour of Hayley Matthews, and she mentioned that in terms of the surface, there appears to be a bit of moisture, some possible assistance for the bowlers, and because of that, she's going to have a bowl first, which means that Sri Lanka women, they get their time in the sun with the bat. Shakira, how do you see a series like this shaping up?
Yeah, you expect this to be keenly contested, particularly because normally when these sides meet, these teams are so evenly matched up. You heard Hayley Matthews mention the fact that Sri Lanka is slightly ranked ahead of them, but they expect to dominate a Sri Lankan side whenever they come to the Caribbean at the very least. Sri Lanka, though, they have good memories of the last time they would have played against West Indies. They dominated in Sri Lanka. Now it's time for West Indies to get some revenge, perhaps get this lady on screen Shamari Atupatu. She's going to be key for now, though. It's Hasini Pereira opening the batting. 18 times she's opening batting for Sri Lanka, and she'll be hoping to be a key partner to her captain, Shamari Atupatu. Just 150, and she'll be hoping to improve that average.
The experience of Hasini Pereira there, and at the other end she's joined by even more experience there in the captain, Shamari Atupatu. Look at that, 121 innings, averaging 35, best of 195 not out. She'll be hoping she can kick off a series like that with this. Now, we talked about experience out there. We now come to youth here now with ball in hand. It's going to be Shanisha Hector, the right arm seamer, to get things kicked off with this one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to play. On the mark, on the money with that first ball, as they would say. It's interesting, a series like this, because you don't necessarily want to talk too early, but we know that is a case of building towards that next World Cup, and this young lady with ball in hand could be a very big part of that next World Cup, especially in the plans of the West Indies women. A bit of early shape and movement there, Shakira.
Yeah, what's interesting for me is the fact that she's pitching the ball up. She's trying to get something from the surface. We spoke about the fact that there's early moisture in this surface, and she's trying to exploit the conditions to her advantage. Normally, when you think about Shanisha Hector, you think many short balls, and perhaps she's building towards that, but it's really good to see she's given it every chance to swing. Yeah, really good. Shanisha Hector would have played that one ODI for West Indies way back in 2019, the young Antiguan. Then she was in and out of the West Indies side. Got back an opportunity a few months ago against South Africa, where she replaced Stephanie Taylor in the T20 series, came right into the team and opened the bowling. So it's really good to see her getting opportunities.
Yeah, you mentioned that lengthy break between women's ODIs for her. So you wouldn't necessarily call this her debut, but it might feel like a debut out there for the young Antiguan. It's been some time since she's been in this 50-over format in the colors of maroon. First runs to open up the count for Sri Lanka women.
Yeah, that one just a bit straighter, easily clipped to deep square. Shanisha Hector, though, she comes into this series full of confidence. She had a really good regional series for Leeward Islands, particularly in that T20 competition, but she was quite good in the ODIs as well. T20, she got MVP of the competition. Many options for Haley Matthews, and we expect that Hector will be partnered by the fit again, Chanel Henry.
And what is a good start with the ball one without loss. Shakira Selman alluded to it a little earlier, and it will be Chanel Henry to pair with ball in hand from the other end. showing signs of getting that ball to shape. On this occasion, back into the left-handed batters.
Yeah, it's what she's known for. She will shape the ball back into both these left-handers, hence a deep backward square leg. There's also a deep third, just for the one that carries across the left-hander. But generally, she'll be looking to target the stumps. Chanel Henry, back from a successful WPL. Play for Delhi Capitals. Didn't win the competition, but they made it to the final. And she had an outstanding series. And she knows Maria Tapatu very well. Captain Atapatu in the last women's CPL. Captain that successful Barbados Royals team in the absence of Haley Matthews, Janelle Henry. And she's just been promoted to vice captaincy of this West Indies team on the back of some consistent performances.
I'm happy that you mentioned that ascension, you would say, up the ranks in terms of responsibility. No vice captain of this West Indies women's side. I guess across the course of our stint, Shakira, we can maybe talk about what something like that would do for her game, whether or not it shifts her thinking as a player. Like, what could something like that do for her? The skipper now opens up her account. Always a good feeling to get off the mark in a fresh series. You always have a New Year's resolution. It's the start of 2026 after all. Happy New Year, Shakira Selman.
Happy New Year to you too, Joel, and to all our listeners.
That movement, taking it just a bit further down the leg side than she would think, but she'd also maybe expect that Shemaine Campbell may have done better. In fact, leg bike signals, so slightly harsh on that. But we talked about the surface in this one, Shakira Selman. You were out there at the pitch report. Talk us through what we're seeing here.
Yeah, there is some live grass, and there's some darker spots which suggest there is moisture in this wicket. Remember, this is the first time cricket is being played here for some time.
Work for deep square leg to do. Does it quite well. The end of 2-7 without loss. You mentioned the lengths that Hector has gone to up front, and very promising to see this from her, because you also mentioned that T20 debut for her back in June of 2025, and what we saw there was fast and short from her. A new role, a new responsibility in this women's ODI team. That one could have been interesting. Just wonder how close that was to potentially finding its way back onto the off stump. But what are you hoping to see from this young fast bowler from the West Indies, Hector?
Yeah, you're looking for adaptability. You're looking for some flexibility in her skill, in her skill set. Certainly Sri Lanka would have watched lots of footage of Hector, whether it would have been at regional competitions or at West Indies level, and they would have known that she predominantly bowls the shorter length, and perhaps they would have started this innings sitting back, waiting for that short ball. So it's good to see that in conditions that Haley Matthews and the West Indies management staff think are favorable to bowlers and will present the opportunity for the ball to swing. That one over pitch, but you get what she's trying to do. So it's good to see that she's willing to try to pitch up the ball. With that deep square leg, it means at some point you can expect a shorter delivery. But the conditions now ask her to pitch up the ball, and she's doing that. And then you want to see consistency. It'll be interesting to see just how many overs she'll be given if she bowls across phases as well.
Well, there's that shorter delivery and whipped away. Maybe a sluggish outfield, but not sluggish enough. Well, the first boundary for Sri Lanka women in this series.
Yeah, the question really is, does she want to bowl that short ball at Jamari Atapatu, or is it better suited to Hasini Pereira? Never really got up either. The reason that Atapatu was able to pull it in front of square.
Gets it length and a line right to close out 3-13 without loss. A good start with the ball. A good start to the championship, we'd say, these 3 overs so far from the West Indies women. You're seeing a disciplined approach from both seamers, but I want to take you towards beginning that conversation in terms of the vice captain role for Chanel Henry. What do you think might be going through her mind now that there's more responsibility? She's now not just a senior player, but she is a vice captain.
Yeah, Chanel has always been one that has understood the game, and the West Indies coaching staff would have identified her as one of the leaders in the team. So often in camps, she is one of the designated captains when they're into squad games. But what they want from her is more interactions with her teammates. She's quite reserved, Chanel Henry.
They're asking loudly, but not out, says umpire Rathis. They thought they had that massive wicket of Athapatu. They thought just maybe a feather on that one. Hayley Matthews was certainly convinced. You of all, Shakira Selma, would know about that feeling of believing you had one and then having to mentally reset.
Yeah, they all went up in unison, the West Indies. From the time Shameen Campbell took the ball behind the stumps, they were all convinced and charging towards the umpire. Unfortunately, though, she didn't hear anything.
Clipped away, but should probably be one. Yeah, we mentioned the heavy outfield. So not running away off of the square just yet. We expect that as we go through this series, if we continue to have this beautiful sunshine that we have, that this surface in terms of the outfield will begin to quicken up a bit. Ends it with a dot, 15 without loss. lovely and out the middle of the bat. But a ring of fielders on that offside. They'll be encouraged by this though, Athapatu willing to stride out and drive, especially if she gets that movement. Hayley Matthews at maybe a second slip wide of that first. Yeah, that's what they're looking for. This time not striding out with the drive, just opening the face, and I think that is the experience of Athapatu there.
Yeah, really good adjustment by both Athapatu and Hector. First ball over pitch, full-blown drive straight to the fielder. This one, she pulls the length back slightly. Athapatu notices. She plays with a nice soft hands down to deep third.
You mentioned maybe the better option in terms of that back of a length towards short delivery being towards Hassini. Maybe slightly rushed on that occasion. That's what they're looking for. That big booming drive towards the offside, that away movement excites Hayley Matthews, that slip excites backward point.
Yeah, loves to drive Hassini Pereira. So whenever it's pitched up, you wouldn't be too surprised if she throws her hands at it.
Straying in line. Doesn't pay the price though. They get two. Won't be too harsh on her there though, because length was fine. Just inside that wide line. 5 overs gone, 18 without loss. Looking quite threatening, especially with that length. You're thinking about that ball sneaking back through the gap of Athapatu if she decides to maybe target that mid-off region. She's looking to go to the right of Stefani Taylor. It could pose a problem for her. Now that, you would say, is slightly better in terms of where she's looking to target, so must be looking at a lot straighter with that back face, not looking to open up the gap, but at the same time Henry is hoping that she goes for that booming drive, leaving that gap.
Yeah, you think about the field set. There isn't an extra cover when Chanel Henry is bowling. It's because they want to encourage her. Encourage her to drive through the offside, but not that square. Finds the gap at Athapatu, and she finds another boundary.
Yeah, this time she got the width. The ball won't do much from that wide of the off stump. That's the experience and the class of Athapatu on show. A very controlled drive through that offside. Once again, that line too wide on that occasion, and the length just perfect for her. Gets it back to where she wants to be. Henry, where is she looking to start this ball, Shakira?
She wants to start just at about 3.5 stumps. She starts too wide. Sometimes the ball just carries on with the angle. So third stump, which is off stump, or just outside off stump. Encourage them to drive between that vacant extra cover area. Then she has a chance to bowl them down. key in that stroke though from Atapatu. It's just so late she played that ball. No intentions of trying to get through extra cover. She is a class player at Atapatu. Whenever she gets going, she's so dangerous. Especially on surfaces where the ball is bouncing a lot, which is quite different for someone from the subcontinent.
At the end of 6:23 without loss. Here's a look at the schedule for the CG United Women's Series. This is the first ODI of 3 in this series. All of the games being played right here at the Grenada National Stadium. And if you happen to be in the beautiful island of Grenada, well, entry is free. So you can make your way down to the venue and take in the action. But this is the first of 3. And then after that, we head to the shorter format. Deandra Doughton with ball in hand there. It's been some time since she has played a women's ODI for the West Indies women. Last time, in fact, I believe was that series versus Bangladesh early in 2025. They'll be happy to have her back in this setup. The experience that she brings will be required, probably with ball at some point, but then also with bat somewhere around that top order, top middle order or so for her.
Yeah, since coming out of retirement back in 2024, she's played a crucial role with the ball for West Indies. Unfortunately picked up an injury after that series against Bangladesh. She last played ODI in January of 2025, so more than a year since she's played that format, Deandra Doughton. The good thing for West Indies though is she's been in action. She another one of the West Indians who was a part of that Women's Premier League in India. Talk about West Indies being at their full strength again. Stephanie Taylor had a decent regional series. What was important is that she played every game. She was fit enough to play every game in that regional competition. It's been a long time since she's been able to play all games, Stephanie Taylor.
Kiana Joseph does well. Brings us to the end of 7:24 without loss. What a beautiful stadium this is right here, the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. Clipped away. And will be another boundary for the captain.
Yeah, always dangerous to have your fine leg in a circle with someone who's swinging the ball back in to the batters. Nicely played by Chamari Atapatu. She knew she just had to get a little back to beat Kiana Joseph to her left. Yeah, immediately we see a change of field. So deep fine leg and a short third. That's because of the amount of movement that Chanel Henry is getting and the lines that she's been bowling. If you're asking her to attack the stumps, then this is a better field, too deep on the leg side.
You're seeing her get that moment, and as mentioned, definitely better in terms of a plan from the skipper to have that protection back on the boundary. When seeing Campbell relay that ball towards the stumps, it tells me that Atapatu was batting some distance out of her crease as well, and you think that that is a tactic to negate some of the movement at the moment. We saw it there just now as she was in her stance, just a touch outside of the batting crease. And naturally what that does sometimes is forces the bowler to maybe pull the length back a bit. Where does Haseen Pereira take her stance?
Yeah, normally Shemaine Campbell will be very instrumental in letting the bowlers know just how far out of the crease the batter is, and Pereira is actually a lot further than Atapatu. And I'm sure Shemaine Campbell or Hayley Matthews has already told Chanel Henry that. It's very important that they relay that information so she knows what length she should bowl.
How much does that impact you as a bowler, Shakira Selman? I was going to say put on your bowling cap, but just a month ago you were bowling, in fact. So put that cap that you had on a month ago on. How much does a batter batting that distance out of their crease impact your bowling plans, especially if you're looking to swing the ball?
Yeah, not too much. Not too much. You have to be able to adjust, and as long as that information is communicated to you, then you know if your plan was to bowl 5 meters, that just has to come further back, perhaps to 5.5, depending on how far the batter is. So the key is for that information to be relayed. You always have to adjust depending on the strength of the batters anyhow.
Work to be done here by Dottin. They're thinking too. But once again, we go back to how heavy outfield has been to start play. Now, very soon there are going to be 2 new voices, Shakira, which means that I have very little chance to ask you this. What was it like being back out there for the women's regional, Shakira Selman? What was it like being in the sunshine?
I'll tell you what, I think I'm still tired, almost 3 weeks after. But yeah, it's quite different for me. Different because even after 15 years of playing at the highest level, in that very first game, I was so nervous. I could not really explain it. It was the most nerve-wracking thing I had ever experienced in my playing career. Throughout the whole game, I was so nervous. It was very strange, Joel. But it was good to be out with the youngsters again, and it was really about guidance for me more than anything else. Barbados, of course, amongst other teams, they're very young players playing cricket now. So it was really good to be there on the field and share my knowledge.
Shakira was in the sun, and so too the West Indies women. 8 overs bowled. It is 33 without loss.
So ladies and gentlemen, after over number 8, the score is currently 32 without loss. Currently at bat, Haseen Pereira on 10 and Kamira Atapatu on 20.
It's been a watchful but a short start from the Sri Lankan openers, respecting the conditions and respecting a decent opening bowling spell from Chanel Henry and Shanisha Hector at the other end. The West Indies bowling attack though has been consistent though without rewards. We are here in the beautiful island of Grenada, coming from a picturesque venue, and I'm alongside Mali Richards. Good morning to you, Mali.
Morning, Stacey, and good morning to everyone in the region and around the globe. It's fantastic being here in Grenada. Looks like it's going to be Deandra Dottin, though, into the attack for the first time this morning.
Yeah, change of bowling. Deandra Dottin replacing Shanisha Hector, who bowled really well and must compliment the way she started, looking to exploit any sort of movement or moisture in the surface very early, looking to bowl at fuller length. Tested with some short pitch deliveries, but a really good opening spell by these two opening bowlers. But Deandra Dottin, the experienced Deandra Dottin. Bit short, stopping a bit in the surface also. Just helping it around there, Chamari Atapatu to pick up 2. Running has been good between these two as well.
Yeah, it's been a very good partnership. 36 so far between this pair. Thought they've been watchful. They haven't looked to really go after the West Indian bowlers, but they've just taken what they've given them, looked to play the ball into the gaps, and they've run well.
Yeah, and once again, showing that they look for 2, they'll come back quite comfortably. Good hustle there by Alia Ali on the boundary, but it was always 2. Lots of space on that boundary, 58 meters all around.
Yeah, I thought it was quite encouraging from Shaunisa Hector. You heard Shakira Selman in the previous stint speak about her long process back to international cricket.
Yeah, really good assessment there by Shakira Selman, our expert fast bowler. Really good assessment. Just breaking down the way Shaunisa Hector would generally operate to what she did in this match. It spoke a lot to the bowling plans that West Indies had coming into this match. Shorter, signal wide by umpire Jacqueline Williams.
Yeah, just a little short here, Deandra Dottin, a little different from what we saw from the opening pair of Henry and Hector. Just looking to bang the ball in. Not quite sure it's the conditions for that though, at this stage.
Yeah, it's something you'll get from Deandra Dottin. She'll try to test out the batters in the middle. Anything on offer, she'll try to exploit that. And she's one of the few bowlers in the world that's able to get that bouncer up at a really good height to attack the batters. So you don't mind the option too much. Still early doors yet, as you said. So looking to get it full will definitely be on the cards. Pitched up, showing the maker's name there. Athapatu, 20 over with a dot, 39 without loss after 9 overs. Hasini Pereira alongside her captain Chamari Athapatu doing a good job so far for her team, building that foundation that is required. It's 50 overs and going deep is so important in this format. Vishmi, Gunaratne, Hashita, Samara, Wickrama are the batters to come in that top 4. But with 2 of left-handers in the middle, it wasn't too long before you see an off spinner being introduced. Captain Hayley Matthews herself, or the off spinner in this lineup for West Indies, Karishma Ramarak, but skipper in her 100th ODI.
Yeah, momentous occasion this for Hayley Matthews. Playing her 100th ODI. She's been out for an extended period in international cricket. Made her comeback in the WPL recently.
Work to do for that fielder, but she won't get there. Chanel Henry on the boundary. That's a well-struck 4 there off the bat of Pereira.
choosing a good option there, Hasini Pereira. Got the length in which he could free the arms outside that off stump. He just needed to get it up and over. No one there in that region behind square. This partnership 43.
Hasini Pereira. Some good batting form coming into the series. Yeah, combination of domestic and international T20s. That is, they've been playing that domestic T20 tournament back home in Sri Lanka. She has over 10 scores in double figures, 3 of those convert into a half century. So in some good nick, Hasini Pereira. Sticking to walk that one, soft hands past the slip. But good hustle there from Deandra Dottin, coming around quickly to her right and ensuring that it's not a single.
You just mentioned Pereira, you know, her consistent performances over the last 12 to 18 months. Hasini, the last time she would have played against the West Indies, should have been in the middle order, batting at 5 and 6. So it's through those consistent performances that she's gotten up to the top of the order. This one swung away, but good work down on the boundary there. Looks like Chanel Henry getting down and saving a couple of runs. End of 10, end of the first power play, 45 without loss.
After hook number 10, the score is 45 without loss. 45 without loss after 10 overs. Currently at bat, Pereira, 16 in 31 deliveries, and Atapatu, 25 of 29.
So the end of the first power play, a start that Sri Lanka would be proud of. Losing the toss, being asked to bat first. Dottin to continue.
The way Atapatu has gone about her innings so far, 25 of 30, it looks quite ominous for the West Indies. She seems like she's got a lot of time on her hands. Just play it a bit later to get the ball into the gap. Shows supple wrists. Just there, that one. A bit shorter. Taken by surprise. Almost took her eye off that one. Not sure if she was expecting it to bounce a bit more. Just took that one on the arm. The upper body area there for Shamari Atapatu. As you said, Stacey, and just a bit of change in length from Deandra Dottin, something that she's known to do.
From her to the veteran Atapatu.
Yeah, I think she's just honing in on a nice area now. A bit straighter, more of a body line type line of attack from Dottin. She's going to be aggressive.
So on Fuller, allowing her to drive, but with the field spread now, Stephanie Taylor's there and the sweeper cover boundary. She'll be happy to get off the mark. Well, off strike from Deandra Dottin there at the Patu. She was walking up some really good pace to her. Hasini Pereira now to face some of the fire. Yeah, a bit wayward on that occasion. Looking for that shorter length once more, but too wide. Perhaps looking to angle it back in, but just a bit too wide on the leg side. A good take though from Shemaine Campbell.
And you can see the role that Deandra Dutton is trying to play, especially in this bowling attack. Looking to be almost like an enforcer. Get that ball up and around the ears of the batters.
Almost a return catch there, Deandra Dutton. Nasina Pereira looking to drive that one down the grub. Probably camping on the back foot slightly, expecting the shorter stuff. Deandra Dutton, as wise as she is, just delivering that one a touch fuller. Nasina Pereira just almost offering her up a return catch.
It was in the air for a little bit there. Didn't quite carry to Dutton. Bigger swing. Bigger swing. So she's mixing up her lengths really well. The end of that over. 47 without loss.
Yeah, gorgeous weather here in the Spice Island of Grenada. Matthews to continue. Change of field now. Decided to put Afi Fletcher back on that square leg boundary.
This for me, Stacey, and is a key matchup going into this series. Hayley Matthews, the premier player, especially when she's fully fit for the West Indies, and Shamari Atapatu, who has been the standout player for Sri Lanka over the past 10 to 12 years. Oh, that one there, just in the air, in the vicinity of that short extra cover.
Yeah, so close to Kiana, but not close enough. These half chances not going to hand for West Indies. Change of personnel. Stephanie Taylor now is going into that cover area.
Probably going to be a more high traffic area. Extra cover there. So just making a bit of a change there. It's Matthews. Maybe just wanting the more nimble fielder in that key position. But as I was saying, especially Matthews to the two left-handers here. We saw in the previous over, just starting to get a bit of turn, taking the outside edge on a couple of occasions. Just needs to hone in on that length consistently.
Giving herself some room, but protection there on the boundary, Pereira. I'll say I think perhaps she can try to be a bit touch fuller to the batters. You see that they've gotten themselves in some trouble. The ball a touch fuller. Previously the over, Deandra Dutton, Hasina Pereira offering up, almost offering up a return catch to her, and in this over as well, Atapatu almost offering up a catch to cover. Tighter now is Stephanie Taylor in the area, the vicinity where that ball went. So perhaps she'll be a little bit fuller on this delivery. Yeah, fuller. Aiming down the ground, but good work by Shanisha Hector to cut it off.
What tends to happen in conditions such as these, you know, where there's that overnight moisture, you've got live grass, you know, you've got firmer areas than others. So when it just hits on the softer areas, it can be a bit sluggish as well. And that's the outside edge taken. That's what we were talking about. Hayley Matthews, Shamari Atapatu has to go. The partnership ended just one short of 50. It was looking like a solid partnership, setting up the Sri Lankans for some success later on. But Matthews The top all-rounder in world women's cricket does it again.
Yeah, some extra bounce on that occasion, accounting for the edge, and it sat nicely.
Number 1 is gone for Team Sri Lanka. Atapatu gone for 27.
Yeah, Chamari Atapatu
bowled by
has to go
Matthews.
back 27 of 37 balls.
The score is currently 49 for 1.
Yes, and a massive wicket of Chamari Athapatu in that over. Hayley Matthews. Very smart bowling by Hayley in that over, mixing up her lengths. Chamari Athapatu has to go back by a well-taken catch by Karishma Ramarak in the slip. Hashita Samara Wickrama, a new batter in. Joining Hasini Pereira. They'll be hoping that another partnership can be formed here between these two. Build on what has been done by the openers. But a breakthrough at long last for West Indies. Dotting to continue. Bit of width offered. Stephanie Taylor camping on the boundary. Gets around quickly to it and releases it quickly as well.
Probably just gives you an indication of just how fit Stephanie Taylor is at the moment.
Team 50 up.
You see the wicket again, just a bit of bounce, a bit of turn, taking the top of the bat. Comfortable catch for Ramharak. Hayley Matthews, you see the importance of her to this West Indian team. Being out for those 8 months or so, you know, her importance not only with the ball but with bat, it was really felt throughout this West Indian setup. It's great to have not only her but Dottin and Stephanie Taylor back at full strength, starting a new cycle here.
Yeah, what a beauty by Deandra Dottin. Just pitching and leaving the batter slightly. Ashita Samari Kwama. I look back at the delivery before. It was a bouncer to start, and I thought to myself, that's such a good option to the new batter. And then she delivers the slightly fuller one and gets it to just slightly leave the batter as well. I think she's done enough to have a slip back in play. Ashita gets off the mark now. 51 runs now. Sri Lanka, 50 runs coming up in that over, this over as well.
It was good about that. It was only one, but it was the stride in which she got out. Very positive, looking to get onto that front foot. See Dottin looking to keep the Sri Lankan batters off balance in terms of mixing up her lengths. Counted it very well so far.
She's one of the batters, Hashita Pereira, Samarik Rama, I beg your pardon, who has really grown in the Sri Lankan setup at a young age. Started at 17, made her debut at 17, and has cemented her place in this side in the top order.
They've had quite a few players that have improved, young players looking to improve in this setup. And the 13, 51 for 1.
So Hashitha Samara Wickrama, 27 years old, idolizes another left-hander, legend Kumar Sangakkara.
It's the big stride on that drive, that extra cover drive there we saw with her getting off the mark. I remember the classical extra cover drive of a Kumar Sangakkara, head position, where we transfer the weight onto the front foot. So if she can be half as good as her idol, she'll be doing very well here, Ashita.
Yeah, and I like this from Hayley Matthews and West Indies. Additional pressure on the new batter. Yeah, that extra slip in play now. The fielders are tightly in the circle, not allowing any easy singles. Recognizing that she's getting that extra bounce and turn as well. Not allowing any opportunity to get a wicket to go by. 2 slips in play. Brilliant from Hayley Matthews and West Indies.
There's a touch of green grass outside the right-hander's off stump from here, the Darbo end. It's been swept away. And I think with the left-handed opening pair, it caused the West Indies opening bowlers to not really exploit that. But with Hayley Matthews into the attack, brought the outside edge into play for the left-handers, and we saw that with that wicket of Atupatu.
That's a good sip. Meander along a lull after that wicket off Atupatu. It's important for her to continue and build on what she has done so far. Some variation there from Hayley Matthews, a touch slower, just probably tempting the bat outside the off stump. 54 for 1 at the end of 14. So Dianja Dottin to continue to Hashitha. We've already noted the significance of this ODI series, the start of the ODI's Women's Championship. It's a chance to collect points for direct qualifications into the next World Cup, the next ODI World Cup. That one keeping a touch low on that occasion. One bounce to Shemaine Campbell.
Yes, Stacey, and it really stresses the importance of every game with so much on the line. So you really think back to the West Indies and their qualifications over the past few years. Got to look to get points on board, look to qualify directly, because West Indies not being at showpiece events, the events aren't quite the same, are they? Something missing.
Skewed off the outer edge. I agree with you there, Mali. It just felt like that looking on at the tournament. I mean, you'll say yes from the perspective of being a West Indian and a West Indian fan, but it ultimately felt like that something definitely was missing in that tournament, and West Indies direct qualification is what they should be aiming for. And starting this tournament well is so important with other big games to come. You go back to what transpired last year, I think. These two met in Sri Lanka, and Sri Lanka was able to win all of their ODI matches against them.
They won that ODI series 3-0 at home.
Muted appeal, stifled appeal rather. But umpire Jacqueline Williams says that's enough for a wide. Testing short stuff again to the left-handed batter. Pereira on strike this time.
Just every now and again the radar just goes slightly, but you'd probably expect that from a player just looking to get back into the rhythm of international cricket. We all know what she brings. The world boss, Deandra Dutton. Now with ball in hand, outside edge taken. It's gone fine. It's going to beat that third man into the boundary. Very well bowled, but fortunate for the Sri Lankan batter. 4 runs.
Yes, inadvertently played, but effective because she got the boundary. But we mentioned the over before that you think that Deandra has done enough for perhaps a slip to come back into play. That time, just getting the outside edge and collecting 4 runs there, Pereira. Yeah, you see it there, Deandra Dutton, her reaction after that, perhaps saying maybe a slip in play could have had her in business.
The thing about these Sri Lankan batters, though, if the ball is full, they're going to look to drive. Something the West Indians can exploit. 15 overs gone. It's 60 for 1.
First, the score is 60 for 1. 60 for 1. Sri Lanka women currently at bat. Pereira on 23. Samawit Rama on 4. The current partnership is 11.
Looks like it's going to be the hometown girl, Afi Fletcher, being brought into the attack. Hayley Matthews picking up that huge wicket of skipper Shamari Atapatup. It's going to be the leg spinner in Afi Fletcher. Look at that. 90 matches, 111 wickets. Fantastic average. Very good economy rate as well. She'll come into the attack from the river end. Got that slip in place as well, Stacey Ann.
Proud moment for Afi Fletcher. Playing in her home country, Grenada. Starts well also to the 2 left-handed batters. She hails from Lafayette, Grenada, known as the Jap City.
Worked that by Dutton there. Point. Just a little shot from Fletcher. One thing that's going to happen here for the Sri Lankan batters, they're going to have to make all the pace. Because Fletcher tends to be quite slow with her deliveries. Just there, looking to advance.
First time of any batter using their feet. Ashita Samarit Rama, known for that and also known for her sweeps. Reverse, plays the paddles as well.
Got the 1 ODI 100 as well in Hasita. She's tasted the feeling of bringing up those 3 figures. Slightly quicker from Fletcher. A good start this Just one delivery remaining. And she closed out with a maiden here. As you were saying, Stacey, playing in her hometown. Always a very, very proud moment.
Tosses this one up slightly fuller. They're looking for 2, but well done there by Aline on the boundary. Just a single from her first. Sri Lanka 61 for 1.
A look at the bowlers used so far by the skipper, Hayley Matthews. What's interesting is those 12 overs of seam from her at the top of things to start, something that we've not seen too often from the West Indies women. She's opted to switch ends, coming now from the Darbo end. But similar feel with those 2 slips in play for the captain. And this is what we expect to see a lot throughout this series. A lot of square of the wicket shots, those sweeps from these Sri Lankan women batters.
Change of ends for Hayley Matthews. Opting for 1 slip to Pereira and 2 to Hashita. I like the option of just keeping pressure on the batters and being attacking with her field setting so far.
Gets the length that allows her to work it towards that protection on the leg side. She's made light work of the innings so far, has Hasini Pereira.
Yeah, it's a role I guess that they have designated for her, Hasini Pereira, to just look to bat long and bat through to build that foundation. She's doing her job so far.
How has that missed? What has that missed? Wow.
Yeah, I think the appeal went up because it was so close to the stump. You're wondering, how did I not get a wicket there? Perhaps Hayley Matthews. But I must say, a really good low take as well. It was so close to shaving the off stump. But a really good take, though, from Shemaine Campbell.
Opts for the sweep shot and gets one. And time now for the first drinks break of this CG United Women's ODI Series. 64 for 1.
Now that as we enter into a drink break, I urge you to pay attention to the following announcement. The anti-betting code. Under no circumstances may any person at the ground use a mobile telephone or any kind of communication device to communicate in any way or transmit any form of commentary, data, audio, video, photography, text, statistics, or material in relation to the match taking place for any unauthorized commercial purposes or for any kind of improper betting or other corrupt or unlawful purposes. Such action will not be tolerated and is likely to result in ejection from the venue, the imposition of other sanctions, such as being banned from the venue in future, and possibly further action, including criminal prosecution. Anti-discrimination policy. It shall be in breach of terms and conditions of entry of the venue for any ticket holder to engage in any conduct, whether through the use of language, gestures, or otherwise, which is likely to offend, insult, humiliate, intimidate, threaten, disparage, or vilify any person, including players, match officials, or spectators, on the basis of their race, religion, culture, color, descent, nationality, ethnic origin, sex, gender, sexual orientation.
Oh, the lovely scenes of the Spice Isle Grenada, home for this CG United Women's Series between West Indies women and Sri Lanka women. We've reached the first water break of proceedings. Sri Lanka women, after being invited to bat first, have reached 64 for 1. They'll be relatively happy with the start that they would have gotten. West Indies women, they've just picked up the 1 wicket so far in the innings, but even with that, they'll be happy with the start. This, the wicket that went to the captain Hayley Matthews, taking Captain Shamari Atapathu. A bit of bounce out of the surface, a bit of grip as well, and that produced the only wicket so far of the morning.
Yeah, Hasini Pereira there, 24 or 44 balls, being that person that the team perhaps is looking to bat around, and joining her Hashitha Pereira, Samari Kwama, who's doing a good job as her foil at the moment. But Hector and Henry started well for no rewards. Dottin and Matthews with that wicket have backed them up well also, and Afi Fletcher just 1 run coming off her over. So a good bowling card so far from West Indies.
Yeah, you probably expect a heavy diet of spin as we head into this middle phase. You're going to see Afi Fletcher, the Grenadian-born West Indian player. You're going to see Hayley Matthews. You're going to see Karishma Ramarak at some stage as well. So it'll be very interesting to see how these Sri Lankan batters look to navigate this period. Uses the feet nicely to this one. I heard Mally Richards allude to it earlier, that pace of Afi Fletcher much slower through the air than the likes of maybe a Hayley Matthews or even a Karishma Ramarak that we'll see a little later, and because of that we've seen the batters opt to use their feet, get down the ground to her. What is also meant is that mid-on has gone to long on. So that presents, from a Sri Lankan batting perspective, a comfortable single down the ground. Very low risk shot as well. And there we have it.
Yeah, spot on there, Joel. And that's what I've been talking about, the importance of this phase of the game. It's not just about boundary hitting, it's also about picking off singles where you can keep the game moving, but finding a way to keep wickets in hand as well.
Gets it to the right. Won't get to the boundary though. Quite an expansive boundary on that offside for the left-handed batters. Good running though means that they get 2.
Slightly fuller, a bit of width offered up as well. So it was good enough for Hashitha to get it past Kiana, diving Kiana Joseph in the circle.
You might say gets away slightly with that one. Had a chance to hit it anywhere in that offside and finds Aliyah Aline out on the boundary. 18 gone, 69 for 1. Opts to use her feet to Hayley Matthews as well. And this is something that the Sri Lankan batters will do in this phase as well. Get that rotation of strike going. Collect the odd boundary here and there.
The last 3 deliveries to the Sri Lankan batters have not been put away. You'll say West Indies have gotten away with it. You've seen a very short delivery and 2 full, very over-pitched deliveries that were not put away.
Yeah, you love to see that traditional scoreboard there. That's no question, but that grip and turn that Matthews is getting means that it will probably carry away from that off stump. But there's something about seeing what we call the manual scoreboard out there. Brings back memories of the old days of cricket. Uses the angles. And this is what you get from a lot of players in the subcontinent. Accustomed to spin, and because of that, get into some very nice positions to manipulate the field.
Yeah, plays square of the wicket very well on that occasion, just bringing out the paddle. Hasini finding a way to keep the scoreboard ticking. A very good option from her.
$19 bowled, 72 for 1. West Indies men are into the Super 8s, and West Indies women, we call this the Super 3. Super 3 ODI is going on here in Grenada. Nice use of the feet again, this time getting to the ball.
Gentlemen, continuing
on the foot.
With her turn over, Affy Fletcher.
The announcement of Affy Fletcher means that a few that have gathered here at the Grenada National Stadium scream out in delight. Just away from a diving dotting and into the boundary.
There's some innovation from Hasini Pereira, who mentioned that she's in good form. Getting into some good flow now. Showing her variation in batting. That time the reverse sweep. Just evading Deandra Dutton. Yeah, you see it there. Gets in very good position. Good mechanics on that reverse sweep shot. DeAndre Dutton do almost in business with an outstretched left hand.
Yeah, that's confidence on display there from Hasina Pereira. She's spent some time at the crease. Dottin just giving that thumbs up. Yep, I'm okay. Dust myself off and go again. Been there for some 53 deliveries now, and we saw the conventional sweep earlier in the innings, but having the reading of the surface goes to that reverse sweep. Should have done better there. The captain Matthews, the guilty party on that occasion.
You see the difference with the two batters so far to spin. Yes, both of them loves to sweep, but you see Hashita more prepared to come down the track to the spinners, while Hasini is more rooted or planted in her crease. There you see again, right away, looking to come down to the spinner.
And what I hope is that even though they're fielding at the moment, that West Indies women are taking a hint or two from this approach to the spinners, because spin has been something that has posed problems for the West Indies women in terms of being able to rotate strike. Maybe could have been one, decided against it. 20 bowled, it is 79 for 1. Five bowlers used so far, and based on what we see out in the middle, which is what you're going to see very soon, there's going to be a 6 bowler into the contest. I talked about a heavy threat of spin coming up. We see 5 for Matthews, 3 for Fletcher, and now it's going to be the first that is going to come from the hand of Karishma Ramarak. Quite experienced in this women's ODI format, into now her 44th match. And what we can expect is her to be a bit flatter in trajectory than Hayley Matthews, so might not get the same grip and bite, but will focus more so on that restriction. Oh, happy to see you guys here at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. A mix of what appears to be visitors and locals coming in, and as we go throughout the day, we probably expect a bit more, maybe around lunchtime, a couple people easing away from the office to take in the action.
Good to see the schoolgirls around as well, taking in some action. Local hero, Afi Fletcher, here in action as well. Yes, it's good to see that the schools have decided to have maybe some class also, taking a break to come and take in some cricket action. Possibly some young future West Indies cricketers there as well.
Well, indeed, one can learn both inside the classroom and outside this. Oh, this is knowledge on display at the moment.
Yeah, so West Indies women, lots of options used already, but still so many more. You have Janelia Glasgow, seam bowling option. You also have Stephanie Taylor, who can bowl some slower options for you. Kiana Joseph as well, left arm spin. You also have Alia Aline, seam bowling option. So many options for bowling, and you heard Captain mention batting all throughout as well. So a well-rounded outfit here for West Indies.
21 bowled, 81 for 1. Many have shown up to see Afi Fletcher. Yep, they are here to see her shine. She's been a faithful and decorated servant of the West Indies women's team for a decade plus.
It's been smart bowling so far from Afi in this over to Hashita, who has been prepared to come down the track to her. So she has decided to pull her length back slightly to her, keep her rooted in the crease, perhaps building frustration as well.
You say building frustration, and just maybe because she's been able to get off strike relatively easy on previous occasions has Harshita. This time though, a string of 3 dots. What does that produce? Final ball of this over. The over will end with a single, 22 bowled. It is 83 for 1. Decent building blocks here for Sri Lanka women. You look at that start that they got, first wicket fell at 49, and since then it's been a rebuilding effort from them, taking them into this second phase. You can say that they'll be happy with what they've seen so far. That Sri Lankan dressing room there, looking comfortable and looking at ease. What it means is something that Stacey Ann mentioned a little earlier in terms of that ability to pile on the pressure in the back end of the innings with wickets in hand.
Yeah, and that's so important in 50 over format, because if you don't have wickets in hand at the back end, you find yourself struggling to put a competitive score on the board. Usually you find teams, they play this period of the game well. You look at teams like Australia, India, what they do in this period of the game, where they keep wickets in hand and then play that in that aggressive role at the back end. You look at the projected score here at 4 runs per over. At the current rate, they'll get to 188, 5 runs per over, 222, and they really love to get to that 278 projected at 7 runs per over. Use of the feet there, Hasini Pereira taking a page out of Hashita's book. Coming down the track to Ramarak.
Now you look at this surface, even though there was mention of early moisture in it, there was a cautious approach at the start. It's not been a surface that has looked as if not a surface that looks as if it's going to pose too much of a threat to batters once they've gotten in, which means that you look at those projected scores and you say definitely you're looking maybe 230 plus here for Sri Lanka women. Anything less and they will be slightly disappointed.
Yeah, must commend the field setting again. Notice that the fielders at mid-on and mid-off, they're in the circle. That's because these batters play square of the wicket so well. That's where the power is generated. So the two fielders in the circle, mid-on and mid-off. Yeah, I like that from Hayley Matthews. Have the fielders on the boundary. At cover and extra cover to end the 23rd, 85 for 1.
See the projected score here at the St. George's National Stadium here in Grenada. 85 for 1. It's been a fantastic, from a Sri Lankan perspective that is, it's been a fantastic foundation being set here, especially by this pair. We saw it between Hasini and Shamari Atapatu to begin with. But this partnership has just continued in the same vein, just looking to knock the ball into gaps. It's over to the West Indies. How do the West Indies respond, Shakira?
The initial slight misjudgment on the boundary from Chanel Henry, just forgetting the ball was always going to spin to her left. Yeah, she does well in the end though. Yeah, but Mali, it's a pretty even, easy pace surface. West Indies should be quite pleased that they've been able to stem the flow of runs. Current run rate still under 4. It means they're still in control of this game. If they can remain disciplined and continue with the pressure on these Sri Lankan batters, maybe they can force them to play big shots.
Once again, just bringing the little lap into play was Hasita. It's going to get close to the boundary. Good work there by Stefani Taylor. Good athletic stuff. That would be close. And by Jacqueline Williams. That was close indeed. Good work all round. Good cricket all round there, as they would say, Shakira. Saving a couple runs was Taylor. What was encouraging to see is just how quickly she got up. We know she suffered with her shoulder injuries, her knee injuries, but she's looking really fit.
Yeah, good partnership fielding as well. Really good by Deandra Doughton, who ran all the way down from point to assist Stefani Taylor on the boundary. And then she got a very strong throw in just over the stumps. And importantly, no dive from Hasini Pereira. Yeah, good from Taylor here. Initially got really close to the boundary. So just doing a boundary check to make sure it didn't in fact touch the CG United boundary cushion.
Didn't quite get as much behind that ball as she would have liked, Stefani Taylor, but she got just enough. And in the end, good partnership there. Doughton realizing the opportunity to help her teammate to save those 2 runs in the end. Looks like she did that quite clean. She get another angle. Once again, tumbling away was Stefani Taylor. In the past, you'd probably be holding your head hoping that she'd come up and still be all right, but she bounced right up, did Taylor. That bodes well for the future. As we said, a new cycle this for the West Indies team, not qualifying directly for the last ODI World Cup, as we see that run out close indeed. Good stuff there by Afi Fletcher, staying engaged, good positioning, choosing to take the ball in front of the stumps as opposed to behind. Close indeed, but I think the batter would have just made it home.
Yeah, good technique by Hasini Pereira as well. You can see how early she starts to slide that back, and that could be the difference. Really close, really close. Perhaps she could have gone with a dive. Really close. You're just looking to see when that bill is initially dislodged, whether or not that bat has crossed the crease.
Yes, you have to remember the bail has to be completely dislodged out of the grooves of the stumps. It looks, based on the pictures we're seeing here, just the one frame after this one. Have a look. Just there. And as you see, the bails are dislodged. The batter's bat is just over the line, so he should be not out really at the end of the day. Having a close look at this one, it was very close indeed. There was a lot happening on the field. Fielders were tumbling around. Just waiting for the decision here. In the end, not out is the decision. 89 for 1. What's been good to see is the proactivity of the Sri Lankan batters. You know, not just one method of looking to tackle these West Indian spinners. They've looked to use their feet. Anything a bit short, they've gotten back as well. And just there, they've employed the sweep. So just looking to knock these West Indian spinners off their length. And so far, they've done a pretty creditable job.
Yeah, and from West Indies' perspective, you're probably wondering, how can I save that single just behind square? How can we ask them to score in different areas? You're exactly right, Mali. The mere fact that they've been willing to use their feet and stroke the ball down the ground has caused Hayley Matthews a few headaches. So can they commit to a fuller length and keep the fielders in front of the bat, ask them to hit in the V more often? Or if the length is going to be slightly short, how can you get someone just behind square and stop that single?
Just there, bit of bounce from Afi Fletcher to end. 90 for 1. Game's finely balanced at this stage. I think both teams would be relatively happy with proceedings at the moment. The West Indies managing to keep run scoring below 4, 3.745 the current run rate. But just there, the Sri Lankans once again just playing the balls into the gaps, running well. Almost halfway through this innings now. This partnership continuing to build.
Partnership up to 42 now. And when our opening partnership between Captain Atapatu and Pereira got to 49 before Atapatu was dismissed. no shot for LBW, but probably outside off. Yes, Jacqueline Williams just signaling that to Karishma Ramarat. And she struck outside off, playing a shot. She should not be adjudged LBW.
Seemed like she was in two minds there. She was shaping to sweep, in the end aborted. One just snuck down the leg side. So extras now going to 7 for the West Indies.
I'm just also thinking about other ways West Indies could perhaps try to break this partnership. Yeah, the spinners have controlled the scoring of runs. Firstly, I'm surprised to see that Haley Matthews is continuing with a slip to Hasini Pereira, who's already faced 63 deliveries. Perhaps we can get that slip out and put out short mid wicket and save some runs, put some pressure on Pereira. But also, you can't discount the option of going back to a seamer. During that under 19 West Indies boys series against England, Jonathan Van Lang took 4 wickets in the middle of the innings.
This one once again advancing, not quite out the middle of the bat, but good enough for another 4. So as you were saying there, Shakira, maybe just pull the slip out, bring her into the outfield, end of that Ramharak over. It's 97 for 1. Through the fielder there in Kiana Joseph, an extra cover once again. So just a bit of sloppiness just creeping in at times for the West Indies in the field. We've seen a couple missed fields, but where they've been good, they haven't allowed too many boundary balls here today. So look at that run rate, still below 4. Again, Sri Lankans just employing the sweep, getting another single. And you were just speaking about in the previous over that the slip, especially when Ramarak is bowling. 50 partnership up now between Sama Wickrama and Hasini Pereira off 82 deliveries. You see they're both contributing almost equally. Just one away from 100 as well. Halfway through the 26th, or 25th over, sorry. Just there, just waited. And that delivery is a bit slow, but they picked the length well as well, the Sri Lankan batters. I think the West Indies just have to get their tactics right in this stage. South Africa looking to apply, Sri Lanka looking to apply pressure back on.
154 deliveries.
Yeah, just persisting with 2 fielders at backward point for Hasini Pereira whenever Afi Fletcher is bowling. And I suppose that's because of that reverse sweep she played successfully earlier in the innings. But primarily, she's been able to sweep the ball from just outside off stump and score freely through the leg side. So perhaps Karishma Ramarat is better served on the leg side. End of 26, 100 for 1.
Will be Ramarak to continue. With that single, brings up what, the 51st single of the innings so far for the Sri Lankans. Something they've done really well. They've just knocked the balls into the gaps. And they've run well, shown good fitness. It's quite hot conditions out there. Ramharak in a customary cap. And there's the reverse. There's the reverse you were talking about. A lower risk option, but at the end of the day, they've executed it very well. The Sri Lankans bringing up yet another boundary, the 8th of the innings so far.
Yeah, she split it quite well to the off spinners. Remember that first reverse sweep was to the off spin of Hayley Matthews, if I'm not mistaken. So she split it really well to the off spinners. Pereira, just 3 shy of another half century. We spoke about the form she's coming to this series with.
Saying Ramarak bowling in her customary cap. Have you ever seen her bowl without her cap, Shakira? Once again, very good running, good batting, well paced. Shot that.
I can't remember ever seeing her bowl without that cap on. You know, us athletes are very superstitious. If she started her career with that cap on and she's taken wicket, she's never taking that off.
Once again, just another single. Just fantastic cricket all round there. Eight runs from the over so far, the 1 delivery remaining. Is there an edge? Based on the reaction, there looks like there was an edge through to wicketkeeper Campbell, not taken. Chance goes begging. It's 108 for 1. That's something that's available to not skipper Hayley Matthews is the multitude of bowling options in this West Indies lineup. Haven't seen Aliyah Leen. She's coming into the attack now, 45 wickets in her 49 games. I think she's really improved in the last 18 months or so. She's grown in responsibility, especially with the absence of Hayley Matthews, Stefani Taylor, Deandra Dutton. Her game has just improved. That was in the air. It was in the air, close to the skipper there. That mid-wicket position is 50 for Hassini, her second at the ODI level. And she's played really nicely, played all around the ground, employed the sweep to great effect. She's looking ominous.
Yeah, really good, responsible innings from Hassini Pereira. Lost her captain, but she never stopped going. Just an average of 19 before the start of this series, and surely she will be disappointed with her returns after 60-odd ODIs. She's very pleased to start 2026, and in particular this championship cycle, with a half century.
I think that's something you see a lot in the women's game, because a lot of players come into the game very young and they almost learn the game at the international level. So it really does affect the records and the career stats, at least early in their careers.
Yeah, certainly. She would have had some experience playing here in the Caribbean from way back in 2018. She played in that World Cup that was held across the Caribbean. Hassini Pereira. But yeah, just 5-4s. It tells you that she's rotated the strike quite well for the Wanderers. Of course, she would have faced a period when the ball was swinging around. So good responsibility, and they'll be hoping for her to anchor the innings.
She's taking the lusty option there. Just dispatched almost disdainfully by Hassini. So since getting to 50, she's just upped that rate slightly. Just looking to be a bit more aggressive. And this pitch looking quite easy paced. What we saw here the last time international cricket was played here was that test match between the West Indies and Australia, 2025. 32 of 40 wickets went to seam. But here, just 1 wicket so far. Spinner Hayley Matthews picking up Atapatu. But I still think, especially with the new ball and the conditions, there's something in this pitch. Well, there was something in this pitch, but it had to be exploited with the new ball, Shakira.
Yeah, certainly. And Shamari Atapatu admitted to that at the start of the innings. She sounded as though she wanted to bowl as well, but she was okay with batting first. She knew the batters would have to take responsibility because conditions favored the new ball. Unfortunately for West Indies, they were not quite able to take a wicket with that new ball. Yeah, lots of changing and deciding. Hayley Matthews initially went to deep mid wicket, brought in the third. Now she's changed and come back in the circle. Stephanie Taylor gone up further in front. Interesting period though. And I just wonder if Hassini Pereira has decided with the extra pace on the ball, she's going to take on Aliyah Alim. Aliyah Alim, deceptively quick. It's going to be an interesting phase, and I think what will be key is just how she varies her pace, Alim. I mentioned Jonathan Van Lang, and he is someone who often goes to his off-cutters into the surface. It's not all pace on, pace on. How can you deceive the batter and induce a false stroke?
A multitude of ways to do so, Shakira. Could be with length, could be with change of pace. But from Hassini, she's been impressive. She played almost a more supportive role in that partnership with Atapatu, the opening partnership. Bided her time after the wicket, but since then she's just really looking to stamp home her authority. And from a Sri Lankan perspective, she's absolutely key in terms of them posting a challenging total. Look at that rate, it's just dipped above 4 now. Flicked in the gap. Will it get past the fielder? Oh, it does. Chose to go with the boot. Poor feeling that from the vice captain, and she's having a word with her skipper. Interesting developments here for the West Indies. The end of 28, 120 for 1. Have a look at the Manhattans here. Just the 1 wicket for the West Indies so far. It's been steady. A steady progression by the Sri Lankan batters. Still a long way to go yet in this innings. 120 for 1. Matthews bringing herself into the attack now, maybe just sensing the moment, Shakira. But look at that projected score, 214. If they were to continue scoring at 4 runs per over here, they'll be more happy with 250, I think, in these conditions. Here again, another single. The key for the Sri Lankans, though, to me, from my vantage point here, is keeping wickets in hand. Especially for the back end of the innings. They look to capitalize. But Matthews has brought herself back, and she's brought herself back to get a wicket. How will she get a wicket? Where is she looking to get a wicket from? In what manner, Shakira?
Definitely not there, slightly over pitch, but excellent use of the feet by Harshita, and that is her first boundary in 57 deliveries, Harshita. Really well played. Pressure reverted on the West Indian captain.
Yeah, the Patu played an extra cover drive earlier this morning as well. That was sweet. Went straight to the fielder, but this one found the gap. They're looking to be aggressive to Matthews. She's changed her line of attack now. She's gone over the wicket. And there's a bit of turn. There's a bit of turn. Sometimes I wonder about these modern off spinners choosing to automatically start from around the wicket to the left-handers. When you think of the angle from around the wicket, taking it away, bringing the outside edge into play, then you have the natural variation where one may just not turn. As you see there, just a bit more watchful now.
And you think this angle perhaps brings the slip in play more as well. Batters now have to be a bit more cautious about how early they close the face of the bat. See that leg side here is very vacant, so it's a bit more risk playing not just against the spin but also the angle.
But they've countered it well through batting like that and just looking to use the feet, advance, smother the spin. She recognizes the threat of Hayley Matthews here, the Sri Lankans. She's into her 6th over now. End of that one, 126 for 1. Welcome back to the CG United Women's Series between the West Indies women and Sri Lanka. It's a fantastic partnership on the cards. Aline to continue once again, so just a little wayward. Runs coming a bit more freely now for the Sri Lankans. Just down the leg side, a little tickle on that one.
Yeah, she's just gotten too straight on a number of occasions. Aliyah Aline, the 7 deliveries she sent down, 7 legal deliveries that is. This one easily clipped past the diving wicketkeeper in Shameen Campbell for another boundary. She perhaps wants to just shift her line of attack to a little further outside off stump. Both boundaries we've seen off Aliyah Aline have come through the leg side. First one through mid-wicket. Actually, there were 3 boundaries. Last ball of the previous over was between short mid-wicket and mid-on. Change of angle. She goes around the wicket instead. And I'm almost thinking immediately, this means she's going to target the stumps even more. It will be interesting to see whether or not she can just find 4 stumps from around the wicket though.
Yeah, you think with the natural angle of her coming around the wicket, she'll be aiming more for the stumps and the pads. But runs just starting to come a bit more freely, a few more boundaries as well for the Sri Lankans in the last few overs. Comeback. Yorker length delivery, that. Good pace, dug out by Hasita. Yeah, it's lovely to see the cricket-loving public here in Grenada out watching this CG United Women's Series. Hopefully later on we can get a few more in, but they're taking the action in. Knowledgeable public here, not just in the West Indies, but around. You think of the Windwards, passionate, very passionate about their teams. Afi Fletcher at home. So we think as this series progresses and the word gets out even more, we expect to have a few more people in the ground. But it's been decent here today so far. A few tourists in as well, checking out the action. Good comeback. After this, the first delivery going for 4, she's had 4 dots, Shakira. It's been a good comeback from Aliyah Aline, especially with that run rate. It's looking to be near 5 or so. It was just 3.5 a few overs ago. So good comeback this.
And just seems to be getting through her action a bit more now that she's gone around the wicket, Aliyah Aline.
Honed in on a good length. The end of 30, 130 for 1.
So ladies and gentlemen, after 30 over, the score is 30 for 1. 30 for 1 after 30 overs. 157. Correction, 130 for 1. So Ferreira currently on 57, and
Seven bowlers used by Captain Hayley Matthews. She's hunting and searching for a wicket. And for a second, they hoped that could have been it. No, it's a chase for Dottin. Brilliant work. This is what you get when you have her in your side.
Yeah, being commended by Shameen Campbell. They appreciate the effort you always get from Deandra Dottin. So athletic. Such a natural, gifted player, Deandra Dottin. You always get 100% commitment. Yeah, really good work. Saves her side 2 runs, Dottin.
Slipper's gone a touch wider now for Pereira. It's really been an exhibition in batting class at the moment between Pereira and Harshita, especially when we think about the fact that for a period of time things slowed down for them. Get through for a quick single, and skipper Hayley Matthews is a little peeved by the effort from Hector, but to finish my point here, Shakira, what we didn't see was any rash shots. Usually when pressure is applied, when runs aren't scoring, we begin to see those risks being taken, those rash shots, then we see wickets falling. They handled that period of pressure well, rotated, picked up those ones, and then as heads began to drop because of not picking up wickets, the sun actually feels a lot hotter when you're not getting wickets either. then you saw boundaries start to come back for the Sri Lankan women batters. It's really been a good display of batting.
Yeah, you hear coaches asking the batters to stay calm and stay in the game. You know you're going to get loose deliveries. You know you're going to get scoring opportunities. Just stay calm, and the only way you're going to score runs is if you're out there in the middle. You don't want them to surrender their wickets. And they haven't done that. They've done so well, this partnership. 85 between these two batters.
Work for Aline to do, and she does it well. Don't think she wants to do too much work after running in, though. That's the thing. 31 bowled, 135 for 1. It's been an absolutely perfect day so far for cricket here at the Grenada National Stadium. Oh, the skies are blue. And a few students taking in a few lessons on the field. You wonder if maybe a fast bowler is amongst them, or maybe a spinner. They seem to be on social media at the moment, though. No eyes on the cricket, please. Come on, let's focus. Beginning to look as if she's going to open up now is Hasini Pereira.
Yeah, notably, she was the one that took on Aliyah Aline in her first over, but then she didn't get to face any deliveries in that second over. She clearly has decided she's going to target Aline. She's so bottom hand dominant that she's trying to pepper that deep mid wicket boundary. So Hayley Matthews just has to stay alert at short mid wicket. See her creep back onto the edge of the circle.
The thing about it is that she will enjoy pace back on the ball as well. It's been an even surface. Bounce has been good. No movement at all now. Can hit through the line of deliveries. Can hit across as well. As you mentioned, that boundary she got in that first over. Took it from just outside off stump. Whipped it over mid wicket. Matthews takes it. That's the breakthrough they were looking for. In the very area they were looking for it as well.
Yeah, really good awareness, really good awareness. Before that delivery, he saw Matthews just creep back to the edge of the circle. She knew Hasini Pereira was intent on taking on Aliyah Aline. I just wonder if perhaps that was a slight change of pace as well. Seemed to be through the shot a little bit early. Simon, but early in the shot and drive straight to Hayley Matthews. A good tumbling catch at short mid wicket. Stays in the game. Hayley Matthews in her 100th ODI. Hasini Pereira has to walk back for a very well played 61. 135 for 2.
Well, a big partnership broken by the West Indies women. Yeah, things were looking interesting there. It brings Nilakshika Silva to the crease. So they replaced experience with experience. We wondered if maybe would have brought the younger Gunaratne to the crease, but no, they've decided to go with experience, and she's here because of this. Dragged from wide of off stump, and that's why she was unable to get the elevation that she previously got when she hit the boundary in Aline's first over. Good low catch by the skipper Hayley Matthews, and a chance now to maybe apply a bit more pressure to the Sri Lankan batters.
Yeah, also the first right-hander in this lineup. Yeah, Batter, that's quite busy. Nilakshika Silva, very experienced. And in recent times, she's done very well with the bat for this Sri Lankan side. She will look to up the tempo. So really interesting decision to send her early. Perhaps they give her time at the crease before they ask her to launch. Really good for Ali though, really good. Under pressure from that first over, but she's come back well. Tight, tight. And you can see Aaliyah in bewilderment. Way to judge, way on player Rafi. Yeah, but Aaliyah Ali continues to create opportunities. It's something she did really well in that South Africa series. It's something she's done well across her career. And I personally feel as though she hasn't been given enough opportunities with the ball in this West Indies side. But good for Matthews to persist with her after going for runs in that first over.
I can agree with you in terms of wanting to see more of Aline and maybe better use of Aline as well. I think back to those women's qualifiers in Pakistan last year, and I think back to the match that they played versus Pakistan. That was probably one of the best times I've ever seen her bowl Aaliyah Aline, and she was used very early in that innings when the ball was still moving. Picked up wickets, kept things tight, and was still able to come back and bowl at the back end of the innings as well. 32 overs, bowl a successful one for the West Indies, 140 for 2. We look at this batting scorecard. You see Vishmi Gunaratne just being pushed further and further down in the batting lineup. You just wonder if they're looking at the momentum that Hasini Paribra and Harshita had going at the moment and telling themselves that Nilakshika would have been the better option to maybe keep that momentum going. She starts a little quicker in her innings than Vishmi Gunaratne. Now a change in bowling from the other end. It's going to be Afi Fletcher back into the attack now. It's rare that we say she's not picked up a wicket as yet.
Yeah, one thing viewers will want to remember though is she had the challenge of bowling at left-handers throughout the innings. So really good by Hayley Matthews, getting her immediately back into the attack as soon as the right-hander has walked to the crease. Think about matchups and you think this is a matchup in favor of the leg spinner. Yeah, we are going to see a slick being employed as well. It's not just because she's a right-hander, but also because she's a new batter. So good for Matthews. Extra cover has got her tight. They want to put pressure on Nilakshika Silva.
And this is what I was talking about in terms of how quickly she gets into her innings. So you're looking at the fact that Runs were coming easily. Momentum was there for them. Sri Lanka are clearly targeting that 250, 260 kind of a total and know that they need somebody to keep that momentum going.
Yeah, if we think about the last 2 years for Nilashika, 36 years old, so very experienced, but she was able to average 66 in 2024 and then 35 in 2025. That's across 23 games. But that strike rate, in 2025 she was striking at 80. That's exactly what you want from your batters in ODI cricket.
And what it speaks to is intent. You know, we talk about the fact that this is a new cycle of the Women's Championship. These points are important. Yes, you want to get your young players into the game, get them exposed. But there's that conversation and the balance of points are on offer as well. And clearly from the strategy of the Sri Lankan batting unit at the moment, they're looking at points. They're looking, okay, what is the biggest total that we can put on the board to put that pressure at the start of a series?
Yeah, dot to finish, end of 33, 143 for 2.
I've heard Shakira Selman say she plans to take a hike into those hills that we can see on the screen at the moment. On that previous over, we had a conversation that began to start in terms of the balance, Shakira Selman, in terms of that hunt for points and the balance of we have youngsters that we want to get into the game as well. How challenging, you know, could a situation like that be, not only for the Sri Lankans but for the West Indies women as well?
Yeah, quite challenging, especially when you're playing for points. Remember, every game in this CJ United Women's ODI series counts for points towards this championship cycle. Excellent by Kiana Joseph, diving to her stronger side, the left, but really good. She's been under pressure there in the circle and she saved important runs. Yeah, good to see Kiana Joseph. She's always smiling, but good to see her diving around, making a contribution in the field. Yeah, Joel, just back to that conversation. The good thing for a Sri Lankan side is that they have youngsters who've been performing. Whilst on the other hand, West Indies perhaps lean a bit more on their older stalwarts. Stephanie Taylor, Deandra Dottin, Hayley Matthews, who's nearing 30, and Chanel Henry, who is 30 already. So West Indies have the challenge of how do we mix the younger group into our side and give them opportunities to perform. For instance, you have a Liliana Grimman who was given opportunities at the back end when West Indies already knew they were headed to qualifiers. But now it's a new cycle. She's found herself on the bench. How do they give her an opportunity? It will be a challenge because you still want to develop for the future. Third delivery, well played. But for now, their eyes are on points, accumulating as many points as possible because they don't want to find themselves at qualifiers again, West Indies. We all know what can happen when you go to qualifiers. It is so unpredictable. And Hayley Matthews said herself, when you're playing sides that are closer in the rankings to you, remember the matchup with these teams, 35 games, West Indies have won 18. You want to cash in and win every game.
Spoken as if you were probably out there on the field still, Shakira Salmon. I heard the passion in your voice. You want to win every game. You stressed it. I love it, Shakira. Love it. But it's true. When you think about the pressure of having to potentially face another qualifier, you don't want that. It was heartbreak when we saw that last game versus Thailand and the scenario that was placed there. Just over the head and the hand of Alina. And what that does, it takes us to the drinks break, the second drinks break of the day. 145 for 2. Yeah, just closing that back face a touch too early on that occasion. Leading edge, but fortunate for her and for Sri Lanka women. Doesn't go to hand. Well, they get a break. The players on the field get a break, and we get a break as well. It's time for that drinks break. 145 for 2.
Is the official home of the Cricket West Indies. So keep up to date with live scores, ticketing information, statistics, player profiles, blogs, and the latest information. So don't forget to check out www.windiescricket.com. And of course, you can check out our social media platforms and interact with Windies fans on social media, on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. And ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to check out the merchandise stand where you can get all of your Windies cricket merchandise. You can get your caps, your hats, your warm-up t-shirts, your playing t-shirts, and more, all right? So right in front of the Grenada Cricket Association office, there's a table set out in front where you can get any of the Windies merchandise that you desire. And the price is as low as $55. And just for today, there are some specials, so don't be scared to come out and support. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd also like to thank our sponsors, our official sponsors of the West Indies team, whose support has made this series possible. I want to say thank you very much to CG United, Betcage, The Sunny, and Coca-Cola. We also want to say thank you very much to our broadcast partners.
145 for 2, just 2 wickets that West Indies women have been able to pick up this morning.
Earlier today we had the toss.
It's been a lovely surface, would say. First wicket of the day fell to the captain, Hayley Matthews, and the second, just about a couple overs ago, the breakthrough coming via the hand of Alina, Captain Hayley Matthews back into the thick of things again. So this is the position that Sri Lanka women find themselves in after being asked to bat first. They've made good strides into this innings. You see starts for all. Nilakshika new to the crease, and she has come to show intent. They'll be hoping that she can get off and kick on. Here's what we're talking about in terms of what has happened for them so far. 2 major partnerships for them, a partnership of 49 between Hasini and Athapattu to get things going. And then Hasini continued with Harshita with another partnership there of 86. It's been decent work but hard toiling so far for the West Indies women with ball in hand. Wickets from Matthews and Aline, and the others have, yes, kept the ball in good areas but haven't necessarily produced what the captain has asked of them just yet. Oh, a bit of a stretch for Stephanie Taylor. Does she get the ball today? We don't know. We saw her bowling in the women's regional, something that we've not seen too often in recent times. Maybe she might have the magic hand. Who knows?
I can assure you, the only way Stephanie Taylor is going to bowl is if West Indies feel as though they're in trouble.
Well, here is a good lady for trouble or good times. That's Afi Fletcher to bowl her leg breaks once again. We talked about that right-handed batter matchup that she has in her favour at the moment. Yeah, drags it down in length. And what it means now is that left-handed Harshita gets on strike. What I've also noticed, a very good approach from these Sri Lankan batters to spin. Within the first 3 deliveries, that's when they have been targeting boundaries. And as long as they've gotten that boundary, they end up with another 3 singles in the over. You get 6, you get 7 in the over.
Yeah, John, it's a pretty simple method that many batters try to use. You get an early boundary, then you put pressure on the bowler. You perhaps force fielders in the circle to sit back on the edge, and then it becomes a lot easier to score, easier to rotate the strike.
That is clever. Opens the face nicely. Ball running towards that boundary. Not enough pace to get it over the ropes though. So on some occasions we've seen power, this time we've seen touch. But all around they'll be happy with what they've produced so far. Still have to back it up in the final 15 overs of this innings. Because what they wouldn't want to do is to find themselves in a position where maybe 2-3 wickets go down here, and that total of 240 plus all of a sudden becomes 210, 212.
Yeah, that's why it's very important that even though they've promoted Shika, she doesn't go too early. She still recognizes that she has time to rotate the strike and perhaps to manage the risk she takes out there in the middle. And so often you see teams chasing a big total and then fall apart, collapse, and let the opposition in.
Just 3 runs in the over, 35 bowled, 148 for 2. Well, Aline will continue with ball in hand. A very important phase for her. And she probably will carry on into the death or maybe get that quick break and then bowl the latter overs of the innings. And it's this moment here that if West Indies women can capitalize on it, you can potentially maybe see 2 wickets fall here in quick succession because you're seeing the intent. And now Captain Hayley Matthews seems alert to it as well, getting those fielders in the right positions. So she now goes to that high traffic area at that short mid wicket.
It's not to say that Kiana Joseph did anything wrong that previous delivery. There was no chance of her catching that. But Hayley Matthews has sensed that they want to hit Aliyah Aline through the leg side. So she has to be in that action area.
Through the hands of Hector. It was building, it was coming, and it was spilled.
How crucial will that be? That Shika Silva dropped on 450 comes up for Sri Lanka as well into the 36th over. Very important chance going to begging. Advance, got perhaps too close to the ball. Yeah, never got her hands together in time. Never got into a good enough position. Shanisha Hector. Ended up spilling it. Costing Aline and West Indies 2 crucial runs. Importantly for Sri Lanka, their main batter is still there.
Yeah, from a Sri Lankan perspective, given the move of bringing Nilakshika up the order, they would want that by over number 45. She's still out there. Because you wonder then, does that mean that Gunaratne goes even further down the order and somebody else comes up?
Yeah, brilliant from Deandra Doughton as always. She's made that backward point position hers.
How heavy a price will this be to pay for the West Indies women? Dropped on 4, now 7. And you almost think that Nilakshika could be the key to this innings, getting to that type of total that we were describing when we saw the projected run rate a little earlier, or rather projected scores. There you have it, those projected scores. Nilakshika holds a big part in that. Work done by Matthews. West Indies are awake. 151 for 2.
The end of that lean over. 36 overs gone now. 151 for 2. Back, a few tourists just enjoying the delicacies of what Grenada has to offer. It'll be Fletcher back into the attack from the Darbo end. Wicketless today. Afi Fletcher should be looking to at least pick up a wicket in front of our home crowd. The crowd is actually just steadily built as this game has progressed. Quite a few more people now in the grounds taking in this action. Swept very well, the Sri Lankans, but not making contact on that occasion. Slightly down the leg side. 2 dots to start for Fletcher.
It's a good matchup as well to Nilakshika De Silva, who has the propensity to play to the leg side more so than the off. There you go again, searching for that leg side. That time just using the crease, going towards the offside to get that access to the onside. So as a good matchup to her, De Silva, Afi Fletcher.
The key for Nilakshika would be to just keep that back face as open as possible, not close it too quickly. We've seen quite a few leading edges today. No slip in place, so just looking to save runs at the moment. Top edge sweep this time. Spin, taking the ball away from the fielder down there at deep backward square. Another couple.
Top edge nowhere close to the fielder, Janelia Glasgow, on the square leg boundary. The spin took it away, but quickly recovered to keep it to that single.
This one was swept and swept powerfully in front of square. Fantastic shot that from Nilashika. And once again, as you said, Stacey, looking to access the onside. The end of 37 as well. 157 for 2. To just 2 away from what would be a well-played 50 so far. Full toss, misses out did Hasita. You'd expect someone who would have faced 84 deliveries prior to that one, maybe to cash in on that full delivery.
Yeah, missed it completely. Alia Alin can breathe a sigh of relief, getting away with that one. That's a false load up from her to start her spell, or 6th over in this spell. Yeah, better comeback ball, landing it that time. And Hashita looking to access that onside. Just getting across to the offside, unable to get back onto it. Yeah, nearing a half century, as you said, 48, 6 balls. And she's in a position now where she's looking to up the tempo. I think Sri Lanka as well will be hoping that these two can look to intensify and accelerate in this period of the game. Just was remaining after this one.
Bottom hand coming into play just to find the gap. But you mentioned, Stacey, the remaining overs in this innings, 158 for 2. You look at that current run rate. They've got 8 wickets in the hutch. Have a look at that projected score. Where do you think Sri Lanka should be at the end of 50 in order to make this a competitive total for the West Indies?
Yeah, ideally you love to get to 250 and above. That's the sort of score that you see right now on the world stage being competitive. You're also seeing scores of 300 being breached regularly in the women's game. But the current rate now and throughout the innings, Sri Lanka, they have not threatened to get to that 250. They'll dearly love for Nilakshika De Silva, who is the other batter with power in this batting lineup, Chamari Athapattu, the other batter already dismissed. So they brought her in early, and as Shakira Selman rightly mentioned, perhaps to get a feel of conditions and then able to launch at the back end. Right now, I think the West Indies, although they haven't picked up a lot of wickets, this one launched brilliantly past Shanisha Hector, showing her power and skill through the offside. We haven't seen her targeted that area much, but she has that in the bank as well. Quite brilliant there from De Silva.
Yeah, just showing her all-round ability, scoring on both sides of the wicket, Nilakshika. We mentioned her propensity to play with that bottom hand, but here she got the length and the line that she would have wanted to just free the hands through the ball, through that gap, and as you said, power through the offside, something we haven't seen too much of. Good comeback that by Aline to finish. So that's 38 overs in the books, 162 for 2. have a look at the Manhattans here. Just the 2 wickets for the West Indies. The best of 12 runs for the Sri Lankans in the 29th over. It's Fletcher into her final over. Down the ground for 1. And the game's in a pretty precarious position. 50 for Hasitha with that single. Her 6th at the ODI level. She's got the 100 that we mentioned earlier. 6th half century, scored a 56.8 strike rate. She'll be looking to up that as this innings progresses. But we're just saying, precarious position for both teams at this stage of the game, Stacey.
Yeah, the position right now, 164 for 2. Just 11 overs remaining after this. It could go either way in the contest. Yes, Sri Lanka will be looking to get to around 250 if possible. But the West Indies, I think they've done a good enough job to keep that scoring rate about 4 runs per over throughout the day. The important thing now for Sri Lanka is how they finish. This one is hit in the air, struck powerfully again. Hashita now. Job not done. Yes, she got to a half century, and now she's looking to up the tempo for her team. A very good start now, using her feet, getting it past that fielder on the long on boundary.
Yeah, the Sri Lankans are just starting to show a bit more power now towards the back end of this innings. Got the length that she wants. Advances. She's used her feet beautifully throughout this innings. Picks up another boundary. This one, Google, well spotted by the left-handed Hasitha. Played a bit late.
Yeah, what I also liked about that boundary is the fact that she targeted down the ground. We haven't seen her play a lot of shots successfully down the ground for a boundary. I think perhaps that was her first boundary down the ground. So it shows that she has the capabilities to access every part of the ground.
Good batting that, just to knock that for a single. And you were saying down the ground power, something we haven't seen too much of in this innings. But this innings really relying upon Hasitha to continue in this vein. Nice finish that though by Fletcher, slightly outfoxed. Good batting in the end to knock it down the ground for 1. Her 10 overs are over. Not too often you see her go wicketless. It's 39 overs gone, 171 for 2.
Fletcher, 10 overs for 44 runs.
As you see there, a lot of cricket expected over the next couple weeks here in Grenada at the National Cricket Stadium. Obviously the first ODI today. Got 3 ODIs and 3 T20s to come as well. For the CG United Women's Series between Sri Lanka and the West Indies 2026. So he's saying bit of smoke just being billowed out of a chimney somewhere here at the National Stadium. It's going to be Ramharak back into the attack. That one looks to have taken the helmet though. Looked to play the dill scoop as it was called originally. A shot that was originated by her countryman Tilakaratne Dilshan. Made that shot famous, but we're going to have the concussion protocols.
Yeah, just scooping that one straight into her helmet, Hashita. And the mandatory concussion test must be done. So it gives Hayley Matthews a chance to have a chat with her bowler, get the players back on track, get them thinking about where they need to be and what they need to do for these remaining 10 and a bit overs to keep Sri Lanka below 250. We have already seen signs of acceleration in the previous over, 9 runs coming from it. A signal of potentially what the Sri Lankans are looking to do in this last phase of the game. Yeah, so check done by the physio. Hashita is good to go.
So we see that again. Just took a bit of the bat into the helmet. She's cleared the mandatory concussion protocols. We're back to the action. This one edged again, or possibly, based on the reaction of Ramharak. The second time today, a potential opportunity. This one taking Campbell up around that collarbone area. She's affectionately known as Minnie, so we know she's not the tallest of wicket keepers. Not too many tall wicket keepers, really. This one's short. And finds the gap. Fantastic hands from Hashita. She's growing in confidence as this innings goes.
Too much width served up there by Ramarak. Acres of space to play with outside and that offside. Just Alia Aline on that boundary. Yeah, she tried to get to it, but it was timed so sweetly off the bat of Hashita. She was not catching that, so good start to this over. Yes, 2 dot balls, but managed to get the boundary.
Good comeback from Ramharak. She's been under a bit of pressure today. Maybe not quite been at her best.
Yeah, they didn't allow her to settle much, Ramarak. They used their feet really well, particularly against her. Recognized the length that she was bowling and realized that they can come down the track easily to her. They set off quickly as soon as that was struck. 176 for 2 at the end of 40.
Seven bowlers used for the West Indies today so far. Just when we were looking at Hashita going through the concussion protocols, Kiana Joseph came into the picture. Just observing the concussion protocols, and it dawned on me, we haven't seen her left arm orthodox at all in this game so far. That's another option. Everyone so far has been right-handed. She hasn't thrown in the left arm orthodox just to mix things up, has Hayley Matthews. She's brought herself back into the attack though. 10 overs remaining.
Yeah, it's not an option that Hayley Matthews tend to use. We've seen Kiana Joseph bowl a lot during CPL and regional cricket, but we haven't seen her bowl a lot at this level. It's known more in this series more for her opening prowess, opening batting prowess. This one hit hard, a protection there in the form of Stephanie Taylor.
And that's a change from how she came into West Indian women's cricket. She was more a left arm orthodox bowler who could, left arm fast bowler who could hit some lusty blows. But we saw with her performances last year in particular with the bat, 2025, she's had her best year with the bat, scoring some 350 runs, 3 half centuries in that period as well. Scored, I think if I remember correctly, a nice half century against England as well. So she's just developing in a different vein at the moment. This one taken off the stumps. Fine, down to short, fine leg for 1. dicey shot indeed, but she escapes. 178 for 2 now.
Yeah, a daring option given that Haley is trying to keep the stumps in play, particularly to Nilakshi. Luckily getting back onto that one. Yeah, ideally the batters will love to go at 7 to 10 runs or so in this phase of the game. And how do they get that? Is Haley Matthews bowling well at this end?
Shot kept a bit low, but to be honest there, Stacey, I think that's why she brought herself back into the attack, knowing that the Sri Lankans at the back end will have to look to either play her out or take her on. And that's an option really that doesn't serve them well. Two options that don't serve them well in this stage. You need to get runs on board regardless of who's bowling.
Yeah, that is awareness from the batters. As soon as it was struck, they quickly ran off. Hashita being the one that instigated that to end the 41st, 180 for 2.
Rolling hills here at the National Stadium in St. George's. Quite a picturesque cricketing arena or sporting arena. This stadium would have been built for the 2007 World Cup in the West Indies all those years ago. It's good to see it looking good, and quite a few people in the stands taking in the West Indies and Sri Lanka in the CG United Women's Series. Just there sweeping off the stumps once again. Taking a few more risks now are the Sri Lankan batters. West Indies can have that extra fielder out in the outfield now. Men's and women's game slightly different in terms of the back end power play rules. Just there, a big shot, misses out. Did Hashita. But good running in the end to come back for 2. She didn't look favourite, to be honest, when the ball was in the air, but he just slightly slowed up on the way through to wicketkeeper Campbell. So looking to get back on strike. Have a look here. Maybe not the strongest of arms from Afi Fletcher. Maybe just thrown a bit off balance.
Yeah, they've swept well today, Sri Lanka, something you would expect, and I think they'll also be pleased with the shots, some of the shots that they played down the ground.
Another sweep shot once again, just showing that recognition of maybe not the quickest fielder there in that 45 position in Kiana Joseph, but doing well to get that single, and that 50 partnership comes up. Another 50 partnership here for the Sri Lankans between Nilashika and Hasita.
of 61 balls.
Nilashika in particular has just kept that run rate going, scored at nearly 100 strike rate, 22 of 24. Hashita just playing that supporting role. She's done so well. This time not finding the gap, using her feet once again. One delivery remaining. They keep Hasisa on strike here. Advances, stumped. So for the first time, we've seen Hasita just lose her shape. And Ramharak picks up her first wicket from the river end. I think it's the first time we would have seen her bowl from the river end in this innings. 185 for 3, Hasita goes for 66.
Yeah, as you mentioned, losing her shape, looking to take her on down the ground, just pulling it back slightly there, and perhaps offering up some width as well. Easily taken there by Shemaine Campbell. Hashita, a very well played 66 for her, looking to up the tempo. In the end, bringing about her demise, 66 of 105 deliveries, 185 for 3.
The incoming batsman for the Sri Lanka women team, Kavisha Bihari.
Successful over that for Karishma Ramharak, picking up her first. The dangerous Hasita had to go. So from a West Indian perspective, 250s looking less likely, especially with that wicket. 185 for 3, just 8 overs remaining, 48 deliveries in all. That run rate at one point was threatening 5. The West Indies managed to just keep it hovering around 4.4, 4.5. Fact. That's close. Umpire Williams has a look and has given it. Hayley Matthews really seemed like the only one really interested in that one. Just seemed to get a bit too far across was Kavisha. Or Nilashika, sorry. Dangerous Nilashika.
Wicket number 4, for 22.
This is such an important wicket for the West Indies at this juncture of the game. But again, a shot that's fraught with danger because Hayley Matthews has opted to keep the stumps in play. Nilakshika De Silva has been looking to get across to the offside. That time, unable to get back onto it, Nilakshika has to go back for 22 from 25, looking to bring the added impetus to the innings. 185 for 4.
The incoming batsman, Bishmi Gunaratna. The score is 185 for 4.
So 2 new batters at the crease for the Sri Lankans. West Indies have gone bang bang in consecutive overs. Matthews on this occasion, Ramharak in the previous. Just like that, Sri Lankans. Just there again, just getting a bit across the stumps. The Sri Lankan batter, as we look at the previous wicket there. Have a look at this from the side on angle. There's no real edge. don't have the straight on position, so not quite sure if it was sneaking past that leg stump, but nonetheless, umpire says out. She has to go, but this one's trickled into the boundary, beats the fielder, 4 runs. Well played from Kavisha. She's opened her account.
Opening her account with a boundary. Smartly played there from Kavisha Dilhari, recognizing that there's no one in that area. Just waited on it and caressed it fine. Yeah, smartly done by her to get off the mark.
Those are the shots that you find the subcontinent players play so well when they have to use their wrists. Supple wrists indeed. This one a bit of air from Matthews. From our vantage point, at times it looks like it's going to be a full toss and then it just drops out of the air very quick indeed. It's a threat that she poses to the international batters. She's very successful at it, hence her ranking, her standing in the international rankings. Around the wicket this time. Just the 5 runs and the wicket in this over. Choosing to push Shanisha Hector back to the long off boundary. And just there once again, no one in that 3rd man region. Threatening 2. Kiana Joseph does well, to be honest, to keep them to 1. And it's 43 overs gone, 191 for 4.
We look at the top, we see the partnerships, we see the runs for Sri Lanka women, but what will happen in the back end of this innings? 2 new batters to the crease in Kavisha and Vishmi Gunaratne, who probably would have seen earlier in the innings had early wickets fallen, but she's here batting now at number 6. What can they do that keeps momentum going? What can they do in the final 42 deliveries?
Karishma Ramarak successful in her previous over. One of the things that they can look to do, they're not known for their power hitting, these two. What you've already seen from Kavisha Dilhari, it's just using her wrist well and finding the vacant space available. Also, 2 very fit looking players in the middle. Running well between the wicket will be essential if they are to get up to at least 240 here. But I must say the West Indies have done a really good job to pick up those 2 wickets off the back of a decent partnership between Hashita and De Silva.
Now, what I like about this is that it presents a new opportunity to potentially see or unearth a new skill in the likes of Vishmi Gunaratne. Just 20 years old. Bats higher, yes, has more time, but a new challenge for her now. Can she look at this opportunity and say, okay, I have a chance to maybe express myself a little more, see if I have something new in the tank to show my captain and selectors. Not what West Indies women need at this stage. On the back of 2 wickets, need to tighten up in the field. Every run matters in the same way that every point matters.
essential for these two in particular to minimize the amount of dot deliveries that they might face in the last 6 and a bit overs. The fielders are on the circle, so if you can't get it away, the next best option is just to use soft hands. Nicely done there by Vishmi to get a single. And the next best thing, Joel, if you can't get the boundaries away, just face as little dot deliveries as possible.
Another change in the field from Matthews, recognizing that Kavisha has been looking to use that area towards third. End of 44, 195 for 4. With 6 overs remaining, who does captain Hayley Matthews look to bowl the remainder? She's got 1 left, so that's 1 of the 6. So 5 overs is what she'll be looking for. And she has options when you looked at that bowling card just now. Does she keep Ramarat going from the other end? Does she go back to one of her seamers? Reactions tell you chance. It's not been the best day behind the stumps for Shemaine Campbell. We think about maybe that being the 3rd potential chance that she's put down behind the stumps.
Yeah, white signal there, but Hayley Matthews has decided to keep that vacant area open, area that Kavisha Dilhari, I think she scored 6 runs, all in that area, 4 and 2 runs as well. She's bowling off spin, so it's a bit fraught with danger. If she continues to try and access that area with the angle that Hayley is operating from.
Well, she's prepared to live a dangerous life. It takes my mind back to, I think it was Lion King 1, when Simba said, "I laugh in the face of danger." Well, that didn't really play out too well for him, but she's really doing it well at the moment.
Yeah, it's working out quite well for her. She has strong wrists and she's prepared to use them well. That time, almost basically taking it off her off stump. So Hayley Matthews has decided to change personnel once more. It's bringing Afi Fletcher over at point. Kiana Joseph now goes into short mid-wicket.
Even though they've not found the boundaries, as you mentioned, they've still been able to keep that score going. Brings up the 200
that's 200
for Sri Lanka women. That will please them in this opening ODI.
68 balls in 174 minutes.
When you think about ticking boxes in any series, a good start with bat is one of the boxes to tick. At 200 for 4, they'll say, okay, we've done a good job thus far. Job not done though. Still balls left, still overs to go. Those projected scores showed us 224 and up for them at this rate. Past the hands of Campbell, and should be an easy 2. 45 bowled. It's 203 for 4. if they get that 226, they'll tell themselves that they're in with a chance of defending. They look at that 230 up and say that that prevents, or rather presents, more security. And deliveries like that will help them get close to that 230 mark. The string in line down the leg side on that occasion. Fortunate that it did find its way into the boundary.
Yeah, not a lot of power of the bat of Bishmi, but did enough to get 2. We asked the question of who does Hayley Matthews turn to earlier to finish things off. I guess Ramarak as the option is one, and then I look back as who has bowled so far and who has done well. I think Alia Aline is someone that she can look to go back to. As you mentioned, you've seen her in the qualifiers, and one of the roles that she performed so well was the death bowling. Bowled Yorkers, slow deliveries. Oh, that one, no one saw that. That was hit in the air between 2 fielders who are very close to each other. In the end, just 2 runs though. Late reaction from Stephanie Taylor, who set off in a chase, and now she's clutching that back leg. Not good signs. You hope that she's okay after that.
Yeah, through that gap, as you mentioned. And the chase was on, and this is the concerning signs here for West Indies women. She was chasing that ball, that left hamstring, and no, in fact, right hamstring, just going towards that lower knee area. That's not good signs. We wondered. We saw her play the entirety of that Women's Super 50. We said these are good signs for West Indies, good signs for Tiffany Taylor, who has been plagued by injury. And here now in this first Women's ODI, not what they want to see. Another reason why they wouldn't want to see that is because she is one of the key parts in the middle of the innings in terms of rotation of strike, in terms of experience that they will want to rely on in this match. Also one of the better players of spin in this West Indies women's lineup, so you're going to want to hope that that's not permanent damage in terms of her not having a chance to bat later today.
Yeah, and you know that Sri Lanka, they have a number of spinners in that lineup. They certainly will need her. Again, not able to find the boundary in the over, but still managed to get 7 off it at the end of 46, 210 for 4.
Yeah, we look at resources available. So Hector has overs, Henry has overs, Doughton has overs, and Aline has overs available. Naturally, you know that it has to be a seamer that will come into the attack for the West Indies. Questions is which one does Hayley Matthews turn to close out the innings, or at least bowl this. Well, question answer, no question answered. It's going to be DeAndre Doughton who's going to bowl the 47th, which means potentially we look at her bowling the 49th as well. So it could be that partnership between Doughton and Ramarak to close the innings out. Well, she's up again. She's moving gingerly. Pace off. This is the experience that she's taken from playing a lot of the shorter formats of the games, DeAndre Doughton.
Yeah, DeAndre Doughton, known for this specific role in this West Indies setup. Bowls Yorkers very well at the back end, has the changes of pace as you saw demonstrated there previously.
takes all the pace off again and threw the shot early on that occasion. Now we look at this as being a role that Vishmi Gunaratne is not accustomed to, batting at the back end of the innings and looking for power. Can she make the adjustment necessary, an adjustment being made in the field?
Yeah, that's really where she likes it, Vishmi. You look at those two previous deliveries, yes, slower, but they were a bit wide as well. The fielders are in the circle on the offside, particularly that space between Kiana and Ramara. Maybe that could have been the option there had she waited on it, but loves to go to the leg side. That's where she was intending to go. But a very good over so far from Dottin.
Pace on this occasion. I go back to mentioning that this in itself could be good for the Sri Lankan women from the perspective of players being asked to play a different role. So we know what Vishmi Gunaratne can do at the top of the order. A very young, bright spark for them. Pumped away into space, into vacant space as well. 47 bowled, it's 215 for 4. Pushing towards the last 18 now, and here that boundary, yeah, just back of a length. Catches the cry, gets herself into an absolutely horrible position on that occasion, does Glasgow. Not sure if she saw it late, but it certainly was a chance.
Yeah, did not pick it up right away, Janila Glasgow. Thought she was running in too quickly and then held back. Then it just landed short of her. Allowed them to pick up 2. But looking to be expansive now, these two battles. Looking to take the aerial route a bit more.
Yeah, you say landed short. I was wondering if it actually landed on the back of the boot. Goes straight down the ground and in the way, Shanisha Hector. But yeah, this challenge here now, for the likes of Vishmi, Kavisha, a bit more accustomed to this phase of the innings, but what it shows Sri Lanka is, should a situation like this arise again, can she do this role? We're looking at the fact that we're building 3 years onwards towards the Women's World Cup in 2029. So I like the fact that a role that at the start of today she did not think she'll have to play, she's now being forced to make an adjustment.
They're using her feet, trying to go down the ground. They're looking for 2. Kavisha was keen, Vishmi not so much, so it's still 1. But I like that point, and at this level, you have to be versatile and mentally strong as well to come in and play a different role than what you would have thought you would be doing at the start of the match. Have to be able to have other options available to you as a batter, given any situation that you may be placed in.
Two overs to go, 2-2-1 for 4. thick outside edge. Could get very close to that boundary. Instead, they pick up 2. So we talked about that 220 mark. They've gone past that. Now we said that they'll feel relatively comfortable at 230. They have the opportunity, in fact, for maybe 240 here in Sri Lanka, especially depending on how this over goes with pace on the ball to start.
Yeah, quite a contrast when she bowls to Vishmi. Notice that she opts to go pace on to Kavisha Delhari, who seems to quite enjoy it. To Vishmi, she looks to be pace off. So far, I think Kavisha Delhari is enjoying the pace on the ball and the width as well.
The easiest of chances presented to Captain Hayley Matthews. That's wicket number 5.
Kavisha Delhari, 22 of 21 for her. Just looking to take that one over the infield.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the fall of wicket number 5.
Slightly full on that occasion. Full tossing traffic, but just couldn't get the power or the elevation to get it past Hayley Matthews, who takes a simple catch. A good fighting knock from Kavisha Delhari, 22 of 21, brought the much needed impetus, 223 for 5.
The incoming batter for Sri Lanka women, number 2, Dwayne Windies.
A bit of a slip. And it means that they should be able, to come back for this second.
Jumi Vihanga, new batter in. And you see the shape that she took and the stance as well. Looks as if she's not messing around, Joel. She's in to hit some lusty blows to keep this innings moving.
Well, in a Caribbean context, you call this a comedy of errors from the West Indies women. You have the slip in the field, you let that one go. Now an occasion whereby there's nothing in it. And just throwing it away, adding one more to the total. And then that pace off brings us to the end of 49 overs. It's 227 for 5. Final 6 deliveries of this first women's ODI. Two runs so far in the over, so they'll take this the West Indies. They'll hope that they can get out of this over without conceding a boundary. Sri Lanka on the other end will be hoping to maybe grab one or two.
Yeah, 3 from 3 now, but they still want to find a way to see if they can finish with some boundaries, just to give them that momentum going into their bowling innings. But importantly still, that they don't waste any of these deliveries. Yeah, nicely connected. Over the first 6 of the match. Duwimi Vihanga has announced herself on the stage, and wow, what a blow. All the way over Hector's outstretched arms for 6. Good start for her.
Yeah, got a chance to get under that one. It's really about the length of that delivery. Yeah, took a step down, got herself into a great position, bottom hand coming in there as well. First 6, first maximum of this CG United Women's Series. Goes straight down the ground. Back to back, a 6 and a 4. This is what Sri Lanka women needed. This is what they wanted.
Yeah, Vihanga has answered the call of the boundaries that they require at the back end. Yes, very late, but still so important. 10 runs added off 2 deliveries. She's coming down the track, using her feet well, and importantly, getting it past Shanisha Hector.
Drags it down. Brilliant catch. Well, pain before, but this catch makes up for it. Aliyah Aline with the bucket hands to close out the innings.
Yeah, an incredible catch there by Aliyah Aline. Just diving forward and importantly holding on to it.
So ladies and gentlemen, at the end of
Vihanga looking to accelerate at the back end, using her feet, getting this one to the square leg region, and a brilliant grab there, low down to the ground. Aliyah Aline. Yeah, good finish to the innings for Sri Lanka. They'll say with those 2 boundaries at the back end. Yeah, pats on the shoulder by the senior players, Lakshika De Silva, and the other young ones around them, perhaps looking ready for their bowling innings. Job done with the bat in hand. Perhaps a chance for them to get to 250 and above with the amount of wickets that they had in hand, but they settle for the score that they have on the board.
You might look at it and say par for Sri Lanka women. 239 for 6 is what they were able to reach after being asked to bat by West Indies women. You saw good starts at the top there for Hasina Pereira and captain Athapattu. They put on a partnership of 49. After that, another partnership formed between Hasini and Harshita, the first 50 partnership. After that, another partnership formed, and all throughout the innings we're seeing starts for Sri Lanka women. So they'll look at their batting performance and say that today they've done a good job starting the CG United Women's Series. Here's a look at those partnerships I was mentioning. 49, 86, 50 to get the innings going for them. It also speaks to the endurance factor as well, the fitness factor for those batters at the top of the order, but the responsibility with which they batted at the beginning of the innings. A look now at how things shaped up with the ball for West Indies women.
Yeah, Hector and Henry started well, watchful openers at the top, so they were able to get through their spell unscathed. Deandra Dutton came in. Hayley Matthews pick up 2 wickets, always outstanding. Hayley Matthews with ball in hand and bat. Ramarak as well with support. 2 wickets to her. Dutton, Aline, 1 wicket apiece.
Yeah, so wicket shared there, but this is the target. West Indies women, they'll need 240 if they're going to win this first CG United Women's Series ODI. We take a break, and when we come back, it'll be time for the reply of the West Indies women.
recognition purposes, we want to also recognize our very own Grenadian Abby Fletcher. She is in her 89th ODI, has picked up some 111 wickets. The best bowling figures of 4 for 20. It's an average of 24.12 and economy rates of 4.23.
Series 2026, West Indies women versus Sri Lanka women. Well, a little earlier this morning, if you're now joining us, the coin fell in favor of West Indies women in this first ODI, and they chose to have a ball first. And here's a look at how things proceeded this morning. It was a very easy going start at the top of things for Shamari Athapattu. And that was until this moment from Hayley Matthews, a captain, playing her 100th women's ODI, getting that breakthrough. A partnership then formed between Hasini Pereira and Harshita Samarakrama, and they put the pressure on to the West Indies women. A partnership which also saw Pereira getting to her half century. She ended up with a 61 in this innings, and you can see the celebration. Don't forget, this is the beginning of what is a new cycle of the ICC Women's Championship. This though was her demise, her downfall, dragging the debris wide of the off stump and towards that short mid-wicket position, and she was taken. But the runs continued to flow for them. It was a very easy paced surface here, and there was also another half century, this time to Harshita in this innings. The acknowledgement there, and then came the stumping. Into the act was Karishma Ramarat, and then Hayley Matthews picked up one at the start of the very next over. This meant a small slide for Sri Lanka women, after which they then took up where their opening batters left off, kept the ball worked around. The final wicket, in fact, no, the second last wicket to fall in that first innings. A couple lusty blows by Dahumi Vihanga to close the innings out, and then this stunning catch from Aliyah Aline, the final delivery of the innings. So all in all, you might say it's even Stevens at the moment, a par score for the course for Sri Lanka women. 240 for 6. We look back again and look at that top 4 starts for all of them. In fact, no, top 5 starts for all of them in that innings. Sri Lanka women will definitely be happy with what they've seen at the start of this series. In terms of West Indies women, well, you see the list of bowlers that they have used. Results or rewards for Dottin, Ramarat, Aline and Matthews with ball in hand. But 240, will that prove to be enough, or will that be proved to be too much for West Indies women? 241 is what they will need in their 50 overs. You look at that required run rate of 4.82. On the face of it, you might say easy going, but no, in women's cricket that presents a challenge, especially when we think about the contest of spinners that Sri Lanka women will have. Shakira Selman will take us through that in a little while, but this is the first of the CG United Women's Series. Don't forget, we're playing 3 ODIs here at the Grenada National Stadium, after which we turn towards the shorter format and play 3 T20 internationals. Looking at the contest, looking at the matchup, Shakira Selman, how do you see this one shaping up from a West Indies women's perspective?
Yeah, look, West Indies women have the advantage of watching the way Sri Lanka women went about their innings, and you spoke about the top 5 and the importance of those contributions. 2 out of the top 5 got to 50, and the other 3 got past 20. So very handy contributions and very big, crucial partnerships that got them beyond 200. And you think that West Indies will learn, particularly with the way that they went about rotating the strike in the lack of boundaries. They're constantly rotating the strike. It will be interesting to see the brand of cricket West Indies play. Obviously, lately, they've been heavily focused on hitting more boundaries, especially in this power play phase. If they can get off to this start in the power play against this new ball, then it will be interesting to see if they can surpass this target.
You talk about boundaries, you talk about getting off the good starts. This young woman can do just that. Kiana Joseph doesn't waste many deliveries, gets the innings off to a quick start more often than not. Can she do something similar? Well, we know what she can do at the top of the order. in any innings in any format. Hayley Matthews in her 100th Women's ODI today. Could this be a special one for her? Not just as skipper, but as a West Indian woman. And Malki Madara will have ball in hand to get things going for Sri Lanka women. Not as experienced as Matthews when we think about the amount of games, but what she has shown so far for Sri Lanka women is that she can be controlled with ball in hand at the top and also take early wickets. That is what they'll want from her here today.
Yeah, the focus will be on Malki now, but I'm curious to see just who opens the bowling with her. You expect that she will be partnered by a spinner, perhaps it could be Inokuru with her left arm spin, or one of the off spinners, given that Kiana Joseph is left-handed. For now though, Malki to start versus Hayley Matthews, deep third in a deep backward square.
Yeah, 6 and a 4 to close out the innings from Dahumi Vahanga, and that helped them up to that 240 mark. Off the mark in her 100th Women's ODI, Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, Hayley, we saw her stats come just now. 8 half centuries and 9 centuries. Tells you how good of a player she is, Hayley Matthews, and her ability to convert starts into big centuries. But interestingly, she does not have a half century against Sri Lanka. She'll be looking to correct that this series. She would want a better pitch than this. So easy paced, has so much time on her hand. She knows exactly just how much her team is chasing.
A lot of questions as we head through the series for the West Indies. We'll surround what role does Kiana Joseph play at the top for them? What are they looking for from her?
Yeah, Joanna, particularly in these ODIs, we all know how destructive she can be. Question is, what role does West Indies want her to play? And we had a short conversation with Hayley Matthews yesterday, and she spoke to the importance of this opening partnership. So what will be key is just how long she's able to stay there with Hayley Matthews. We know if she bats a certain number of overs, she is going to score. She's not an easy batter to bog down. But does she manage risks? It will be a challenge for her. Malki, not the fastest bowler, doesn't seem as though she's going to get a lot of bounce, so it will be quite difficult for Kiana to get under the ball. She'll have to be careful playing cross-batted shots, but we know she's capable of taking her time. We saw that half century against South Africa in that last ODI series West Indies played back in Barbados, and she was particularly good against the seam bowlers, even Marizanne Cat, who was swinging the ball both ways.
Steady first over, 1 without loss. You questioned who might have ball in hand. You did say a spinner. You were thinking left arm spin. In fact, no, it's going to be the right arm off breaks of Dehumi Vahanga. So the combination of pace and spin to get things going for Sri Lanka women. She was quite effective when we think back to that tri-series that was played between Sri Lanka, India and South Africa. And even this will pose a challenge for Hayley Matthews, that patience factor here.
Yes, certainly. The lack of pace by the Sri Lankan bowlers, both pace and spin. A lot of peel into the standing umpire, so perhaps Vihanga thought there was an edge. No, says umpire Vishmi. She has to be careful with her lines though. Even though she isn't giving Hayley Matthews any pace to work with, we know how good Hayley is through the offside, in particular the two fielders in the deep mid wicket and long on. She has to be very careful with those lines outside off stump.
Found point on the first occasion, this time finds backward point. But what she's been able to do is string together 4 dot deliveries.
Where this is more difficult for Hayley is that the surface also doesn't have a lot of pace in it. So to try to create that shot, especially from off the stumps, and punch it over or in the offside, is quite challenging.
Finds the fielders to end the second over. It remains 1 without loss. Even though she doesn't possess the greatest of pace, something I've seen across the career of Malki Maldara, which hasn't been the longest just yet, 25 matches to her name before this. Has been her use of variations, so very early no ball being signaled there by umpire Jacqueline, and a free hit as well. So first free hit of this CG United Women's Series, and the question is, what can Kiana Joseph do? She has a chance to free her arms with no penalties. Swing and a miss. And the crowd goes, ooh.
She'd be slightly disappointed, Kiana Joseph. It was in the slot, and you can tell it was in the slot. She just needed to make connection. I just wonder if she took her eyes off the ball at the very last minute out of excitement to get off the mark with a boundary.
This time she gets something on it, opens her account with a boundary. Missed the free hit, but got length and width outside the off stump, capitalizes.
Yeah, thank you very much, she's saying to Malky Madara. Over pitch once more, this time wide enough for her to throw her arms. It's an easy boundary, good way for her to get off the mark. Kiana Joseph.
Yeah, you heard me mention the number 25 earlier. Now on my part is that she's 25, not she has 25 ODIs. Yeah, for a moment you wondered if that might carry, but yeah, she's just 25. It's the 9 ODIs, women's ODIs that she has to her name, and in the short span that she had so far, I was going back to mentioning the subtle changes of pace, the back of the arm delivery, which has proven effective for her in previous series bowling for Sri Lanka women. You wonder if she will show that here in this series.
And what's interesting to note is that she hasn't been afraid to bowl it with the new ball in that short career you're speaking about. Normally you see seam bowlers not going to those variations until either they're under pressure or onto that middle phase or death phase of the innings. But we've seen her utilize that variation with the new ball. Quite skilled. First time she's playing cricket outside the subcontinent. So this will be a challenge for her, Malky.
Well, she seems up for that challenge. 3 gone, 7 without loss. Well, I've been told today is International Muffin Day. Oh, did you have a muffin today is the question. Bahanga is going to continue with her off breaks.
Yeah, Bahanga too quite inexperienced, just in her 6th ODI. It goes back to what we were speaking about during that first innings, opportunities being given to newer and younger people. So Maria Tapatu has opted to give 2 youngsters the ball to bowl in this power play phase. Remember, just 2 fielders allowed outside the 25-yard circle.
You cast your mind back maybe about 2 years or so ago. Oh, they've come in right after the lunch break. We'll be hoping to see more of this from Kiana Joseph. Yeah, they're enjoying it.
Yeah, exactly what they've come here to see. They'll be very happy to see Kiana Joseph. 2 boundaries in already. This one way too straight with no fielder behind square on the leg side. Easy pickings for Kiana Joseph.
This time tries to get it through the offside field. They'd much rather this though, Sri Lanka women. I mentioned that tri-series that Bahanga played in 2025. And it was that series that she made her mark. It was her debut series as well, and picked up 11 wickets in that series that they played versus India women and South Africa women. I wonder what he's having for lunch. It looks good, Shakira.
You're wondering about the lunch. I wonder if that's an Alfie Fletcher shirt he's wearing. Many people have come to support the hometown girl from all the way from Lafayette and St. Andrews.
Can't get it through the offside. 4 runs in that over, 11 without loss. Clipped away nicely. That's skipper Hayley Matthews for you. Straying onto the pads and easy pickings, as they would say.
Yeah, not normally known for her strength through the leg side, Hayley Matthews. But when it's that straight, yeah, that's way too easy. Her first boundary, Matthews. I'm just thinking about the field here. The lack of pace suggests that perhaps they don't need that deep third. And if she's going to be targeting the stumps, you could risk putting someone else deep on the leg side.
Oh, forget the leg side. What about the offside? This time, textbook from Hayley Matthews.
Yeah, overcorrection. Big overcorrection. First one too straight, this one too wide. And I think she'll be even more disappointed with this delivery, Malky. The one place you don't want to allow Hayley Matthews to score is through the offside. It's bread and butter for her.
Oh, we all know bread and butter tastes good. Oh, especially if you toast the bread. That's the slower ball there that we were talking about. So pace on, clip through the leg side, pace on, driven to the offside. And now going to that pace off. This is going to be a challenge, for the youngster here. And how does she respond? She responds well. Pace off keeps things tight, quiet. Goes pace on and gets that line and length correct.
Yeah, just ask me about the target at the start of this innings and whether or not we felt West Indies could easily chase it. I just wonder if with the slowness of pace in the surface and what we've seen from the spinners, if perhaps Sri Lanka think they have 20 more.
She definitely gets away with that one. Went for the back of the arm. The slower ball, it looked like on that occasion. And Hayley Matthews chased it. Would have been a guaranteed wide had she left it. Finishes well to close out 5 overs. It's 20 without loss. Goes up and over. Hayley Matthews is getting into the mood, getting into a rhythm. Good work though on the boundary. Keeps it to just 2.
Yeah, I still think Vihanga's bowling way too wide. She has to be cognizant of the fact that she's bowling with a newer ball, so it's less likely to spin. More than likely it'll just slide down to the back, maybe arm away from Hayley Matthews, which means you need to start the ball a lot straighter. That's not work on the boundary.
Yeah, tracked it down nicely and pulled back just inside. Another check of it on that occasion. Vishmi Gunaratne, so I believe is the one that did that great work. It's moments like these that I wish we had gold stars in cricket. Just go downstairs and put it on her shirt. Well done, Vishmi, well done. And you're talking about the line that she's bowling at the moment to Hayley Matthews. And it seems this is going to make a change now. Started over the wicket, now goes around. Interesting move.
Tell you what, Hayley's probably smiling with this angle. Gets it right on this occasion. She has to start the ball around the leg stump if she's going to come around the wicket to Hayley Matthews. A number of times I've seen all spinners try this with everyone up on the offside, and Hayley has said she loves to see it.
Especially with the ball not turning as much, doesn't pose the same type of threat. A string of dots to close out the 6. It's 22 without loss. If you're wondering where we are, wonder no more. We're in Grenada, the land of spice, the land of jab jab, the land of oil down, and so much more. The land of women's cricket as well. What I love is the confidence being placed in Malky at the moment. Didn't have the best of third overs, but the skipper has said, come, here's that ball again. And we go back to that conversation about how much do you invest in your youth, in your youngsters across this series. Wide room and met with a smile.
Third boundary for Kiana Joseph. Just a solitary single. Just too wide on that occasion, and again they allow her to free her arms and no risk at all involved in that stroke. It's always interesting to see how subcontinent seamers are managed. You know the bulk of the work is going to be done by the spinners, but Malky has an important role to play in getting them out of this power play phase and utilizing that new ball. They're hoping for at least one wicket from her. It's like change of field. Fielder at deep third goes around to deep backward point. So it's short third in the circle now.
Malky can smile. It's been juggled, but in the end, the captain holds on. Youth gets the wicket. The captain has persisted and it has paid off.
And you could just see how much it meant to Atapatu and the Sri Lankan side. They know how destructive Kiana Joseph is. Tries to go over the top, this time hitting down the ground. 1, 2, 3 juggles and safely held by Atapatu. This is exactly what they wanted from Malky. They wanted at least one wicket. They have a big wicket. Kiana Joseph dismissed for 13, 26 for 1.
Bringing the score to 26 for 1. Caught by Atapatu and bowled by Madara. The incoming batter for West Indies women.
She's been put under the pump as Malky Madara, but her captain's faith in her has paid off. She's got her first wicket of this series. That will ease some of the nerves for her. It's a bit of a conversation at the moment between umpire Jacqueline and Shemaine Campbell. So something needs to be clarified at the moment, but the heart rate of Malky Madara has now settled just a bit, especially at the start of that over, going wide and being slashed over point. And now we're ready to play again. Shemaine Campbell, new batter at the crease for West Indies women. You just get the feeling that Malky Madara will enjoy probably bowling to the right-hander a little more than to the left-handed batters. She's bowled up by far better line to the likes of Hayley Matthews. They're the stats for Shemaine Campbell. Very experienced at this level.
Yeah, she will be disappointed. 117 games. Just the 1 century. But the good thing is that she scored that century against Sri Lanka. She could come into this game full of confidence, knowing she's already done well against this opposition, Shemaine Campbell. But this is an important series for her, and she's here because eventually Shamari Atapatu was able to hold on to that chance offered to her by Kiana Joseph at mid-off.
Goes into her bag of tricks to produce another slower ball. An over which brought a wicket. 7 gone, 28 for 1. The wicket of Kiana Joseph, the one to go down so far for the West Indies women. An experienced pair at the crease for them. We see Campbell at 3. We wonder if Stephanie Taylor will be slated to come at 4. We saw her go down with an injury earlier. She's gone through the big wicket of Matthews. Dahumi Vahanga and they're elated.
Yeah, I spoke about the change of angle and how it may have favored Hayley Matthews, but what do I know? Change of angle, and she gets the wicket of the opposition captain behind her. She is having a great day so far. First maximum of the game, first maiden of the game, and now she has Hayley Matthews in her 100th game. Yeah, pitch is on like stump, and it's off the thigh and into the stumps. She'll count herself unlucky, Hayley Matthews, but either way, Vihanger will take it. Dismissed with 13 as well, 28 for 2.
Incoming batter for West Indies women, number 7, Stephanie Taylor.
I asked the question, but I didn't expect to get my answer so soon. We wondered, would Stephanie Taylor be fit to come at 4? Here she is. Look at that record, a very stunning one for her. But West Indies women wouldn't have wanted her to be here this early. Captain Hayley Matthews. Yeah, they wanted that. She could have batted deeper into this innings. Counts herself maybe a tad unlucky, Hayley Matthews. The shot was on, got into a fairly decent position as well to play this one. Maybe opting for a bit too much power, you might say, getting out of shape slightly. But the shot was on in similar fashion to that shot being on as well. Opens the account of Stephanie Taylor.
Opting to play this one slightly different. Stephanie Taylor, she gets inside the line of the ball and helps it behind square on the leg side. Really good way to start her innings. Taylor, one of the better players of spin in this West Indies lineup as well. She does have a stellar record against Sri Lanka, averaging over 50. But importantly, she doesn't have a century against these either. She'll be hoping to change that.
Another successful over. In fact, no one to come. I'm getting excited. End of 8. It is 32 for 2. Houses up in the hills. I guarantee you have to be fit to live in those hills, Shakira Selman. You have to be.
Talking about the hills, you have to be fit to walk up the steps we've had to trek all day, Joel.
It's not that hard to get to the commentary box, Shakira. It's not that hard. Well, after the success that she had with ball in that previous over, Malky Madara, the captain has now said, okay, thank you very much. There's going to be more spin into the conversation. The experience now of the left arm spinner, Irana Wira. And this here is where I think the challenge lies now for West Indies women in terms of how do they navigate the test of spin.
Yeah, West Indies don't have many batters who will sweep and reverse sweep like what we saw from the Sri Lankan batters. So they'll need to figure out just what their options are against these spinners. Left arm spinner coming on because of the matchup, favorable matchup with two right-handers at the crease. Shanian Campbell, one of the better sweepers in this side. And when she's confident, she will sweep. But outside of that, there aren't too many batters who will think about sweeping as a first option. And we've seen, based on how the Sri Lankan batters went about their innings, it's a very good option, especially on this surface, where it's very difficult to create the pace to hit down the ground. Good run. West Indian fans will be happy to see that, because Stephanie Taylor left the field during the fielding innings, clutching that right hamstring. There she's stretching again. So we'll be interested to see if she's able to run those tight singles.
Gets it wrong, and because of that, Campbell's able to get herself a boundary. And it started too far down that leg, so you wonder if maybe that one maybe stuck in the hand of Ranawira.
And what you would have seen off camera is the captain just going to her, and she said, "I'm sorry, Skip, that was a bad delivery." She's experienced enough to know she doesn't want to start hit that straight.
Much better to close out the over. That's the experience on show there. 6 runs in that over, 38 for 2. Continues around the wicket to Stephanie Taylor. The viewers and Stephanie Taylor have to apologize for that stop. Stephanie, in fact, has a big century against Sri Lanka, 171. So, in a position she's quite comfortable against. Important. You see that required run rate slowly creeping up. It's gone up to 5 now. West Indies will have to keep a keen eye on that. So how do they rotate the strike against these slower bowlers? The thing about it is that you look at this start, and the only thing wrong with it is the wickets column. You look at those 2 wickets down, and that's the only real problem for West Indies women at this stage. I think back to Sri Lanka women, who similarly had a relatively slow start as well. Then from there got into the innings and built things. I think West Indies can take a similar approach. However, those 2 wickets down is what I think is the biggest problem.
And importantly, one of those wickets is Hayley Matthews. West Indies have won more games when she has gone on to get a half century. Yeah, another maiden from Vihanga. The end of the power play, 38 for 2.
end of the power play. West Indies women are 38 for 2. Sri Lanka women at this stage were 45 but without loss. Signaling that we're into power play phase number 2. As I now welcome Stacey Ann alongside of me. 2 wickets down. What's your assessment so far of this replay from the West Indies women?
Yeah, as you rightly said earlier, Joel, a big difference between the two. Sri Lanka 45 without loss after their power play. West Indies, they have managed to lose 2 wickets, importantly, that wicket of Hayley Matthews as well, and Kiana Joseph, who adds impetus at the top of the innings in the power play. Oh, bit of bounce and an edge. It took the edge. Questions around whether it carried or not. I think the umpire is signaling already that it bounced. So quick work by umpire Brinda Rathi at the square leg area, quickly signaling that it bounced just before. Let's have a look there. Oh, in fact, looked really close upon that replay, but the umpire made her decision very early, signaling that it had bounced.
My contribution to the conversation is that we have the technology, and you just wonder if maybe a conversation could have been had here to maybe just have another look at this one, because don't forget, this is important. So it's close, but a good call, it seems like, in the end. But just for certainty is what my mind is in terms of use of the technology.
Yeah, I'm looking, you also mentioned, you asked me what I thought of the start so far. One of the things I was looking at, if you look at Sri Lanka, they managed to get 45 without loss in the power play. They only scored 4 boundaries. West Indies have scored 7 boundaries in the power play and still only managed to get 38, less than Sri Lanka. Shows the value of running between the wickets and finding the gaps. Back-to-back maidens now, pressure building. 38 for 2 at the end of 11.
Here's a look at the comparison after 11. This is what I was alluding to a little earlier. Just out of the power play, 38 for 2, 47 without loss. And what that 47 without loss did for them, granted they did lose a wicket very soon after that at 49. Well played from Taylor. Dropped that weight onto the back foot and opened up nicely. A bit of a fumble and a mix-up there. We might have to check there. Wowzers, is that going to be a run out? So the first question is, was it a boundary? And the second question is, if it's not a boundary, is Stefanie Taylor caught short of her ground?
Yeah, they look extremely happy, Sri Lanka, but first of all, they have to check to see whether or not Vishmi touched the rope. She's saying no, she did not. But the umpires are going to have a check. First of all, did she touch the rope? In fact, she didn't. So that looks like a good job, first of all, there by Vishmi, and then the throw from Kabisha Dilhari. We'll wait to see if Stephanie Taylor was short of her ground, a crucial part of this match. Stephanie Taylor's wicket.
Here's another look at it, because the case of was that knee in contact with the boundary rope when she flicks back her foot. Not here, just after this. Right here, no. Nothing there. Looks good. She maybe have taken a spike on the hand, though. We'll have to check that one. But now the question becomes, Stephanie Taylor, who had that right thigh injury roughly about an hour or so ago, being forced to have to sprint here. She spent some time on the ground just now. Now this here, the important part of the conversation. Vihumi is confident that Stephanie Taylor was short. A desperate dive is what saves her. She's not going to want to have to dive like this too often, I can tell you that. She's not exactly 21 anymore, Stephanie Taylor. But this shows how much she wants to be out there in the middle, diving, and very soon that confirmation will be out there on the field. There comes that signal of not out. So she's safe, she's home, and she lives to fight another day.
Yeah, loud cheers from a handful of spectators here at the Grenada National Stadium. But a good all-round cricket first from Vishmi, then Kavisha Dilhari with the very strong throw, and Vihanga managing to get the bills off. But Stephanie Taylor with that dive at the last minute that saved her and allows her to continue to bat for West Indies. Such an important wicket right now after losing 2 very early in the power play.
I can tell you who wasn't diving. Shakira Selman.
Must add, very good signs. Now I see that, as I mentioned, that perhaps a signal to the physiotherapist. A very good sign still walking well after going off in that bowling innings for West Indies. She's able to get up and back on her feet. Perhaps something about her hands. So still good. Not anything about that hamstring injury.
Oh, we call that a good old Caribbean burnout. That is what is happening there on the hand of Stephanie Taylor. You know, if you've grown up in the Caribbean, you've ever played outside, you know exactly what she's experiencing here. And now a bit of skin, a bit of flesh just gone from that lower elbow area. The real burn comes when you head to the showers afterwards, okay? Just know that. But a good old Caribbean burnout, no damage done. But this part here, this break, allows us to really dive into what could potentially happen across the course of this series. So this is the first of the CG United Women's Series, the first ODI of 3. It's very important. Both skippers talked about the fact that in looking towards qualification for 2029, they're both eyeing each other as points. Sri Lanka are looking and saying, okay, we're ranked slightly above you at the moment. We've been progressing well. We believe we can take points here in the Caribbean. West Indies and Hayley Matthews are saying, hey, we're ranked very close to Sri Lanka. We can take points here off of them out of these 3. If they get it 2-1, they would love a 3-0 here at home to repay what happened when they went to Sri Lanka a couple years ago. But the conversation here is going to surround can a similar pattern be adopted between West Indies women in terms of the approach to batting spin. What we saw from Sri Lanka women was how effectively they used that sweep shot and went square of the wicket. But then we also saw the use of the feet, how they created new angles, forced Hayley Matthews and the West Indies to make several changes to their field. And because of that, kept strike rotating, kept the score ticking over. And then, as we saw in the back end of the innings, they flew like a kite. Yep, exactly what we see here on the screen, because Easter is coming up as well. And if you have ever been to the Caribbean, you know this is kite season. The wind is blowing beautifully. The sun is lovely. It is every child's dream, except mine, because the sun is sometimes too hot. Back to the cricket.
Yeah, just to add to your point, it really was a quintessential display of how to go about playing spin, especially slow spinners coming down using their feet. They used the crease well, lots of sweeps employed, reverse, and the conventional sweep as well. Not a lot of batters in the West Indies setup use their feet to the bowlers, especially the slower bowlers. You have that with Shemaine Campbell do. She too is an important wicket for the West Indies. There you go, right away, just employing the use of her feet to get a single.
Yeah, she's certainly one we've seen across her career that will use her feet, that will look to get down, that will play the sweeps. But it will be a big part of this series. How do they go about especially in the middle overs doing this? And this is why we also mentioned how important Stephanie Taylor is. She's one of the better manipulators of the field, turning the wrist, dropping here and there.
Sri Lanka did so well. Didn't hit a lot of boundaries, but they ran very well between the wicket.
You will look at that and see a good over for West Indies women. 12 bowled, 44 for 2. You look at those 54 dots and maybe be inclined to say that there are too many dots, but you look at the context of the game and you understand that at the start of the innings, maybe playing within yourself, so you expect a couple more dot balls. You think about the fact that 2 wickets have fallen as well, so you expect a few more as well. So as we go into the innings, I think that is when you can begin to judge. Change bowling, but more left arm spin.
Got a good hand on it. Perhaps save 4 there. Nimasha, new bowler, replacing the experienced Rana Weera at this end.
This is what you can expect to see across these 3 ODIs, these 3 CG United Women's Series ODIs. Able to string together a few dot deliveries at the start of her spell. Good thinking cricket from Campbell.
Yeah, she's been very tight to the line of the stump so far, Nimasha. Good contrast on what we've seen from some of the earlier bowlers who offered up some whip to keeping the stumps in play.
Just 1 from her opening over. There's 45 for 2. And this is why I go back to saying things are still relatively even in the opening exchanges. Whereby Sri Lankan women took some time to get themselves into the innings. We've seen a lot more boundaries in the West Indies women's side of things. But a partnership, that's what they're looking for here, a partnership between these two. What we saw before was a partnership of 49 from Sri Lanka women to open, then we saw a partnership of 86. West Indies women need to start getting towards that partnership of 49 and then into the 86.
Yeah, that was struck sweetly, but straight to the stump. Stump being a 12th man there on that occasion, saving a certain boundary. Yeah, you rightly mentioned the partnerships. That was so important in the Sri Lankan innings when they batted. A lot of shots played in that over. The first run coming from it from the 4th ball. Most of the balls just hitting the fielders. That occasion, a bit of an inside edge. Took it to the leg side, but I think importantly for Sri Lanka, they didn't lose wickets in a hurry or back to back. I think they were able to get those partnerships throughout the innings, really. That's something that the West Indies should look to replicate here.
Just one run coming from it, 46 for 2. Two back-to-back overs were just one run. And two back-to-back overs, just one run in them, and there's a conversation that Shakira Selman and I were having in the first innings where we talked about the temperament of the Sri Lankan batters when pressure built up, how we didn't see any shots in anger, how we saw control all throughout the innings. And that's what we're looking to see here as well from the West Indies, because you know that there will be periods of pressure. How do we handle those periods of pressure?
Yeah, and the way Sri Lanka looked to handle that pressure was strike rotation. I think they looked to find a way to get off strike as much as possible. West Indies, on the other hand, yeah, you look to, appears as if they're looking for boundaries to get out of trouble. When you can just walk the ball around, rotate the strike, the run rate required is well in check. So a partnership is so important here, and one way they can do that is just get the pressure off them by strike rotation. That is if a single there, very good. That is if, of course, bad delivery is served up, you can't find a way to put it away. But if they're bowling really well, as they're doing right now, this pair operating two left-arm spinners in tandem can look to just continue to find the gaps and rotate strike.
A bit of a misfeel allows him to come through for that single. But this is good. You mentioned that partnership building. This is what is happening at the moment. 10 to Taylor, 12 to Campbell. You think that the bulk of this phase has to be taken on by these two? And the reason I say that is because of the batters to come after. 15 gone, 49 for 2.
Interesting run chase here at the St George's National Stadium. The National Stadium in St George's. Shemaine Campbell, 12 of 28, and Stefani Taylor, who's been a mainstay, one of the mainstays of this West Indian batting lineup for the past 15, 20 years. It's a leading edge though, and a wicket right after the break. Ranawira picks up her first. Shemaine Campbell has to go, and it's 49 for 2.
Yeah, this continues to be the problem for West Indies. Another batter who's gotten a start and finds a way to get out. Just closing the back face way too early. Shemaine Campbell perhaps would have been advised to just stroke that one down the ground, which she had been doing so well. Gets to 12 and then she's dismissed. 49 for 3.
The score is currently 49 degrees. Last week there, Campbell, passed by Gunnaratty, of the bowling of Ranawira.
West Indies lose their third wicket. 15.1 overs on the board. Brings Chanel Henry to the crease. New vice captain of this West Indian women's setup.
The incoming batter for
yet to bring up 100. Number 48. Batting has improved as the years have gone on. Shakira said she's 30 years old now. I almost can't believe that, the way time has flown. 52 matches so far, but a lot will be expected of her here now in this situation with the loss of Campbell.
Yeah, the first thing you'll be looking to see is whether or not she could temper herself. Remember, she only just returned from Women's Premier League, where she would have been asked to play a completely different role. And of course, with that added responsibility as vice captain of this side, you expect to see her take the responsibility in her run chase as such, especially with the position West Indies have found themselves in. And interestingly, she's batting before DeAndre Doughton as well. That wicket though, must give credit to Shimari Atapatu and Ranawira. They brought that fielder in to mid-on and forced Shemaine Campbell to look for a different gap.
What Ranawira has done really well, she's just mixed up her pace. At times she's almost lulled the West Indian batters to sleep with that slow looping pace. Then she just slips the arm ball in. So you've got to be cognizant and ready. And so far, you must say Sri Lanka are on top.
The single brings up the 50 for West Indies halfway into the 16th over. The third wicket to fall was just this one. You can see her looking square up the wicket. Yeah, good catch. Held with Vishmi Gunaratne. She's leading the action in the field all day, Gunaratne.
This one's found the gap and through nicely. Well-timed shot. Good response this from Stephanie Taylor, showing all her class under pressure.
Yes, so good through the offside, Stephanie Taylor. So good against spin as well. It's really good to see this. Just look at the placement. And this will be the difference between Stephanie Taylor and many other West Indian batters. She won't look to bludgeon it. It will be timing and placement.
I think that's something we saw from the Sri Lankans throughout their innings. Just looking to time the ball more often than not. Find the gaps. It's good batting. Good bowling as well. Just tossed it up once again. Asking the right questions is Ranawira. Just one delivery remaining. 6 runs coming from the over so far, but that wicket as well. And another juggle. Is that Atapatu again with the juggling act? Her second juggle of the match so far. And Chanel Henry's short stay at the crease comes to an end. 55 for 4 now, the West Indies, tearing down the barrel.
And you spoke about the temperament. This one perhaps in the slot, but didn't get the elevation she needed as Atapatu coming into the circle. And again, she juggles 1, 2, 3 times. And importantly, she holds on to the vice captain. Chanel Henry goes back for just 1. 55 for 4 at the end of 16.
Incoming batter, the Andrew Johnson. The Andrew is her 150th ODI. The Andrew Johnson, 150th ODI, representing West Indies.
That wicket of Chanel Henry brings the world boss Deandra Dutt into the crease. Have a look at that career. 141 innings. Average of 30. 22 50s and 300s. He's going to need a few of those in this innings. But good. It's Namasha actually, who's actually on ODI debut. Let's have a look at the wicket again. I think the West Indies have just been guilty of hitting the ball in the air too often, especially within the first 20 overs here. Just choosing the aerial option a few times too many.
Yeah, and it's the second time we've seen back-to-back wickets for West Indies. Remember, Haley Matthews and Keanu Joseph followed each other. Keanu was dismissed in the 7th over, Haley Matthews in the 8th, and now the 16th over by Ranawira yielded 2 wickets for Sri Lanka.
It's a good shot though, finds the gap through the offside. They'll go close to the boundary. Sri Lankans hearing away at it. Good athletic fielding once again, and that's an area that's really grown in the women's game. The athleticism you're seeing from the teams around the globe, putting their bodies on the line. Looks like it was Nila Sheikha on that occasion. Just opened the face slightly to get it through the gap there. Have a look at that. Fantastic work, good partnership.
Yeah, and it was always going to be one thing you were going to keep your eye on when it came to this Sri Lanka team. They've always felt as though they needed to improve in their fielding. Sheikha De Silva has always been one who's led the way in the field over the years she's played. 36 years old, but still very agile and athletic. It's really good to see the effort from all the other fielders today.
I think one thing that's really stood out to me so far in this game is just how well the Sri Lankans have adapted to the conditions here in Grenada. Maybe a bit more, or a lot more similar to conditions in the subcontinent. The way they tackle the spinners, they look very comfortable indeed. Quicker delivery there, just a single. But yeah, they looked very, very, very much at home in these conditions. Just one delivery remaining here. Once again, finds the gap through the offside. Won't go to the boundary this time. Taylor just seems to be hobbling slightly, coming back for that 2. But it's the end of 17 overs. We'll take a drink with the score on 61 for 4. So will the players.
She has a total of 141 innings. 3,785 runs, high score of 150 not out, the average of 13.03, strike rate of 79.18, 322 50s. So congratulations to Deandra Dottin in reaching a milestone of 150 ODI appearances.
West Indies under a bit of pressure here after 17 overs. 61 for 4, Sri Lanka. Picking up wickets at regular intervals. First to go, Kiana Joseph. Juggling act by skipper Atapatu. The second was Hayley Matthews, a huge wicket going to Dumi Vihanga. Just saw Shemaine Campbell with the leading edge, diving away was the Sri Lankan fielder. Once again in the air, Shemaine Campbell this time. Chanel Henry, sorry. Another juggling act by Atapatu. Those are the 4 wickets. And have a look at the tail of the tape so far. Matthews, Joseph, Campbell and Henry back in the hutch. Sri Lanka chasing what, a first victory in the West Indies since 2003. That would be 23 years. So far they've done an admirable job. But look at that, the difference in the wickets column. West Indies have lost 3 more wickets than Sri Lanka at this same stage. They had 3 50-plus partnerships for Sri Lanka in that innings. West Indies yet to have a substantial partnership in their reply. That required run rate just continues to climb slightly. 5.45 now. It's going to be Ranawira. Almost unassuming Ranawira in her style. So you see there, a bit of a change. Fielder comes into that short mid-wicket position. Once again in the air, taking the outside edge, close to a fielder. I think the West Indies will be better served just to try and find some low-risk scoring at this stage.
Yeah, just look at the way Stephanie Taylor is playing the left-hand spinners in particular. She's playing with the spin. A number of batters have gone against the spin, and it's led to their downfall. Dottin lucky on that occasion. Yeah, so much better, so much better. And she is capable of playing through the offside, Deandra Dottin. And also important to note, this is a big game for Dottin as well. Her 150th ODI. Deandra Dottin celebrated at the start of this game. Got a jersey with 150 on the back of it.
Quite a few milestones in this match so far, Shakira. For a long time, this pair, worthy pair for the West Indies when it came to batting, chasing down totals, posting imposing totals as well. We see something similar from them here, under a bit of pressure. As you said, the most experienced pair in this West Indian lineup as well.
Yeah, so many times West Indies' success was heavily dependent on what these two did, especially with bat in hand. Boy, wouldn't we love to see a display from Taylor and Dottin. Take us back to the old days when we continue to dominate Sri Lanka. It won't be easy though. The end of 1864 for 4.
Looks like we're going to have another bowling change for the Sri Lankans. It's going to be Kavisha Dahari from the Davo end with her off spinners. As anticipated, it's going to be trial by spin. Something to just note as well, Shakira. Just how the West Indian batters, well, in comparison to the Sri Lankan batters, gone about playing the spinners. Don't seem to possess the number of options that we saw from the Sri Lankans in that first innings. You know, the sweeps and the reverse sweeps, the laps, all looked very natural indeed, almost second nature.
A little break off the surface. Yeah, but you can expect that. Sri Lankans, they grow up in the subcontinent on pitches where the ball is turning more often than not. In the Caribbean, these West Indians are not too exposed to good, disciplined, control spin. That's what we've seen from the Sri Lankans so far. Outside off stump, even if it did hit pad first. So it is a challenge for West Indies, and it's a challenge that they keep working hard at. It's something both West Indian sides, men and women, they've always struggled to play and come up with options against spin. Many teams have often felt you just use slower bowlers and you can stem the flow of runs. Continue to see on the surface that is much slower. It's even more difficult for these West Indian batters.
That's the point right there, Shakira. The lack of pace really caused problems for the West Indian batters. Faced with a situation such as this, with not too much pace on the deliveries, that's when you have to keep your shape as long as possible. That was a hallmark of the Sri Lankan batters. How many times did we say, yes, they used their feet, but they kept their shape, knocked the ball down the ground, made good contact. Just something for the West Indies to definitely, you can always learn from your opponents as well. You think back to the Matthews dismissal, probably just getting through the shot a bit too soon. Full toss, gets away with that one though, did Kavisha. Good over to end, just the one from it, 19 gone. West Indies under pressure, 65 for 4. Just the one seamer so far for the Sri Lankans. Ranawira back into the attack with her left arm orthodox. Looks pretty innocuous, then just has that element of surprise, that quicker delivery.
Yeah, we haven't seen any huge amounts of turn from these Sri Lankan bowlers. What we've seen is good discipline. So often they've kept the stumps in play. So pointed out to Ranawira, she's just varied her pace. So lots of bowling smarts. The West Indies batters, they have to find a way to rotate the straight. And good captaincy for Atapatu as well, even though Taylor's been there for 30 deliveries. She does have extra fielders in the circle, just 2 fielders in the deep, in fact. And remember, she is allowed to have up to 4 fielders on the boundary.
That's her just sensing the opportunity, isn't she, Shakira? Sri Lanka on top. Why release the pressure? Edge, big edge, thick edge. Past the diving hand at first slip. Didn't quite get to hand, but it was in the vicinity. Just a bit of extra bounce there, probably. And that delivery, have a look again. A bit of turn and bounce. Evades that outstretched hand. That first slip is quite wide as well. Seems almost every delivery something's happening at the moment, Shakira. The Sri Lankans really sensing this opportunity, crowding the West Indian batters. You see this offside field, no one on the boundary. Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, and a long off. Just there again, a swing and a miss. So a lot happening here at the St. George's, at the National Stadium in St. George's. The end of 20, 69 for 4. Kavisha to continue. got a slip in place. Oh, to turn from outside that off stump. Good leave in the end from Stefani Taylor. She'll have to be at her watchful best now. Things just starting to happen. Bit more revs on these deliveries. Bit of turn, bit of bounce. That margin for error is becoming even thinner now with those 4 wickets back in the hutch. That run rate inching towards 6, 5.76. Just need a partnership in this situation. Just need a partnership. But with the most experienced players at the crease, Shakira, you expect they'll find a way.
Or you at least hope they'll find a way. But yeah, partnership. That word so important. You think about the Sri Lankan innings, and those partnerships were key. First partnership 49, then 80 odd, then 50 odd. And those really set the game up for Sri Lanka to get beyond 200. I said in the first thing after lunch, the pace of this surface perhaps add 20 more runs to that total. Yes, can expect Sri Lanka aren't going to go to another pacer. It's going to be that one pacer in Madara and then Spain throughout. West Indies certainly would have known that coming into this game as well. In these conditions, and almost in any conditions, the Sri Lankans depend heavily on their spinners.
We spoke about the last time international cricket was played here, just how big a role seam played in the men's series. It's going to be totally different in the women's series here. Trial by spin, at least for the West Indian batters, that will be. Just in the air again slightly, not quite to the pitch of that one. Another good over this from Kavisha. Just 3 runs coming from it. 21 gone, 72 for 4. Have a look at this, Shakira, just as you were mentioning, the fall of wickets. No real partnerships being forged for the West Indies. The best of 26 so far. Just the one seamer in Malki. Successful picking up a wicket. Vihanga, the huge wicket of Hayley Matthews. She was almost talismanic today, Vihanga, in the way she went about her business. This one just sneaks past that fielder there. The fielder's there to save one. Skipper Atapatu. Oh, it's Vihanga, actually. The one we were just speaking about. Hit the first 6, as you said. Or the first maiden as well. Picked up the huge wicket of Hayley Matthews.
This is a period that seems will have to be very careful. Even though Shimari Atapatu normally seems quite innocuous, she finds a way to get wickets. 50 ODI international wickets. This one lifted over the top on the offside, and it could be first boundary for Deandra Doughton. In fact, it is. So well played by Doughton.
Easy power on show by Deandra Doughton there. Didn't quite come out the middle, but she looked to access the offside. And that's something that she's added string to her bow, really. Her strength has been down the ground and through the onside, but here she is, just giving herself a little room to access the offside. She got away with it. Atapatu tried to overcorrect there, not give her too full a delivery. It was a little short, but didn't find a gap. That's something the Sri Lankans did so well.
Slip drops to short third. Atapatu changes her angle around the wicket now to Dotty. And sweeps immediately. Another shot she's quite good at playing. Yeah, good running as well by these two West Indian batters. Dotty coming back to the danger end, knowing full well she could get there.
The athleticism of the world boss was on show there. She called through Stephanie Taylor for that second run. Taylor was probably happy to just sit there for the single, but Dottin coming to the danger end, as you said, had to put on the afterburners. Just there for Hanger once again, though, putting her body on the line, trying to save that single. It's the end of the first over. That from the skipper. 22 in the books. It's 80 for 4. True Grenadian nature, as you see from the pictures here, it's been an uphill battle for the West Indies so far in this innings. 4 wickets already gone, but the experienced pair of Taylor and Dottin at the crease, and that should give West Indian fans and the backroom staff and the rest of the team a bit of confidence. Joined now by Stacey Ann.
One is hit in the air. There's Atapatu, who takes her third catch of the day. And I was just saying to myself, Dottin has parked her impulses in this game. But she is a 6-hitter, and she was looking to take Kavisha Dilhari down the ground, but finds Atapatu in her way. So the 5th wicket goes down. Sri Lanka on top.
Another wicket, Yanja Dottin. She goes Scott Atapatu for Dilhari for 14. 80 to 5 West Indies.
Once again, choosing the wrong option, the West Indian batters. Aerial option. 14 she goes for, 80 for 5.
New batter coming to the crease. Janila Gasco.
Halfway through the side now, the Sri Lankans looking favourites at this stage to pick up their first win in the West Indies in over 20 years. This series, though, the CG United Women's Series, they'll be looking to pick up those points as we spoke about. All these points so important going towards this 2029 World Cup. It brings Janila Glasgow to the crease, batting in her Oakley sunshades. Looking a very cool customer indeed. She'll have to be cool, calm and collected in this situation. Just there, almost caught on the back foot. Just misread the length, but in the end she survives. Have a look at the wicket again, Stacey. Choosing the wrong option. Just hitting the ball in the air too often. West Indian batters. There, outside edge once again. Flew past. first slip. Athletic, good athletic stuff on the boundary to save a couple runs. Sri Lankans all hands at the wheel here. Another chance, well, not really a chance, didn't go to hand, but in that vicinity of first slip. Maybe better served having another slip in with the score 80 for 5.
Yeah, you won't mind that option. Perhaps that's happening now. Good call, Mali. Atapatu sensing the occasion, realizing that her bowlers are on top and giving them the necessary field required to bring success. So 2 slips in play now. Gets off the mark quite fortuitously. Janelia Glasgow had an exceptional regional tournament, was the leading run scorer in the 50 over CG United 50 over women's tournament regional. Of course, we're here now in the CG United women's West Indies versus Sri Lanka series to end that over 82 for 5. A lot of work to do for the other batters to come along with Stephanie Taylor.
The experienced Taylor, the emerging Glasgow at the crease. Bit of the past and the future of West Indies cricket. Well, the present as well, to be fair. Taylor gets off the mark. She's showing all her, gets another run. She's showing all her experience here. Just knocking the ball into the gap, gets off strike. It's a left-handed Glasgow on. Natupatu, she's been fantastic in the field. She's had 3 catches, marshaled her troops well as well. You see the record of Stephanie Taylor, 100 runs away from 6,000. Have a look at that average. Just there, a bit of a nothing shot outside the off stump. Sensing an opportunity here, the Sri Lankans still got to slip in. Especially Atapatu isn't the biggest turner of the ball, but just sensing an opportunity. Seen a few fly past in that region.
She loves width. Janelia Glasgow has quite a classical cover drive. But so far, Atapatu has bowled in decent areas, not giving her width, and the length has been spot on also. I mentioned Stephanie Taylor, her average 5,900 runs to her name, 27 of 38. Just need a partner with her at the other end. And so far, that's how the innings has progressed. Not a lot of partnership built for West Indies. Just 1 run coming from the 24th, 83 for 5.
That required run rate above 6 now. This tells you just how much pressure the Sri Lankans have exerted on this West Indian batting lineup so far after 24 overs. It's going to be Kavisha to continue from the Darbo end. 1 for 6. looking dangerous, especially when she tosses it up outside that off stump. Just a bit too full on this occasion. But Stacey Ann, Glasgow in particular, at the start of her innings, just seems to be misreading the length a little bit, going back to balls that maybe she should come forward to. Probably expect a bit of nerves.
They're still in the infancy of her career. In her 10th ODI, has a high score of 44 runs. Yes, Janela Glasgow so definitely has batting pedigree. Nicely played there by Taylor. Helped on its way, and that should be a boundary. Important boundary, much needed from a West Indies perspective.
That's right indeed. Welcome 4 to the West Indies total. Speaking about the young Glasgow though, you mentioned her top score of 44, and it's an area in which the West Indies have been searching for years, trying to find a young batter that could support the likes of a Stefani Taylor or Hayley Matthews. Thinking hopefully Glasgow could be one that could just slot into this lineup, and maybe when Taylor then makes her exit from the international stage, could just slot into that position. So valuable experience batting with the players such as her.
Yeah, very important to identify the future players in this lineup, or even those who probably isn't in this lineup right now, who could probably play a role that you assign to them and play it well. You see, that is what Sri Lanka has. That is how they have built their team. They've identified a number of players and kept them in certain positions, and they're paying off quite well for them. Rewards. Persons like Hashita, Hasini Pereira, Vishmi Gunaratne. So important that West Indies identify these younger players and continue to give them the necessary exposure. 88 for 5 at the halfway stage.
If you compare the West Indies and Sri Lanka after 25 overs, that's it right there. Lost 4 more wickets, scored 9 less runs than Sri Lanka did at the same stage. It's going to be Captain Atapatu to continue. That's something we spoke about in that first innings, Sri Lanka keeping wickets in hand, and just how beneficial that could be towards the back end of the innings. Maybe missed a trick or two by keeping Vahanga back as long as they did. But they would have learned from that today. Maybe we'll see a change in the next game.
Yeah, you'll say, given the state of the game now, and the score on the board, Sri Lanka has assessed conditions really well. They've used their spinners to good effect in this innings. In the first innings when they batted, to just give themselves that time in the middle. First game in unfamiliar conditions, so that is what was important. An edge, but flies past the outstretched arm of the slip fielder, and she'll get 4 as well. Inadvertently played, lucky Janelia Glasgow so far and from her scoring options.
This time this edge went a little finer, Stacey. That first slip has been inching wider and wider as this innings has gone on. Choosing to stay wide. This time it's a finer edge, past, went in between the keeper and first slip. Once again, living dangerously, the West Indian batters.
one was extremely slow and slightly straighter to the line of the stump. Fair to say the edge has been quite effective for Janelia Glasgow in her batting innings. And that's because she's been looking to give herself room. Sri Lankan bowlers, they haven't been giving her that, tosses that one up as well. They've been looking to keep it tight to her. So far, 2 edges has produced runs for her. Surprised that they haven't had a second slip in play.
Again, just on the back foot to something that she should be coming forward to. 26 overs gone though. It's 93 for 5. .93 for 5. If you're a West Indian cricket fan, look away. But with Taylor at the crease, anything can happen here. Kavisha's done a very good job in her 4-over spell so far, and she continues. Just there, a bit of turn, a little bit of bounce. I like her action, Kavisha. She's looking to get maximum revs on the ball. She's been very disciplined in her lines and lengths.
Yeah, Shakira mentioned it when she was on comms earlier. The quality in the difference of what you will face here from someone like Kavisha Delhari and the other spinners from Sri Lanka, being from the subcontinent. Lots of spinners in those areas. Pakistan, India, lots of spinners, quality spinners as well. Competition for spaces. In terms of the spinners that they have there, Kavisha Delhari, as you mentioned, nice classical action and gets the revolutions as well. So producing spin, the extra purchase off the surface, 2 slips in play. Yeah. 2 short, width offered, and she will capitalize any day of the week. She was edgy to start, but got that one right off out of the middle that time.
I think what's clear with that shot is that she's very comfortable playing off the back foot. Bit of turn there, but kept her eye on that one. It was a little short in length. It wasn't a long hop. Showed good footwork, was quick onto that one, found the gap. Her second boundary.
Look at the way the field is set for Kavisha Delhari. 3 fielders on the onside, all on the boundary. Lots of space on the onside in the circle. She's bowling to her field. The plans that the skipper have in place. 2 slips, someone sweeping. She's asking her to manufacture a shot to the onside that's not on. Through the hands of the slip. So a plan almost coming to fruition there. Instead, it's been dropped. To end the over, 100 comes up as well, 102 for 5.
104 cities, women, 100 coming off 152 deliveries, 101 minutes. 100 West Indies.
.102 for 5. Janelia Glasgow once again in that slip region, picking up 4 runs. This time it went to hand. That second slip was very close indeed. And as we were speaking about the talisman for the Sri Lanka team so far, Dumi Vahanga back into the attack from the river end. picked up that massive wicket of Hayley Matthews earlier today. She's here now looking to do the same with Stephanie Taylor. Line of attack from around the wicket. Starts right on the money. And what's been a clear tactic from the Sri Lankans so far, the Sri Lankan spinners, is that lack of pace, giving the West Indies absolutely no pace to work with.
Played about 2 shots there just then, Stephanie Taylor. And again, as you mentioned, the lack of pace. Had to wait on it a little bit longer. Vihanga riding on confidence in this match so far. Surely that big wicket of Hayley Matthews would have boosted that after finishing the innings so well for her team.
Yeah, at times we saw something similar from the West Indian spinners. Really putting too much pace on the deliveries, but it's the way the Sri Lankans countered it. Similar to that from what you saw from Stephanie Taylor, just using all her experience, not looking to hit the ball too hard, not take too many risks, just find the gaps, low risk scoring. But look at that, 138 from 134, a long way to go yet. But with Taylor at the crease, there is some hope.
The runs required not too far off from the balls remaining. But the wicket column, that is the issue for West Indies. Appeal there from Vihanga. And the wickets falling makes your job that just much harder.
Again, a play and a miss outside that off stump. Good comeback over this from Vihanga, just the 1 run coming from it. 103 for 5. Both teams have really rung the changes in terms of their bowling options. West Indies used 7 in their innings. Sri Lanka have used 6 so far. I think that, you know, Kiana Joseph wasn't used as an option as well. So many options not used by the West Indies. It's Kavisha once again. Very good spell from her in the context of things. She's picked up at wickets as well. Really like her action, to be fair. Full of energy. Bounces to the crease, gets over the top. And as you said, Stacey, and looks to give it maximum revs.
Yeah, some fans taking in the contest, hoping for a West Indies victory. A knowledgeable crowd. They know that a lot will rely on Stephanie Taylor being set and playing the spinners so well. We also know that partnership needs to be formed. Someone needs to stay with her. It's so important to take the game deep from the position they're in right now, losing 5 wickets. You don't want to be losing 6, then 7 shortly after. Have to find a way to take the game deep, West Indies.
Slips still in for Glasgow. Just there. This time makes good contact. Just 1. Just looking at the spattering of spectators around the ground. The Junior Murray Royal Lewis stand seems to be the popular place to sit at the moment. It's where the majority of the fans are sitting, as we see the Sri Lanka backroom staff there. Pensive.
Another failed dive by Vihanga in that region. Just a one though. Yeah, that area. The music is being blasted from that side. Hearing some soca music as I sit here.
Or could it be the spectators are trying to run from the sun here? It's the best shade provided so far.
And some Windward Islands women cricketers on show there. Karina,
who was that, Stacey?
Karina Noel. Also have Grenada representative Raquel Williams and Cassie Williams as well, wicket keeper. Surely they're firmly supporting the hometown girl, Affie Fletcher. But after 29 overs, 107 for 5.
Keep an eye on that required run rate. Yeah, it's inching up. It's above 6 now, 6.38. It's going to be Vihanga to continue. She's been impressive today. Didn't have that much to do with the bat, but came out and provided that impetus. Picked up that huge wicket, and here she is again, changing the line of attack, going around the wicket from the river end. They'll be happy, I think, the Sri Lankans, to see Glasgow coming onto that front foot. She looks a little less comfortable when coming onto the front foot so far in this innings. Misses out. That was going down leg for sure, but full toss. Just needed to make some sort of contact on that one. As you said, they have the boundary riders on the onside for Glasgow. No one on the boundary on the offside. That tells you where they think her strength is.
Yeah, it's quite interesting that they don't have someone sweeping on the boundary. A bit tighter this time, Vihanga bowling a little bit straight to the last 2 deliveries, but I think her first 2 deliveries were a bit too wide. Yeah, there you go. Just hitting that one past the fielder, getting a single, getting off strike. Albeit the 5th ball of the over, gets off strike nonetheless.
I think the West Indies shouldn't be too fussed about the fact that, you know, this over's only gone for 1 so far. They just need to get a partnership going. If they can spend some time, that's where run scoring becomes a lot easier. We saw that in the Sri Lankan innings. Hasini, Hasita, the way they played, spending time at the crease.
But it's been a good fall so far. Nervous start. Fall so far. Playing the situation that is required.
Look at the partnerships across this innings so far. Opening partnership 26, and Wickets tumbled. So they've begun the work, but then Wickets fell at regular intervals. You look at one staple there though, Stephanie Taylor. And she's the staple that's keeping the papers together at the moment. Her experience once again coming to the fore. Natasha Mipaj comes back into the attack. Looking to break this partnership. Shakira Selman alongside of me. Let's begin to set things up. Shakira, put on your coach's hat. From a Sri Lankan perspective, the road to victory is continue to pick up wickets, but let's look at the West Indian perspective in terms of what could that road to victory look like for them in this one.
Stephanie Taylor's key. There's no doubt that you need Stephanie Taylor there as long as possible. What you want from Taylor and Glasgow is a partnership, a meaningful partnership, at least 50 and building. Heard Haley Matthews at the toss mention that they bat deep this West Indies side. Struck down the ground firmly, but Shamari Atapatu easily hauling that one back in. But Shanisha Hector, who's not yet come to the crease and scored runs in the last regional competition. Remember, she would have opened the batting for Leeward Islands in the T20 competition. Afi Fletcher, whom has contributed quite often for West Indies, and she'll be confident she can do it here in her hometown on a surface which she will know well. There's still batting to come, but when you look at that required run rate, which continues to climb, when they started it was below 5, it's slowly getting to 7. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. She loves that off. Shamari Atapatu can do at mid-off.
You talk about required run rate, and that's going to help them. Got the length that she needed, got the width that she needed as well. She spent some time out there in the middle. We harped on what she was able to do in the women's Super 50. Maybe a slightly better effort required there in terms of getting that hand down to that one. But it's the pace at which it came off the bat. Couple edges, but growing in confidence. 31 bowled, it's 116 for 5. You mentioned meaningful partnerships, Shakira. I'm happy that I used that word meaningful, because as we look at it here, all of these are partnerships in front of us. That 26-2, 21-6, 25, but 36 is on its way towards being meaningful, towards being impactful for the West Indies. This is something that they wanted higher up in the order. The thing that has gone well for them is the fact that they've been able to pick up regular boundaries. That's kept them in the game in spite of being bogged down in certain intervals. But that 36, can they get that 36 into maybe 66? Lovely use of the feet from Taylor. Not looking to overhit it either. That is class, that is skill. This is what we talked about when we looked at what Sri Lanka did well with bat in hand, especially in this middle phase. Looked to attack with the spinners within those first 3 deliveries. From there, work balls around, ended up at 5, 7, 8 sometimes. in an over. This is the value of experience, and this is what is getting them talking at the moment. This partnership and Stephanie Taylor. Oh, they're giving the Grenadians something to believe in. And now what she's also had is help. So yes, started a little scratchy at the top, Glasgow, but she's gotten a rhythm. She's gotten going.
In Grenada, Glasgow, Stephanie Taylor now has a partner who is always looking to run. There's always that intent to score from Grenada, Glasgow. Whether or not it's coming off the middle of the bat or not, she's always looking for a single. And she's been able to turn over the strike quite aptly. You can see that current rate there is still below 4. In the last few overs, West Indies have been able to get a few boundaries and score at 6 or 7.
Was there something on that one? Not out. In fact, it's just saying it came off of the pad or the thigh, something there. Seven comfortable runs in the over, 32 bowled, 1, 2, 3 for 5. To use your word, Shakira, we say meaningful. Let's look at the partnerships for Sri Lanka women in that innings. We see 49, 86, 50. We talk about a platform. That was a platform that allowed them in the back end of the innings to find themselves towards that 240. There was bat on that one. I'm wondering if it just turned out of the surface. We'll wait on that confirmation. Yes, just turned out of the surface and signal wide no. But West Indies now playing what we call catch up in the back end of the inning. So looking to put together what Sri Lanka did at the start. They say there's more than one way to skin a cat in the Caribbean, and as such, maybe this is a different way from the West Indies women today.
Certainly, head coach Shane D should be saying, get the job done. Doesn't matter how scrappy it looks, just get the job done. These are very important points. Another wide from Chamariata Patu.
I want to contest what you just said, Shakira, if you would but allow me. Definitely agreed in terms of the point scenario, in terms of get those points at any cost. And I know you didn't mean to make that point in reference to what I was saying now. But you mentioned it doesn't necessarily matter how scrappy it looks, and we know we say that in the Caribbean, but from a consistency perspective, I think it also matters how it looks, because I don't think they want to find themselves doing this too often, because I'm not certain that this means that they win series. I'm not certain that this means that they qualify, you know, automatically for the World Cup. But I know you didn't make that comment in relation to consistency.
Yeah, look, the important thing is to win. In this situation they found themselves in, he'll be saying, get the job done. We can revisit and review after the game and improve on Sunday. Right now, just find a way to win. We don't want to find ourselves in the position we were in last year. Yeah, And also remember, this is the first game this West Indies team is playing since last June. So it's been a while since they've played international cricket. I expect them to be a bit rusty.
I love how you've pulled it together, Shakira. That's why you are the expert. I also knew you would not take my comment personally. That single takes Taylor up to 47. A well-played 47, job not done just yet. You see her, well, you didn't see her on camera, so I'll explain what happened. She's just signaling to Glasgow how that ball's dipping ever so slightly. The threes are on the board, 33 overs bowled, 129 for 5. Here at 129 for 5, they positioned themselves to get to what we consider a winning position. 111 from 101. Based on the math, it is possible.
So
it is more than gettable. They've gotten themselves into a position, but they need to continue. 50 partnership comes up between Taylor and Glasgow. Meaningful, Shakira, meaningful.
Even more meaningful if it carries on and gets West Indies over the line. 50 of just 68 deliveries. Importantly, that contribution fronting the near Glasgow, 26 from just 35.
I'll tell you what I loved about that graphic just now, Shakira. Outside of the 50 partnership coming up, it was the smiles. They were both smiling, Shakira. You gotta love a smile.
So they're smiling at the end of this game.
Bit of advice coming once again from Taylor, and you probably tell yourself that she's the reason why this partnership has gotten to where it is. That experience, taking the time to continuously talk to Glasgow. 34 bowled, 131 for 5.
So we just want to remind you of the anti-betting code. So under those circumstances, the persons at the ground will use a mobile telephone or other kind of communication device to communicate in any way or to use or transmit any form of commentary, data, audio, video, photograph, text, statistic, or results, or any other material related to the match taking place for any unauthorized commercial purpose or for any kind of improper betting. It is unlawful, and such action will not be tolerated. The likely result will be rejection from the venue, the imposition or sanctions such as being banned from the venue, and in future, possible future action, including criminal prosecution. This is a reminder of proceeds on the anti-betting code.
Five wickets have fallen for the West Indies women in this innings. It all began with Malky Madara picking up the wicket of Kiana Joseph after a couple boundaries, after a couple juggles. Then this, the big wicket in her 100th women's ODI. Hayley Matthews, that ball just glancing off at the pad. And then Shemaine Campbell was next to go, turning that bat face a bit too early. And spin continued to win this battle. Chanel Henry the next to fall. And then here, looking to go big was Dottin, couldn't go big enough. The hands of Shamari Atapatu, they have been busy all day long and they've held it. Well, here we have it. The 5 wickets to go, 13 for Matthews, 13 for Joseph, 12 Campbell, Henry and Dottin. Not the kind of starts that they would have been hoping for, but there's hope with Taylor there. Wickets for Malky Vahanga, 2 for Ranawira, and Kavisha with 1 as well. We also look at those economy rates for the Sri Lanka women. They've been able to keep things tight, keep pressure on. A look at how things have compared between the two sides in their innings at this stage after 34 overs. You would pretty much call it level even. 131 for West Indies, 145, but that wickets column, that is the danger here. Can't afford to lose maybe another 1 or 2 in this phase, especially if that's the wicket of Stephanie Taylor. She has to be there. I called her the staple. Papers fly all around if they don't have staples, Shakira. So she's the staple here for me. We all know it. She has to keep things going, but she's looked good. She's also had help as well. So things looking good, just like the weather and just like the scenery here in Grenada. Oh, if you've never been, you have to join us. Maybe join us for the next Women's ODI coming up. That CG United Women's Series is 3 ODIs, this being the first, and maybe tomorrow Shakira will be sailing us on that boat. I've been told that is one of her 6 that she has here in the island of Grenada. Oh, to be on the Caribbean Sea right now. Love it.
Yeah, quite beautiful, and I wish I could own that boat, Joel. Whoever's on that boat, I'm sure they're enjoying these beautiful Caribbean seas. What a beautiful place to be. Grenada, the Spice Isle, land of Jab Jab, and land of Afi Fletcher. A legend in her own right, Afi Fletcher. One of the batters left to come. Should the West Indies require? For now, though, all eyes on Stephanie Taylor as she nears the 42nd ODI half century.
And eyes now turn back to the youth of Malky Madara. She picked up the first wicket of the innings. They've gone back to the only seamer that they utilized in this innings. They're looking for something different, looking for a breakthrough, looking to break this partnership. Would say she had a decent start to things with ball in hand, Malky Madara. Yes, occasionally you would say that her line wasn't what she wanted. But what she was able to do was get that first wicket for a skipper. Can she come back here and get a second?
Yeah, she'll certainly come back and go to her variations a lot more often, Malky Madara. It's interesting that Shmari Atapatu has gone back to seam though. She didn't have to return to Malky. I wonder if this could perhaps play into the hands of the West Indians. Perhaps not wanting to go to the left arm spinner, Ininoka Ranarira, who still has a few overs left because of the presence of the left-hander, Janelia Glasgow. Tell you what, these West Indian batters would much rather pace on the ball, as little as that may be from Malky Madara.
There's that pace off that you mentioned. Just one away, Stefanie Taylor. Yeah, they'll be looking to clap very soon. They appreciate what Stefanie Taylor brings to this side and to this setup. Didn't think she would go after it by coming down the wicket, but hey, who am I to question Stefanie Taylor?
Yeah, she's thinking matchups. She's thinking this is an opportunity to score and bring that scoring required rate down. She split the seamer to go after Stefanie Taylor. She has to remain at the crease for much longer.
Number 42 for Stefanie Taylor. A 42nd half century in women's ODI cricket.
50 up for Stefanie Taylor. 50 coming off.
Yeah.
Score of 50. Minus Stefanie Taylor.
Tells you what she's done across her career.
That one shaping back into Glasgow, missing the leg stump though. 134 for 5. $107 needed from 90 deliveries. The question is, do Sri Lanka look to someone else in this innings to maybe break this partnership, which at the moment is beginning to threaten things? Taylor and Glasgow have what's required to take West Indies over the end. Well, we've seen one seamer so far. We now see a second from Sri Lanka in over, number 36, Nilakshika Silva. And just for a second, you wondered if her first ball would have been cold, if it would have brought glory.
Interesting decision from Sri Lanka. Clearly the backroom staff believe they needed to change the pace. Remember, there was a water break just a few overs ago, and immediately Chamari Atapatu was gone to 2 seamers. Never expected to see another seamer. Certainly never expected to see Shika bowling. Average of 7.5 with the ball. They know what he's looking to up the tempo, and they just believe they can create an opportunity with a seam bowler. Perhaps they feel as though these 2 West Indian batters are becoming much too accustomed to the slow bowlers.
Pace on the ball, And pace disappears. Looks a lot more comfortable to the seamers, Glasgow.
Yeah, this suggests a little bit of panic from where I'm viewing. It felt as though the spinners were still in control. Scoring rate continued to climb. And they've gone to Nilashika Silva, who rarely bowls for the Sri Lanka side. Glasgow, though, she welcomes it.
Changes the angle now, goes right arm around the wicket. And also changed the feel after that delivery as well to Glasgow. A slight reinforcement on the boundary on the offside, so to the right of your screen.
And for that fielder, deep cover was a regulation deep cover. After that shot was struck to the right of the fielder extra cover, they decided to center a lot straighter, especially with this angle targeting the stumps a lot more. It means Glasgow is more likely to stroke the ball a lot straighter and in front of square.
That deep cover fielder now comes in to play after her adjustment. 36 bowled, 140 for 5. Looking at the bowling resources for Sri Lanka, we're looking at the economy rates now. 2 seamers utilize very small sample size for Nilashika, but 6 and over, 5 and over for Malki. It will be Malki to continue. Interesting length that she's bowling without the protection out on the offside, an area that we've seen Glasgow go to in that previous over. She's opted for her protection deep on the leg side, which means potentially has to be a touch straighter. Brilliant work. Excellent, and a direct hit as well. Questions to be asked of the third umpire. They needed a moment of magic. Have they now waved their wand?
Vince diving a ball, athletic. Glass. The way she gets up very quickly, one stump to aim at. She makes it safely, Stephanie Taylor. It was brilliant nonetheless, though. Taking from Taylor.
Yeah, for someone that we were discussing injury concerns earlier about, she's run very well with bat in hand. Just going to confirm, but I believe a free hit was signaled just now by umpire Jacqueline for a no ball call. So a free hit for Stephanie Taylor. There's been a change of batter, which means that the field can change, and they make their adjustments now. 3 out, deep on the leg side boundary. She finds one of those three, so don't pay the price with that free hit.
You have to say well executed by Malky. Stephanie Taylor would have been hoping for something on the offside, but this was the opportunity again. Brilliant bit of fielding, very athletic at cover. It's always a beautiful sight to see a fielder get up so quickly and hit one stump.
Cries for the bowler's end, but they scamper another one. Partnership continues to build. Less than 100 runs required now for the West Indies. Did everything right up until this point here, Sri Lanka. Things setting up nicely, Shakira. The popcorn is popping right now in the microwave. Maybe we have a movie or short film, I'm not sure, but something is going to happen. That angle taking it down the leg side, another direct hit. So fielding is something that has been good from Sri Lanka. Leg byes there signaled by umpire Jacqueline Williams. They're just going down on the angle. Naturally, right arm around the wicket.
Yeah, it's not impossible to get an LB decision from that angle, but it's very unlikely.
Goes aerial, goes big, and goes all the way. Stephanie Taylor. Oh, she gets them excited. 37 bowled, 152 for 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's 150 up for the West Indies women of 224 balls in 140 minutes. 150 up. At this juncture, West Indies women require 89 from 13 overs. It's 152 for 5.
89 needed from 78. This contest is building. West Indies have found themselves back in with a show on the back of a partnership and on the back of this woman, Stephanie Taylor. She's been at the crease for some time and decided it's time to go aerial. It's time to go maximum. It's time to go all the way. Can they go all the way, though, in this first CG United Women's Series ODI? I can tell you who would want to see a win. They do. They have come to this, the first Women's International in quite some time in Grenada. What a way to start the week it would be for them. I say start the week, but it's the end of the week, so maybe start the weekend. The experiment of pace from that end has come to an end, or maybe in fact just trying to fill a gap of 1 over. We see Kavisha back into the attack now, and so to Stacey Ann back into the comms box.
I think Sri Lanka just deviated a bit from their plans, perhaps getting a bit impatient with the partnership between Janelia Glasgow and Stephanie Taylor. Magnificent partnership between these two. Just what West Indies needed. Playing and missing on that occasion. But with the introduction of Nilakshi De Silva, it made me realize that they were searching for something. I think the spinners were doing a good job of containment, but I think they were searching for a wicket, and they believe they need to get that wicket of Stephanie Taylor to keep them in the contest, Sri Lanka. It's a plan that didn't work. They're back to spinners now. Kavisha Dilhari in her 7th over. But these two are set, looking to be expansive as well. Singles, they're picking up singles easily and picking up the odd boundaries along the way.
A misfield, what Sri Lanka could not afford. And that misfield brings about a boundary.
There is an area that she enjoys so well through that offside. I'm still surprised that they have 3 fielders on the leg side for her, giving herself room and a slap through the offside. It actually covers through the legs of the fielder as well. Yes, I'm saying I'm still surprised that they have 3 fielders on the onside boundary. No boundary has been scored on the onside for Janelia so far. A change now, long off and sweeper cover.
Maybe get back, direct hit, whoa. Instantly they're calling for the physio because Stephanie Taylor is down again. This is not good news. And in fact, on this occasion, it looks as if just that ball hitting the elbow. Don't forget she went down earlier for that elbow as well from diving in, but I think maybe, because I saw her clutch that leg a little earlier also.
They saw an opportunity to sneak another single. Just then, that misfield allowed them to come through for the second. Kavisha Delhari with a powerful throw, striking Stephanie Taylor on the arm. She's been through the wars today, Stephanie Taylor, a soldier that's battling and looking to fight on for her team. She's done again, but I assure you, she'll be up once more.
Yeah, this time the ball actually not hitting that elbow. It's a case of her falling on the elbow. Don't forget earlier she had what was a burnout and potentially a cut on that left elbow. But what was interesting was to see the running of the two on that occasion. I mentioned that she's not running the smoothest now. She had a period where she was running well, but there in running that too, you saw it look a bit labored from Stephanie Taylor, and in fact it just looks to be in a real state of pain here at the moment as she's surrounded by a couple teammates. This truly is a war for her, and at the moment she's being their toughest soldier. But can she fight on, as they will need her in this contest?
Yeah, this time she looks to be in some real pain, Stephanie Taylor, but she's fighting. She knows how important it is for her to stay out there and continue with Janelia Glasgow. She's really been through it today, Stephanie Taylor. You look back to on the field of play where she clutched that right leg. But it's been a brilliant partnership between these two. 78 runs, much needed. The only half-century partnership so far for West Indies. Can they convert that to a big 100 runs plus partnership? I will see West Indies in a comfortable position to take this first CG United Women's ODI match.
A lot of conversations going on, but this is the conversation I want to look at here. Look at the running of Stephanie Taylor. She comes back for this second now. You see that she's really forcing it, really trying to give it that all with that hamstring injury that she's carrying at the moment. But good news for West Indies fans, she's back on her feet. She's back on those 10 toes. Repair work's done to the elbow, but in thinking about that hamstring. It tells us that there's not going to be maybe might not be as much running as she would like, which means she's going to be targeting a few more boundaries. That plays into the hands of Sri Lanka women. You just need her to miss hit one. This is the wicket that they need. They had a big huddle and a long conversation, regrouping, and the main focus had to be, how do we dismiss Stephanie Taylor? Could it be potentially a run-out option as well? We've seen within the last 3 overs a few near moments for run-out opportunities. Maybe that could be their way back into this contest, or not necessarily back in because they've never been out of it, but that could be one way to maybe set themselves apart in terms of, okay, we can maybe breathe a little easier with the back of Stephanie Taylor.
Yeah, you know that the importance of that wicket, but Stephanie Taylor, although she got up, you saw her leaning on her bat, still in a lot of pain, but she wants to stay out there for her team. It's not moving well, you can see the discomfort, but she's fighting for West Indies. This is a big effort from Stephanie Taylor.
Yeah, big effort, a massive effort, and this is what you want to see from your experienced players. You want to see heart. You want to see grit, you want to see fight. This is what West Indian supporters, this is what cricket supporters on a whole show up and turn on their TVs for, to see efforts like this. So one delivery left in this, the 38th over, 81 needed from 73. The over completed 160 for 5. Maybe that discussion is what needs to happen over these next 72 deliveries. The left arm spin of Inoka Ranawira back into the attack, and she's met with a boundary. Getting the line wrong on that occasion, and Taylor in her form continues.
Yeah, all she needed to do was get some baton to that Stephanie Taylor. Inexact line that time from Ranawira, the experienced Ranawira, 2 wickets to her name. Doesn't start well. Sri Lanka can ill afford these sorts of deliveries. Given the state of the game right now, this partnership has brought a lot of confidence to West Indies.
Originally, you heard a call of 2. That could have been quite dangerous had they set off for that, but 5 runs from the first 2 deliveries. Immediately pressure on Sri Lanka, pressure on her, the captain, Atapattu, pressure on her as well, Ranawira.
Yeah, and Janelia Glasgow, she loves taking quick singles, she loves running between the wickets, but has to be aware of the injury to her partner. So a conversation needs to be had in terms of the running between the wicket now.
Add one more and an additional delivery. This is what pressure does. At one point, Sri Lanka seemed to be in control, holding on to the reins, and then a period of 5 overs or so where runs began to flow for West Indies. You see a couple mistakes creeping in as well. I think it truly comes down to who will hold their nerve across these next 70 deliveries. In fact, make it 69.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Joel. Lots of mistakes in this over so far, you'll say. West Indies firmly on top in this period of the game. Sri Lanka searching for a wicket.
Changing her angle once again, so mixing it up in this over. Opting to stay one again as well. So you're looking at this over and telling yourselves that they've been able to capitalize on the spinners as well, in addition to the two seamers utilized a couple overs previously. Things ticking along towards an exciting finish. 169 for 5. $169 for 5, and in terms of where the two sides were at this stage, look at it there, even Stevens. They say comparing is never good in life, but in sports it's not too bad. 169 for the West Indies, 171 for Sri Lanka. This is what this partnership has been able to do, bring things back towards the balance.
Quick single. This could be dangerous. It's a direct hit as well. Oh my, this looks to be some trouble. Stephanie Taylor doesn't look very confident. Jacqueline Williams goes up to the third umpire.
I did say just about 3 overs, or in fact 2 overs ago, that the run out is probably the best opportunity for Sri Lanka to get themselves the wicket of Stephanie Taylor. Stephanie Taylor is not convinced that she made her ground. This could be that moment back into taking control of this contest. We talked about the fielding of Sri Lanka, and that has probably been the hallmark of this innings for them. They've had successive direct hits. This, another one, and just maybe this is the most important direct hit of this innings from them. Looks good, but it's not my call to make. But you also want to think about the keeper in the conversation here. Does she make contact with the stump? So we know the ball did. Keeper looks good. Stephanie Taylor looks a mile out of it. And just what Sri Lanka needed. They needed Stephanie Taylor. Their fielding has done the job. Just maybe want to get another look at it. And what is definitely confirmed is that Stephanie Taylor looks short from our eyes, and now towards the umpires. So we're just waiting for that official confirmation from the umpires, as they're the ones to make this decision, regardless of what we see up here in the commentary box.
I think they just want to be sure that the keeper didn't disturb the stumps before, but from my vantage point, it looked to be good. I think the ball impacted the stump. The keeper was close, but I don't think she touched it before. And I think they just want to be sure just there.
Well, we go back to how important a moment like this is, not only for this contest, but for points as well. That's why they want to get this decision right. This is why we have the technology, so that's why we use it. So all eyes on the umpires. Well, all eyes on the replays again, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect angle there. You see that the only impact was the ball on the stump, not the keeper, and it's been adjudged out.
Well, there we have it at long last. Well, Stephanie Taylor, she would feel good in terms of that 66, but disappointed that she could not take her team all the way home. Applauded by those here at the National Stadium. 169 for 6.
Stephanie Taylor goes, run out, Mandara 66.
A new challenge for the West Indies, a new challenger at the crease, Aliyah Aline.
New batter, Aliyah Aline.
Aliyah Aline at the crease. An interesting situation here for her. You would say that things were in cruise control for the West Indies. And now they've entered a new waters.
Yeah, so important for Aliyah Aline to continue to flow with Janelia Glasgow. Gets off the mark there. And what's good is that, yes, Stephanie Taylor played a brilliant knock there. You see the run out again. A direct throw, direct hit from the fielder. Brought that wicket for them. Really wanted that, Sri Lanka. Yeah, nicely walked into the gap. They should look for 2, but just a single. And I was saying, with Aliyah Aline now in the wicket, yes, Stephanie Taylor played brilliantly, but she was hampered a bit by the injury, so the running wasn't as fluent. So these two with fresh legs, Aliyah Aline and Janelia Glasgow, who loves to run, should be able to capitalize on any easy single out there.
A successful over for Sri Lanka women, 171 for 6. That 66 for Taylor stands out in this batting card, but unfortunately she can play no further part in this contest. Glasgow is out there, has a start, must continue, joined by Aline. And we're now into the final 60 deliveries of this contest. We talked about the experience that Stephanie Taylor brought as well in terms of the ability to coach things towards the end. So the value that she offered wasn't only with the bat, but also in terms of her partner Glasgow. Can Glasgow take what she's learned and heard from Stefani across the last half an hour or so and keep that going without her being out there?
Running again into picture. This time it's good. They managed to get two. It's a quick feet out there between these two. Allows them to come back for a second. But I was saying it's good to see Janelia Glasgow hitting that area on the onside quite regularly now. Seeing that she favors the offside, gets a full one on the pads and just whips it into the onside. Good execution from her.
She's on her feet. Well, not in the way that she should have been on her feet, but she survives. Thumbs up. Got herself into a tizzy, into a tangle, into a bit of a tangle. One of those moments that you can look back on as a cricketer and just have a bit of a giggle about it. Slaps it straight back down the ground. Power and brute force. And it brings the chairs out of the Grenada National Cricket Stadium.
Such a deter previous best. On the ground, waiting and find space straight down the ground. Pass long on.
Eight runs in this over so far, and one away Glasgow. A maiden women's ODI 50 for Janelia Glasgow. But just to be certain, they're going to come upstairs. Wondering if you see the signal from the umpire. Just want to confirm that this is indeed her moment. In fact, no, yes, it is indeed confirmed. So, 179 for 6 and a maiden.
It's been a splendid knock under pressure from Janelia Glasgow, coming in when the team was 80 odd for 5, putting on a majestic partnership with Stephanie Taylor. So another young player you can look forward to. Someone we were talking about in terms of players who will fill that role when you have the veterans like Stephanie Taylor on their way out. Janelia Glasgow has put her hands up. So 180 for 6.
Really applying that pressure to Sri Lanka since coming to the crease. Aliyah Aline, in terms of the running between this pair, something that Stacey Ann mentioned would improve. Some 60 runs needed now. They really fought and brought themselves back into this contest, the West Indies. And for a second, a few might have been excited there from a Sri Lankan perspective, playing that one off of the stumps, Janelia Glasgow. They've gotten two. First Taylor and now Glasgow. The two that rebuilt have now crumbled. 7 down now for the West Indies.
It's been the story of the day really for West Indies. They've lost back-to-back wickets regularly throughout this innings. Stephanie Taylor goes, no, Janelia Glasgow, another set batter. Just taking this one across, so Janelia Glasgow looking for that favoured offside. A bit too close to cut. The end, bringing about her demise, and Ranawira breaks through. Janelia Glasgow has to go back for a well-made 50, her maiden, 182 for 7.
50 runs from 59 deliveries. Needed by the West Indies for 50 deliveries. New batter, Shalisha Hector.
That wicket of Janelia Glasgow brings Shanisa Hector to the crease, playing her second ODI of her career so far. It's been a long way back for her, hasn't it? She comes into this match in a bit of form, as you mentioned earlier. She was the form player in the regional T20s, named the MVP, contributed to the Leeward Islands winning their first T20 title as well. 58 from 49 here, 2 new batters at the crease, just what Sri Lanka would have wanted. End of another successful Ranawira over. Her figures 3 for 30, 42 gone, 183 for 7. Atupatu back into the attack. They'll be so happy, the Sri Lankans, to have the new batters at the crease. Both Glasgow and Taylor forming the best partnership for the West Indies so far in this innings. 89. We spoke about partnerships at length. Just when the West Indies needed a partnership the most, they came to the fore, but it's just gone a bit haywire in the last couple overs. Now Aline has got some ability with the bat. Shakira, we spoke about Hector, very inexperienced at this level, but should be fairly confident with her form as well. It's an opportunity for her to be at the crease for the West Indies to win a game, something she hasn't experienced yet in her young career. Uses to go down the ground. That's one thing we know she has, is that power, especially through the onside. She's really improved her offside game as well. We saw quite a few lusty blows through the offside, especially in that T20 blaze. 55 from 45. It's setting up for a stupendous finish. Which way will it go? Maroon or blue?
Yeah, this game has really ebbed and flowed. At 80 for 5, you thought for certain Sri Lanka were in control. A partnership of rear guard from Stephanie Taylor and Janina Glasgow. It's just giving West Indies a chance. This one will threaten the boundary. And in fact, it will get to the boundary. And this is what we expect from Shanisha Hector. Pulled into the leg side between the fielder at deep backwards, clearing deep mid wicket. A crucial boundary for West Indies. They've now scored up every delivery in this over. 8 with 1 delivery left.
Yeah, with just 43 deliveries remaining, still 50 runs to get. Shots such as those will go a long way in getting the West Indies over the line. Just a bit of miscommunication between the pair there on the boundary. Can she escape though, Atapatu? She does with a 1. So 9 runs from that Atupatu over. 43 gone. 49 off 42. 192 for 7. Have a look at the Manhattan here. As you see, those 2 wickets in the 40th and the 44th over. Both Taylor and Glasgow has just brought Sri Lanka back into this match. Ranawira tosses one up. Bit of a leading edge there from Hector, but luckily for her, nowhere near the middle. Just falls into no man's land for a single. Lot of tension around the ground. You can see it on the faces of the spectators in that Murray Raw Lewis stand. Every run being greeted with applause, just adding to the atmosphere here at the National Stadium. It's turning into a fantastic game. Will be a fabulous finish either way.
Discussed learning and the advantage West Indies have by chasing and seeing just how the Sri Lankans went about their innings. And you think about the last 10 overs from a Sri Lankan perspective, it's the 4 for 4. There was only 1 big over. West Indies though, they're getting the boundary every over in this last 10. This could be the difference in whether or not they get across the line. Hector showing some more power and placement.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that from the newly crowned T20 Blaze MVP in Shanisha Hector. Has a lot of power, just brings the bottom hand into play, just dissects that gap. It's 4 more, so West Indies still with 3 wickets in the hutch. The confident Shanisha Hector at the crease. As you said, a lot of tension. I'm not sure which way this game will go. 1 wicket could turn it, a few lusty blows could turn it the other way as well. The game in a very, very precarious position now. Lack of pace, lack of pace, lack of pace once again. Forcing Hector to make to apply all the power. Ranawira with her experience picks up her 4th. It's 198 for 8. West Indies still 43 away.
You're so right. So clever, Ranawira. She held that ball all the way back. Hector threw the shot way too early. Good little cameo from Hector, but could she be out a bit too early, and has she let the Sri Lankans back in? Dismissed for 13, 198 for
43 in 56 deliveries.
Hometown girl Laffy Fletcher, the girl from Lafayette, comes to the crease. It's got there that ring field on the offside. Atupatu once again, no pace on these deliveries. I do wonder if she's related to Amarban Atupatu, the former Sri Lankan opening batter. Class player in his time. Yeah. 1996 World Cup winner, Marvin Atupatu. I think it was that 96 World Cup that would have really launched cricket to the stratosphere in Sri Lanka, picking up that win.
What a beautiful story this would be. Afi Fletcher could be the one to get West Indies over the line at home here in Grenada. A lot for her to do, 42 from 32, but she is capable. A highest score of 36 not out, Afi Fletcher.
Pulled away powerfully. Every run being greeted with applause from the Murray Lewis stand. 200 comes up now for the West Indies. 200 for 8. 44.5.
200 for West Indies, 200 of 271 deliveries.
Good over this in the context of the match for Atupatu though. Big shout, big shout. Umpire Jacqueline Williams is interested. Bodies on the floor, a lot happening. Leg by signal, the end of the 45th. Just 5 remain, 40 still to get, 201 for 8. Through the gap. Was it a catch? Not quite sure. It was in the air, but it gets to the boundary nonetheless. It was in the air in that cover region. Through the kitchen sink at it did Aliyah Aline. Once again, no real pace. Showing a bit of a miscommunication in the last over between the pair on the boundary grinders on that mid-wicket boundary, on the onside boundary. Ranawira hunting a fifer in her last over.
Yeah, important not to follow that boundary. Required rate above 7.5. West Indies know that's manageable.
Again, chooses the onside option. Long way to throw from that boundary. Good running in the end. Comfortable too. So Ranawira hunting a maiden fifer here. Still got 3 deliveries remaining.
Cindy's it up. They don't lose.
Chooses to advance on this one. Not quite out the middle. A welcome one nonetheless. Just 1 delivery remaining now for Ranawira. Can she pick up a maiden fifer? Will the West Indies look to survive or look to put bat on ball? Which way will it go? In the end, just looking to defend, gets through for 1. Quick single, sharp single in the end. Probably needed a direct hit on that occasion, similar to what we saw with Stefani Taylor dismissal, but that's 46 overs gone now. 209 for 8.
209 for 8.
Said every run now being greeted with applause, with excitement here at the National Stadium. This one's aerial once again, but in the gap. We'll come back for 2 more. Dive. Not the strongest of throws. If it was a better throw, I think the batter would have been in a bit more trouble, but in the end, put her body on the line once again. Afi Fletcher, we've come to know that about her. Very competitive indeed.
Desperation being perhaps if Shamari Atapatu had taken that cleanly, she could have been dismissed. Costly would not be. We saw a few opportunities go to the benefit of Sri Lanka when they were batting.
Missed chances by the West Indies in the field. Sri Lanka's just gotten a little more ragged as the game has gone on in the field, but overall, I think they've been pretty good.
That's what pressure does to you. So the deeper you take it, the more pressure the opposition is under.
Once again, no pace to work with, but well played from Fletcher. Just 18 deliveries remaining now. Still 27 runs for the West Indies to get. It's 214 for 8.
214 for 8. 27 for 18 deliveries.
Wonder if my boy there is taking a keen interest in what's going on at the National Stadium. Doesn't look so at this point. A lot of action happening. It's Kavisha back into the attack with 2 overs remaining. Swung away. Straight to the fielder. Backward square, just 1. Is this the over? Will the West Indies look to take on the off spin of Kavisha? Sri Lanka want them hitting into the long side on this onside. Short delivery.
This is the stage you start to think about that last over. That 13 from it. The bat of Vihanga. Different. West Indies, you're thinking, how many do we need? How many can we get in that last over?
This one's edged and past that fielder. Will go close to the boundary. It's Vihanga that's chasing. Does she get there? She does. This will have to be reviewed. But once again, putting her body on the line. The big number 2, Dumi Vihanga. Gonna have another look at this. The question will be, was that knee making contact with that boundary rope when she was pulling it back? Just there, it looks clean to me. This, you can't stress enough just how much that part or this area of the game has improved in the women's game. Short delivery once again, hammered, 1 bounce down to long off. Possibly, if she was onto that quicker, the fielder at that position could have had a chance of taking the catch, but not to be. 21 off 14, 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Just 6 from it so far. Just another single. Almost swung herself off her legs there, Afi Fletcher.
On 9 from it.
223 for 8 West Indies. 18 required from 12. A lead not out 20. Fletcher not out 9.
I think it's fair to be said, Shakira, the CG United Women's Series between, well, the opening match of this series has not disappointed at all. Heading for a fantastic finish. Can still go either way here. Run out chance there, another single. 17 off 11. Atapatu into Hud. 9th over. Gone wicketless today. She took 3 catches. Once again, no real pace for Aline to work with. Just lost her shape, but in the end, another run. 16 off 10 now. Again, Fletcher goes aerial, no real timing. No boundary riders on the offside. That's something we've seen a lot from the Sri Lankans in this game. Latapatu with a short third man. With point, cover, extra cover, and a long off on the offside. This one's played down to long on. He's got a stacked. She's got a couple boundary riders on the onside in that wideish mid-wicket and square leg. This one's down the ground. Another single. So how many will this be in the final over for the West Indies? Shakira, you mentioned Sri Lanka. 13 they got off the final over in their innings. West Indies 13 off 7. This one's hit hard in the air, but straight to the man at Cow Corner, the fielder at Cow Corner. And it will be 12 for the West Indies to get off the final over. Who's going to bowl it for the Sri Lankans? Which way will Latapatu go? What options will the batters take? So many questions to be answered. The best thing about it, it's coming up very soon. Just 1 over remaining here. As I'm joined by Joel Manning now. Was indeed. It burst through the hands of Kavisha into the pitch once again with a bit more pace to the right-handed Aline. It's been a tactic of hers just there. With extra power though. Just bursting through the hands. 1 run. 11 off 5. Pressure on the hometown girl, Afi Fletcher. Can she make contact? She can. That wicket has brought a real hush around the National Stadium here. They were looking forward to their hometown girl possibly bringing the West Indies over the line, but it wasn't to be. Once again, into the pitch from Kavisha Delari. Easy catch through to the wicketkeeper, taking that top edge. And Fletcher goes for 12. Still 11 to get from just 3 deliveries. It's 2:30 for 9. Yeah, you think back, coming out, hitting the first 6 of the game, but this was the wicket. Ramharak had to get bat on ball, really, 11 off 3. And Sri Lanka pick up their first win in over 20 years in the West Indies. The last one coming all the way back in 2003. But here they've started the series well. This CG United Women's Series picking up the first ODI win. Still 2 games to go though, Joe. So it's setting up for quite an exciting series. These teams look very evenly matched. Yeah, that partnership of 89 between Taylor and Glasgow at times just looked like it would take the West Indies over the line, but it wasn't to be. But here, have a look. Ranawira, the standout bowler for the Sri Lankans so far. 4 for 44 in her 10 overs. A very good spell from Kavisha as well. 9.4, picking up her 3 wickets and bowling that final over. She'll be very happy with her performances. So this is what happened in the West Indies innings. Kiana, Luke Joseph and Hayley Matthews, the opening pair, got off to a decent enough start. It was looking very good for long periods. Kiana taking the aerial options. One time too often. Just there, caught by the juggling skipper in Chamara Atapatu. And this was the big wicket for me. Massive wicket of Vahanga. By Vahanga, taking out Hayley Matthews. And then Stefani Taylor came to the crease. Alongside Shemaine Campbell. Campbell didn't last too long. Perishing. Abbas played a few shots, but once again chose the aerial option at the wrong time. And in the end, she had to perish. This partnership between Taylor and Glasgow, though, we spoke about it at length. 89 runs, bringing the West Indies, giving the West Indies some hope. That was a big 6 by Stefani Taylor, the first of the West Indies innings. And that was the run out. Turned the game as far as I was concerned. Stefani Taylor was cruising towards what, a 10th ODI 100. So you see Glasgow bringing up her best score so far in women's ODI. Then she went just after picking up that 50. And then the wickets just tumbled. Hector hit a few lusty blows, but then just missed a straight one. There's Afi Fletcher, the hometown girl, going via the top edge route. And the final wicket, Karishma Ramharak being stumped. The West Indies ended up losing by 10 runs. Sri Lanka will take a lot of confidence, as you said, from picking up the first win in the first game in the West Indies conditions, and also their first win in over 20 years here. They'll be happy with that. So don't go too far away. We'll be back shortly for the post-match presentation. Now we'll throw down to Shakira Selman with the post-match presentation.
Welcome to the post-match presentation in this CG United Women's ODI series between West Indies and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka took this first game by 10 runs, and we have with us the player of the match, Inoka Ranarera, for 4 for 44. She'll be handed the trophy by high performance coach Dwayne Gill from Cricket West Indies. Congrats, Inoka. She's going to have some help from her head coach as it relates to translating. Inoka, congratulations on the next outstanding spell. Talk to us about bowling in the different phases.
Different phases වල බෝල් කරපු හැටි කියන්න කියලා කියන්නේ.
ඔව් මම හිතන්නේ අපි පළවෙනි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් එකේදී ගොඩක් ප්‍රෙපරේෂන් වුණා කොහොමද මේ කන්ඩිෂන් වලට ඇඩැප්ට් වෙන්න කියලා. ඉතින් මම හිතන්නේ ඒකෙදී අපි කොහොමද අපේ ස්පෙල් එක දාන්නේ, අපි කොහොමද පේස් කඩන්නේ කියන එක ගැන පොඩි ලොකු අවධානයක් තියාගත්තා. ඉතින් මම හිතනවා ඒක අද මට හොඳට කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණා කියලා.
She says during our first practice session here that she got used to the pitches and how to bowl on these pitches, and that really helped her to bowl well today.
What for you was the most important wicket?
I think
Important wicket එක අද දවසට.
I'm sure you're pleased about all of them, maybe Chanel Henry.
Henry. Yeah, Henry, sorry. Henry.
We've become accustomed to you opening the bowling. Was it an adjustment not opening the bowling today?
ඔයාට bowling පුරුදු වෙලා තිබ්බ අද bowling open කරන්නේ නැත්තේ ඇයි කියලා අහනවා. කියන්න වාසාවනේ bowling open කරන්නේ නැහැ.
මම ගොඩක් වෙලාවට power play එක බෝල් කරන්නේ නැහැ. power play එකෙන් පස්සේ තමයි එන්නේ. ඒක තමයි හිතන්නේ කාරණාව.
She generally doesn't bowl during the power play, and she never opens the bowling attack. So usually she comes after the 6th over. But today, yeah, she had to bowl 1 over during couple of overs during the power play because we were trying to get wickets.
All right, well bowled, and congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the losing captain, Haley Matthews. Haley, commiserations. When you won the toss, if anyone told you would be chasing 240, what would you have said?
Probably would have said 10-15 runs over what we would have wanted. I think coming into the day and looking at the wicket, would have probably been happy to keep them somewhere under 220. And I think even as we went on through our innings with about 10 overs to go, we were looking to keep them somewhere under 220. But yeah, with that being said, I still think 240 was definitely a chaseable total.
Yeah, talk to us about what you felt went wrong besides the drop catches.
In the field?
Yeah.
I feel like we weren't able to break partnerships and take wickets at regular intervals, and it really gave their batters the opportunity to get settled at the crease and I guess keep wickets in hand that they could power on later.
And then with the bat, where do you think it all went wrong?
Yeah, probably just not enough runs from the top order. Stefani did a really good job to put up her hand, play the innings that she did. Obviously vintage Stefani, and good to see her back out there batting like she did today. But yeah, probably not too many runs from the other people in the top 6, which is somewhere we definitely need to, I guess, look at. And I think probably some of the ways we got out as well, we could probably address. And with the situation of the game, it showed that once we were able to build a partnership, I think Glasgow came in and showed that once she sat at the wicket and was able to build a partnership with Stefani, that it made things a lot easier.
Yeah, what can you take out from this game going forward, and what positives do you think y'all can work on going forward?
Yeah, well, I think a massive positive that we could take out is the fact that we were able to get to the 230-run mark without a lot of our senior batters really stepping up. I think in the past, when some of our senior batters haven't stepped up, we would have seen us crumble to probably 150, 160. So I think it was quite heartening today, the way batters put their hands up. Aliyah Aline was good. Once again, Janilia Glasgow, who's been a bright spark for us lately. So those are definitely some positives we could take out of there.
All right, Haley, good luck for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And we asked Shamari Atapatu, winning captain, to join us. All smiles, Shamari. But how were your nerves at the end?
Yeah, exactly. The way West Indies are chasing, I think it's very close game. Stephanie batted really good, and the newcomer left-hand batter, she's batting really good Glasgow. So yeah, and the tailenders trying to finish high, but end result is in our way. But the thing is, I think we have few senior bowlers, and we execute our right plan right time.
Yeah, let's go back to that first innings. Did you think 240 was enough?
I don't think so, because I feel we need 270. Because compared to West Indies batting lineup, they have good power hitters, so easily they can score 140 to 240. So I think we short 30 runs.
Yeah, a word on that partnership, particularly between Hasini Pereira and Harshita.
Yeah, they're playing really good according to the plan, and wicket is not easy to bat. I feel the morning time is a little bit hard to bat, but our batters' adjustment is really good. I think they adapt the situation and they are playing their plans.
How much of a relief is it for you, for other batters to be scoring and Sri Lanka not to be fully dependent on you anymore?
Yeah, that's really good as a captain, because last 10-15 years, Sri Lanka batting lineup all depend on my shoulders. But now we have good players, especially Harshita and Hasini and Vishmi Gunaratne, Kavisha Delhari. So many of the girls are batting really good. So these are the positive things in my side.
Do you think perhaps the conditions played into your favor a bit? Lots on offer for the spinners?
Yeah, I feel this condition is really good for the spinners, but if fast bowlers can change the pace, I think it's really good in this condition.
What would you like to see you guys improve on in the next game?
Definitely, we need to improve our batting and power hitting. I think we shot 30 runs, and as a fielding perspective, I feel we need to improve a little bit fielding. And death bowling is okay, but I feel power play is not good enough. Yeah.
Okay, congrats, Chamari. Congrats to you and your team. Go off and celebrate now, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Thank you, Sally.
All right, we've come to the end of this presentation. A reminder that Sri Lanka took the first game in the CG United Women's ODI series by 10 runs. Congrats to Sri Lanka. We'll see you guys on Sunday.
Thanks a lot to Shakira. Yes, indeed, Sri Lanka women, they take this first CG United Women's Series ODI match by 10 runs. Next match is going to be on Sunday. It's going to be a Super Sunday of women's cricket action going on right here at the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. So this is it. This is what is going to be happening. Coming up next, the second ODI between these two sides. It was a pleasure to have you all here for this first of 3 ODIs in this series. We thank you for joining us. And until Sunday, we say good evening and goodbye.
Mic check, 1, 2. Mic check, 1, 2. Gary, check the connection. Yeah, hold on. Mic check, 1, 2. Yeah, so let me take off that cable. Mic check. Yeah, so you gotta be that cable.
It is time to review the first ODI of this CG United Women's Series between West Indies women and Sri Lanka women. Stacey Ann Adams alongside me. Stacey Ann, West Indies women lost by 10 runs. What's your assessment of this first ODI?
Yeah, just looking back, starting from that batting, the bowling display that they had, I think they did a good job of containing Sri Lanka, especially in the last power play. They didn't really get off Sri Lanka. But I think where they faulted is that they were unable to break partnerships regularly throughout. The captain mentioned it at the post-match presentation. They were unable to pick up wickets along the way, and I think that really allowed Sri Lanka to assess conditions longer and get themselves to a score of 240.
Well, they got partnerships, Sri Lanka, with the bat. Let's talk about West Indies now with the bat. Your thoughts on how things went at the top? We saw a bit of a struggle at the top. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, obviously they didn't form partnerships at the top, and that was critically important. If you look at the example of Sri Lanka's innings, the way they were able to build partnerships throughout, West Indies lacked that at the top, and I think it was their undoing in the end. Yes, they were able to get that partnership with Janelia Glasgow and Stephanie Taylor, partnership of 89 runs. Tremendous job to them, by the way. But you just saw that when that partnership was broken, how things just really fell apart for West Indies in the end.
Yeah, certainly one standout star, Stephanie Taylor. We wondered if she might actually feature with the bat because of a bit of a hamstring niggle earlier on, but she was certainly the star. A few quick words on her today.
Yeah, a veteran, and in every sense of the word, really, because she really fought a battle out there today for West Indies, unable to take things home for them in the end, yes, being run out, and perhaps a bit of that injury coming into play and preventing her from getting to the other end. I think a brilliant run out by Malky. I think she did well with the ball today and was able to get that run out. But Stephanie Taylor, tremendous effort from her. It's the team that she favors the most. You say she has the highest score ever against them, 170, and was looking great to take another 100 today. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be, but exceptionally well played today by Stephanie Taylor.
Well, things came down close for the West Indies women today. We'll be hoping that come 2 days from now, they can pick up a win in that second women's ODI. So that is the review for today. We'll see you back here in 2 days' time for the next CG United Women's Series ODI between West Indies women and Sri Lanka women.
Number 1 gone for 50.
ladies and gentlemen, it is time for women's cricket to take center stage once again in the Caribbean. West Indies, they won the toss, opted to have a ball first, which means that Sri Lanka will be having a bat first. Take a look at those top four in the experience of Athapattu Hassini, the younger Vishmi, and then Harshita there as well. Look for them to look to set a platform here for the likes of Sri Lanka in this one. Then we look at the bowling, very strong for them as well. A mix of experience and youth for them.
Deandra Doughton is back, and so too is Chanel Henry, who is supposed to be fully fit. It means then that Liliana Grimman, Claxton, Sow, and Munisar are the ones to be left out. Everyone in this lineup can bowl. 5 seam options and 5 spinners. And Haley Matthews and the West Indies think tank will be hoping for a brilliant start with the ball to restrict this Sri Lankan side. This lady on screen, for now though, it's Hassini Pereira opening the batting. 18 times she's opened batting for Sri Lanka.
At the other end, she's joined by even more experience there in the captain, Shamari Athapattu. Look at that, 121 innings, averaging 35. It's going to be Shanisha Hector, the right arm seamer, to get things kicked off with this one. First runs to open up the count for Sri Lanka women. Well, there's that shorter delivery and whipped away, maybe a sluggish outfield, but not sluggish enough. Well, the first boundary for Sri Lanka women in this series.
Very sure to drive through the offside, but not that square. Finds the gap at Athapattu, and she finds another boundary.
Work to do for that fielder, but she won't get there. Chanel Henry on the boundary. That's a well-struck fold there off the bat of Pereira.
And that's the outside edge taken. That's what we were talking about. Haley Matthews, Shamari Athapattu has to go. The partnership ended just one short of 50. It was looking like a solid partnership setting up the Sri Lankans.
Shamari Athapattu has to go back 27 of 37 balls. Hashita Samara Wickrama, a new batter in.
Just away from a diving Doughton and into the boundary.
This one once again advancing, not quite out the middle of the bat, but good enough for another 4. Again, Sri Lankans just employing the sweep, getting another single. 50 partnership up now between Sama Wickrama and Hassini Pereira off 82 deliveries. And there's the reverse. There's the reverse you were talking about. The Sri Lankans bringing up yet another boundary, the 8th of the innings so far. Is there an edge? Based on the reaction, there looks like there was an edge through to wicketkeeper Campbell, not taken. Chance goes begging. It's 108 for 1. That was in the air. It was in the air, close to the skipper there. That mid-wicket position is 50 for Hassini, her second at the ODI level. She's played really nicely, played all around the ground, employed the sweep to great effect. She's taken the lusty option there. Just dispatched almost disdainfully by Hassini. So since getting to 50, she's just upped that rate slightly.
Definitely not there, slightly over pitch, but excellent use of the feet by Harshita, and that is her first boundary in 57 deliveries, Harshita.
And for a second, they hoped that could have been it. No, it's a chase for Doughton. Brilliant work. This is what you get when you have her in your side.
Such a natural, gifted player, Deandra Doughton. You always get 100% commitment. Yeah, really good work. Saves her side 2 runs, Doughton.
Matthews takes it. That's the breakthrough they were looking for. In the very area they were looking for it as well.
Yeah, really good awareness, really good awareness. Before that delivery, he saw Matthews just creep back to the edge of the circle. She knew Hassini Pereira was intent on taking on Aliyah Aline. Hassini Pereira has to walk back for a very well played 61. 135 for 2.
Yeah, things were looking interesting there. It brings Nilashika Silva.
So swept and swept powerfully in front of square. Fantastic shot that from Nilashika. And once again, as you said, Stacey, looking to access the onside.
This one launched brilliantly past Shanisha Hector, showing her power and skill through the offside. We haven't seen her targeted that area much, but she has that in the bank as well. Quite brilliant there from De Silva.
It's Fletcher into her final over. Down the ground for 1. 50 for Hasita with that single, her 6th at the ODI level.
This one is hit in the air, struck powerfully again. Hashita now, job not done. Yes, she got to a half century, and now she's looking to up the tempo for her team.
Another sweep shot once again, just another 50 partnership here for the Sri Lankans, between Nilashika and Hasita. Nilashika in particular. Advances, stumped. So for the first time, we've seen Hasita just lose her shape. And Ramharak picks up her first wicket from the river end. I think it's the first time we would have seen her bowl from the river end in this innings. 185 for 3, Hasita goes for 66. That's close. Umpire Williams has a look and has given it. Hayley Matthews really seemed like the only one really interested in that one. Just seemed to get a bit too far across. Was Kavisha, or Nilashika, sorry. Dangerous Nilashika.
Nilashika has to go back for 22 from 25, looking to bring the added impetus to the innings. 185.
Trickled into the boundary, beats the fielder, 4 runs. Well played from Kavisha. She's opened her account.
Brings up the 200 for Sri Lanka women. That will please them in this opening ODI. Pumped away into space, into vacant space as well. 47 bowled, it's 215 for 4. The easiest of chances presented to Captain Hayley Matthews. That's wicket number 5.
Just looking to take that one over the
So ladies and
infield.
gentlemen, we have the fall of wicket number 5.
Slightly full on that occasion. Full toss in fact, but just couldn't get the power or the elevation to get it past Hayley Matthews, who takes a simple catch. A good fighting knock from Kavisha Dilhari, 22 of 21, brought the much needed impetus, 223 for 5. Yeah, nicely connected. Over the first 6 of the match, Duwimi Vihanga has announced herself on the stage, and wow, what a blow, all the way over Hector's outstretched arms for 6.
And took a step down, got herself into a great position, bottom hand coming in there as well. First 6, first maximum. Goes straight down the ground. Back to back, a 6 and a 4. This is what Sri Lanka women needed. This is what... Brilliant catch. Well, pain before, but this catch makes up for it. Aliyah Aline with the bucket hands to close out the innings. 240 for 6. We look back again and look at that top 4 starts for all of them. In fact, no, top 5 starts for all of them in that innings. Sri Lanka women will definitely be happy with what they've seen at the start of this series in terms of West Indies women. Well, you see the list of bowlers that they have used, results or rewards for Dottin, Ramarat, Aline and Matthews with ball in hand, but 240, will that prove to be enough, or will that be proved to be too much for West Indies women? 241 is what they will need in their 50 overs. You look at that required run rate of 4.82. this is the target. West Indies women, they'll need 240 if they're going to win this first CG United Women's Series ODI. You talk about boundaries, you talk about getting off the good starts. This young woman can do just that. Kiana Joseph, well, we know what she can do at the top of the order in any innings, in any format. Hayley Matthews in her 100th Women's ODI today. Could this be a special one for her? And Malki Madara will have ball in hand to get things going for Sri Lanka women. Off the mark in her 100th Women's ODI, Hayley Matthews. This time she gets something on it, opens her account with a boundary. We'll be hoping to see more of this from Kiana Joseph. Yeah, they're enjoying it. Flipped away nicely. That's skipper Hayley Matthews for you. Straying onto the pads and easy pickings, as they would say. Oh, forget the leg side. What about the offside? This time, textbook from Hayley Matthews. Wide room. And met with a smile. Malki can smile. It's been juggled, but in the end, the captain holds on. Youth gets the wicket. The captain has persisted and it has paid off.
This is exactly what they wanted from Malki. They wanted at least one wicket. They have a big wicket. Kiana Joseph dismissed for 13, 26 for 1.
They're the stats for Shemaine Campbell. Very experienced at this level. She's gone through the big wicket of Matthews. Dahumi Vahanga, and they're elated.
Change of angle, and she gets the wicket of the opposition captain Vihanga. She is having a great day so far. Dismissed for 13 as well, 28 for 2.
We wondered, would Stephanie Taylor be fit to come at 4? Here she is. But the shot was on in similar fashion to that shot being on as well. Opens the account of Stephanie Taylor. Gets it wrong, and because of that, Campbell's able to get herself a boundary.
It's a leading edge though, and a wicket right after the break. Ranawira picks up her first. Shemaine Campbell has to go.
Yeah, this continues to be the problem for West Indies. Another batter who's gotten a start and finds a way to get out. Just closing the back face way too early. Gets to 12 and then she's dismissed. 49 for 3.
15.1 overs on the board. Brings Chanel Henry to the crease.
The single brings up the 50 for West Indies halfway into the 16th over.
This one's found a gap and through nicely. Well-timed shot. Good response this from Stephanie Taylor, showing all her class under pressure. And another juggle. Is that Atupatu again with the juggling act? Her second juggle of the match so far. And Chanel Henry's short stay at the crease comes to an end.
Chanel Henry goes back for just 1, 55 for 4 at the end of 16.
Now that wicket of Chanel Henry brings the world boss Deandra Dutt into the crease.
This one lifted over the top on the offside, and it could be first boundary for Deandra Doughton. In fact, it is. So well played by Doughton.
This one is hit in the air. There's Atapatu who takes her 3rd catch of the day. And I was just saying to myself, Doughton has parked her impulses in this game. But she is a 6 hitter, and she was looking to take Kavisha Dilhari down the ground but finds Atapatu in her way. So the 5th wicket goes down. Sri Lanka on top.
14 she goes for, 80 for 5. Halfway through the side now, the Sri Lankans looking favourites at this stage to pick up their first win in the West Indies in over 20 years. It brings Janilla Glasgow to the crease, batting in her Oakley sunshades. Looking a very cool customer indeed. She'll have to be cool, calm and collected in this situation.
Nicely played there by Taylor. Helped on its way, and that should be a boundary. Important boundary, much needed from a West Indies perspective. Fielder, and she'll get 4 as well. Inadvertently played, lucky. Janelia Glasgow so far and from her scoring options. Yeah. Too short. Width offered, and she will capitalize any day of the week. She was edgy to start, but got that one right off out of the middle that time.
That's pretty. That is brilliant. She loves that off. Shamari Atapatu can do at mid-off.
You talk about required run rate, and that's going to help them. Lovely use of the feet from Taylor. Not looking to overhit it either. That is class. That is skill.
Of just 68 deliveries. Importantly, that contribution from Janelia Glasgow, 26 from just 35.
Number 42 for Stephanie Taylor. A 42nd half century in women's ODI cricket.
50 up for Stephanie Taylor.
Pace on the ball, and pace disappears. Looks a lot more comfortable to the seamers, Glasgow. Goes aerial, goes big, and goes all the way. Stephanie Taylor, oh, she gets them excited. 37 bowled, 152 for 5. A misfield, what Sri Lanka could not afford. And that misfield brings about a boundary. Maybe get back, direct hit, whoa. Instantly they're calling for the physio because Stephanie Taylor is down again. This is not good news. And in fact, on this occasion, it looks as if just that ball hitting the elbow. Don't forget, she went down earlier for that elbow as well from diving in, but I think maybe, because I saw her clutch that leg a little earlier also. The left arm spin of Inoka Ranawira back into the attack, and she's met with a boundary. Getting the line wrong on that occasion, and Taylor in her form continues.
Quick single, this could be dangerous. It's a direct hit as well. Oh my, this looks to be some trouble. Stephanie Taylor doesn't look very confident. Jacqueline Williams goes up to the third umpire. Yeah, I think that's a perfect angle there. You see that the only impact was the ball on the stump, not the keeper, and it's been adjudged out.
At long last, well, Stephanie Taylor, she would feel good in terms of that 66, but disappointed that she could not take her team all the way home. Applauded by those here at the National Stadium. 169 for 6. A new challenge for the West Indies. A new challenger at the crease, Aliyah Aline. Slaps it straight back down the ground. Power and brute force and it brings the cheers out of the Grenada National Cricket Stadium. A maiden women's ODI 50 for Janelia Glasgow. They've gotten two, first Taylor and now Glasgow. The two that rebuilt have now crumbled. 7 down now for the West Indies.
Janelia Glasgow has to go back for a well-made 50 for maiden, 182 for 7.
That wicket of Janelia Glasgow brings Shawnisa Hector to the crease, playing her second ODI of her career so far.
It's just giving West Indies a chance. This one will threaten the boundary. And in fact, it will get to the boundary. And this is what we expect from Shawnisa Hector. Pulled into the leg side between the fielder at deep backwards clear and deep mid wicket. A crucial boundary for West Indies. West Indies, though, they're getting the boundary every over in this last 10. This could be the difference in whether or not they get across the line. Hector showing some more power and placement.
Lack of pace, lack of pace, lack of place once again. Forcing Hector to apply all the power. Ranawira with her experience picks up her fourth.
Dismissed for 13.
Comes to the crease. Pulled away powerfully. Every run being greeted with applause from the Murray Lewis stand. 200 comes up now for the West Indies, 200 for 8. Through the gap. Was it a catch? Not quite sure. It was in the air, but it gets to the boundary nonetheless. This one's edged and past that fielder. It'll go close to the boundary. It's Bahanga that's chasing. Does she get there? She does. This will have to be reviewed. But once again, putting her body on the line. Just pulling it back. Just there. It looks clean to me. She can. That wicket has brought a real hush around the National Stadium here. They were looking forward to their hometown girl possibly bringing the West Indies over the line, but it wasn't to be. Once again, into the pitch from Kavisha Delari. Easy catch through to the wicketkeeper, taking that top edge. And Fletcher goes for 12. Still 11 to get from just 3 deliveries. It's 2:30 for 9. Yeah, you think back, coming out, hitting the first 6 of the game. But this was the wicket. Ramharak had to get bat on ball, really, 11 off 3. And Sri Lanka pick up their first win in over 20 years in the West Indies. The last one coming all the way back in 2003. But here they've started the series well. This CG United Women's Series picking up the first ODI win. Still 2 games to go though, Joe. So it's setting up for quite an exciting series. These teams look very evenly matched. And the West Indies ended up losing by 10 runs. Sri Lanka will take a lot of confidence, as you said, from picking up the first win in the first game in the West Indies conditions, and also their first win in over 20 years here. They'll be happy with that.